can stop me now. No one can stop me now.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day of OWCS Korea. I'm Achilleos back here alongside Hex as we get ready to drop into just another stacked day of matches, top to bottom. We've got Genesis versus FTG right off the rip, and WAC versus Falcons right there as our middle marquee matchup. And we'll round things out at the very end with Poker Face versus Runaway.
It's one of those nights where I was actually surprised looking at it. I'm like, oh, wow, it's all of these sets. All of these sets are going to be kind of sick. Of course, we've all been waiting for the Falcons and WAC matchup in the middle, and that's going to kind of determine who is going to be number one overall seeding, I think. I don't see any team taking them down. But yeah, there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on. Of course, we had a patch, we've had a new patch. It wouldn't be Korea if we didn't have a new meta every single week. And the great thing is that we're going to have probably a tracer meta, and that's the important thing.
It's certainly a good thing for Runaway, at the very least. It just gets, zest over onto that one. Weren't able to find a victory yesterday, but maybe tonight will be a little bit different. Tracer meta. We all know that you're a very big fan, and I, for one, am as well. Also, potential big boon there for the likes of Decay. We'll have to see if he's going to be bringing out that Tracer Genesis, and if he's going to be strong enough to be able to get to a win over FTG, because FTG, obviously, a very good team, has been at the top of the standings for, since the tournament began, whereas Genesis, even though very good team on paper, they just haven't been able to rack up those wins. So it's been rough tidings here for this squad, despite having such a very solid roster.
Well, this is certainly the time where Decay pops off, right? It's got to be the time. It has to be the time where Decay pops off. But Choice A1 is going to be the one playing the Tracer for this squad anyway. So what is going to be the pop-off potential? I think we're going to see a lot of Tracer Sojourn. I think that's always going to be what's going to be run. So maybe Decay goes nuts on this Soj. We shall see. This Genesis team has been disappointing, I think. I think that's fair to say that most people are disappointed with the results from this Genesis team. If you look at their names on paper, they should be better than what they are. And they're not going to be ninth, though. Well, actually, they're very much in danger of being ninth. That's not going to happen. Shouldn't happen against them and Vesta. So. SPG put up their second win also, so they'll be in the 5 through 8 conversation, and I think this is always a team, and you always look at this throughout sports of this is a team you don't want to play. You don't want to have to play this team because at any given time, they could have that pop-off potential.
Very well could, but it's also one of those things that we often discuss across pretty much any esport, but Overwatch, etc., whatever it may be. Sometimes taking just a roster of players who all look incredible and have these really good names behind them and then combining them together, sometimes it just doesn't necessarily work out. I mean, we've heard it. They were saying, okay, if we don't take down Vesta here, we're going to blow up the roster, because they know that there's been things that have not been going their way and that things are not working out in some capacity. So curious to see how they're going to be looking here today, whether or not some growth and synergy could really come in here for the side of Genesis, or if FTG we'll just be able to kind of beat and batter them, because, if this is not a close series, then something has continued to go horribly wrong.
I do love the candid nature of that, like last week, where we're going to blow it up. So you guys got to win. You have to win. What's happening right now? Yeah, so even the disbelief from the coaching staff going into this Genesis game, but I don't know. If you look at it, really, this FTG roster is still... Even if you were going to do the on paper going to build a roster, the FTG roster is still better, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could get into comparisons and whatnot once we get ready to fly the rosters up on screen and whatnot. I think the Koreans are taking their time chatting and hyping things up over at the venue, because this is such a stacked day of matches. The audience is packed. You saw all the shots there into the WWE studio, everybody there with their popcorn and whatnot. So I think the Koreans are looking to draw this one out quite nicely to really build up the tension for the matches. But yeah, we could get into more of the head-to-heads there a little bit later on. But it's just interesting to see for Genesis, because, like you said, not going to be in that that last place position. That is Vesta, unfortunately. That squad, very new faces that are on the come up trying to make their mark so far in Overwatch. And the time that they're decide to strike, the time that they're like, all right, now's our moment to get in here. All of these players from Overwatch League come back and combine into these giant amalgamation squads that are just absolutely insane. But Genesis will have at least in potential to try to the LCQ to try to make their way through. So even then, like, we need to see something now, I think, to inspire any sort of hope for that LCQ.
I think that's a great point of, yes, they're going to be in the 5 through 8 group matches to try to get in to like 2 teams out of 5 through 8. And you do need to see something at some point, because at this point, like, I rate Poker Face higher than this squad. Like, it's been that weird. Here's the brackets. Tell me what this means, Seth, because I can't understand numbers.
I mean, it's just this is going to be for the LCQ. So depending on your position, 5th will play versus 8th, 6th versus 7th. So obviously, being at the top of the top in quotations of the round robin. So then being in the 5th place spot, not having qualified for the playoffs, but being that team that just missed out on it, does allow for you to play versus the 8th place team. So you do get that little bit of advantage there for just having regular strong performances throughout the round robin. And then from there, it's just double elimination. Well, kind of, I mean, yeah, it is. Yeah. So just, you get a second chance. Don't screw it up. I was baiting myself because I was reading winner G1 and then loser G1. I was like, oh, is it first round single and then second round double? No, never mind. I'm wrong. So that's what it is. So yeah, and then of course there's going to be seeding deciders and everything like that. So we'll once all of this is decided and we know who is playing in this, we'll be showing these graphics again at the end of the broadcast, I assume, or maybe at the end of tomorrow. And then that's where it's going to be very clear as far as who's going to be playing versus who in the seeding matches, who's going to be playing versus who in that LCQ and whatnot. So while it may seem confusing for the time being, this is just explaining how the format is going to work, but it'll make a lot more sense to your eyeballs once we actually have the teams plugged into this.
So our second set of the evening is going to pretty much determine who gets first place. I don't think anyone would argue against that when it's Falcons and WAC. And being able to choose your opponent is so enormous. That's critical. That's crazy good. And here you see the standings. Like we said, WAC, Falcons, FTG, Runaway, probably still going to sit in the top 4. Although I have questions about Runaway. We'll get to that later. And then you've got the 5 through 8. I don't see a world in which VEC actually makes it out of 9th place. But yeah, there's no buts. That VEC doesn't make it out in 9th place.
No, they don't. Yeah, unfortunately for VEC, it's kind of already done and dusted there for the squad. But I mean, you mentioned Runaway. I mean, they're going up against Poker Face, and that is a huge match for both of those teams, because if Poker Face can get that win, jump themselves up into the playoffs, boom, you don't have to play that LCQ anymore. It would give Runaway a very long path to try to work their way into, LAN competition. So, well, I mean, not already isn't LAN competition, but major competition. But I mean, get some international squads over. So it would make that way more difficult for them. So Runaway going to be looking to find some stability. See, even though it's a 4-3 record, 0 map differential, it has been a fairly rocky road there for that squad. And one of the other teams that is kind of resurging a little bit at the moment with some of the performances we've seen from them recently is Yeti. Yeti has been looking very good, kind of across the board. Some tough draws for the team, nice and early. But take a look now at the rankings here for player of the match. And out in front is Hisung, but Proper, with the Falcons win here today, might be able to catch him up if he gets nominated.
The Proper of the match, as it were. I do not disagree that Hisung has, 5. He's absolutely been crushing for that squad. It's a little bit surprising when you see like Floor and Proud at 3, tied at 2, but they've been the best parts of their team. Here is the map pool as we go forward. We saw Ilios last night. There was Ilios played. I was so happy, Seth.
Yeah, finally had that one break out. So it was a nice little differentiation. I think there was also a Hollywood thrown in there, if I'm not incorrect. So it's a nice little display. As I hadn't slept for about 36 hours when I was watching these games last night. So when I woke up today, my memories were basically wiped. But you're correct that Ilios did get played. But we'll see what we get here today. And I'm curious how far some of these matches can go. WAC versus Falcons. Can that one go to 5? Do we get that huge head-to-head again like we saw from Falcons versus FTG, or is it going to be a little bit more one-sided for one of the squads? Genesis, how do they perform right here in the opening series versus FTG? Poker Face versus Runaway. All of these matches, I think, regardless, are they have stakes to them, and they're also incredibly interesting. We're waiting for that pop off from Genesis. We're looking to see who is going to be that dominant number 1 squad there in that second series. We're looking to see which of those squads at the bottom is going to very likely be in the playoffs.
This is one of those every map matters kind of thing. It's so crucial for WAC and Falcons to get all your map wins as well, and to take that over the other team. Genesis FTG, I feel like this is the most emotional one, that everyone wants Genesis to do something. Like it's that poking with the stick meme of like, Genesis, do something, please. But FTG is such a good team. And then really when we get to match 3, Poker Face, Runaway, like I have so many serious questions about Runaway going now, and like Poker Face I think is a roster that's solid. Like they know how to play as a team really well. They know the comps, and Runaway has been putting up question mark after question mark, and we'll see that in like 4 hours. However, here comes Genesis.
Make their way out to the stage. I mean, they've had some changes. The jerseys have come out. Looks like we've got some headwear as well. Multiple, oh god, little alien glasses. But I mean, yeah, so, they've had the glow up of getting the jerseys, but not the glow up in game quite just yet. Just that one victory they've been able to really rack up themselves. It has been a very rough road for this squad. And while Decay overall has looked like Decay, guy's still really strong, has pop-off performances. We've also seen him vanish. You remember the matchup, Genesis versus Runaway, that final map going to circuit and just getting absolutely just taken down time and time again by Prophet just over and over on that Widowmaker. See, the rest of the team is going to be able to rally around him. Though, on the opposite side of the stage, it's from the Gamer, or FTG, making their way out similarly. Also have, okay, they've all been shopping at the same place.
Well, we did find out that there is actually just a chair in the green room that has all these glasses and headbands on it.
Oh, I was trying to keep up the appearance that it was the players that were bringing these things themselves.
No, it's production. Well. Sorry. Well, that's a new one though. The dog glasses, right?
I assume that looks like an Adventure Time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
But I won't claim to be an expert. But let's see. The big question here, of course, is going to be who's starting. We got to see, I think, Ellen and Kalios yesterday they played, and we saw some back and forth there. It's gonna be Kellen starting for now.
It's always going to come down to the damage dealers on this, and we talk about Decay, and hey, he can be high and low, and he's got pop-off potential. Really, I want to see more consistent play out of Chosewan. I really thought we should see better play out of Chosewan. When it got to like the Symmetra meta, who knows, like every meta changes every week. Chosewan did not look great, but he's got that potential to be a carry player. And in a Tracer meta, Chosewan's going to have to be a carry player.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. On the other side, though, talking about DPS, this one has been stacked. Flora having a bit of a renaissance season already, just coming back in and looking so much better than we might have anticipated. A lot of people looked at the squad and saw that and were like, I think maybe Flora can be a little bit better. And then he has been. So it's been huge. Alpha Yi, the times that we've seen him go over to things like Genji, even if, when he's playing the Tracer, it's just been incredible across the board. And I think Bernard at this point has pretty firmly sealed up his starting position, his maybe even permanent position in the tank role, because the guy just continues to prove that he can play literally everything at the highest level.
Flora's finally on a good roster, and it lets Flora shine. This support line clears most support lines in the world. We always talk about how great Violet is. Violet, best support in the world. And then Finn, this support line is the best support line possible.
All right, well, it's time to hear from the coaches and representatives, so I'll hand it over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. We are back with the first team rep interview of the day between Genesis versus FTG, is being the game 1. 2 team reps on stage. On Genesis side,
네, 안녕하세요. 제네시스 탱커를 맡고 있는 칼리오스
we have
신혜라고 합니다.
Kalios. Yesterday we saw Undine, the new coach that
자,
joined, but today we have Kalios.
자기소개 부탁드립니다.
And on FTG side,
네, 안녕하세요. FTG 팀의 코치를 맡고 있는
And we have
김준희라고
Yaki.
합니다.
from FTG.
네, 야키님도 반갑습니다. 자, 제네시스 팀
So
오늘
this
경기
question goes to
정말
Genesis.
중요하고 간절한 경기
Today's
중
match is a
하나잖아요.
critical one for the team.
좀 경기 시작 전에 팀원분들께
So did you say
어떤 격려의
anything
메시지나
to
이런
to your
것들이
players
나오셨나요?
before the match?
사실 이제 격려를 더 하기보다는
Rather than words
제가
of
원했던 팀
encouragement,
색깔이나 팀 방향성을 이제 증명하는 자리라고 생각하기 때문에
I think that
증명이라는 건 되게
it's
어려운
about
일이라
proving
애들한테
ourselves,
그냥
proving what our
어렵지만
team
해내야
color
된다라고
and
말해줄 것 같아요.
how strong we
네,
can
오늘
perform. So
해내는 모습 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다.
I enforce those words
그렇다면
onto the
우리
players.
FTG 팀은 꾸준히 상위권을 유지하고 있는 팀이에요.
And the next question for
오늘 이
FTG,
상위권 유지
FTG
가능할까요?
continues to retain their spot in the upper echelon of the standings. So can they
네,
do so until the
오늘
end?
쭉 제네시스 팀 오늘 3대 0으로 이기고
I
포커페이스도
hope that
내일
we
3대
win.
0으로 이기고
We're going to
상위권을
beat both
유지할
Genesis and
생각입니다.
Poker Face 3-0, and we are going to retain our spot on the top of the standings.
말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 이제 남은 경기가 얼마 남지 않았잖아요.
So again,
그런
not many
만큼
matches
항상
left. The finish line is
응원해주시는
near. So
팬분들께도
please say a few
한마디
words to your
부탁드릴까요?
fans.
네, 저희가 스폰도 없고 딱히 계약도 없는
We don't have any
상태에서
sponsors,
이렇게 지고
not-
있는 와중에
no
간신히
contracts or
힘을
anything,
내고 또
but
스크림을 하면서 대회를
obviously
이어갈
we're
수 있는
practicing
건
very hard,
팬분들이 계시기
scrimming very
때문이라고
hard,
생각하기 때문에
and it's all because of the
늘
fans.
응원해 주신 분들께 감사드리고
So thank you very
또
much for
유종의
supporting
미를
us.
거둬서 여러분들도 좋은 기분으로 돌아가실 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
And I hope that you enjoy our matches tonight and go home with a smile.
팬분께서 치어풀도 들고 계신데 유종의 미
To our
거두시길
victory,
꼭
of course.
응원하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 우리 야키님도
And for
팬분들에게 한마디
Yaki,
해주실래요?
can you please say a few words to your fans as well?
모든 프로 팀이나 저희 팀도 그렇고
Including our team,
이런
all pro
경기장에서
teams.
게임을 할 수 있다는 게 다
Um,
팬분들 덕분이고
It's all because of the fans that we're able to play on stage like this. So please continue to support us, love us, and as always, thank you very
네,
much.
자, 팬분들에 대한 사랑이 느껴지는 두 대표분의 인터뷰까지
And that is the team rep
나눠봤습니다.
interview
자, 지금까지
between
제네시스의
FTG and
칼리오스의
Genesis.
FTG
And before we head into the map video, I'm going to throw it back to the
오늘
casters.
첫 번째 경기 맵 비토부터 확인해 보시죠.
All right, thank you very much, Quest, for the translations. As always, let's see where we're going to be going. See, Lijiang Tower, Blizzard World, a minor change up there. No King Crow coming through. And Colosseo, Servasa, and Shambali Monastery potentially there if we can see a very strong showing here from Genesis.
The Blizzard Worlds pick has been a wrinkle I've seen in North America and EMEA as well. It seems to be a map that people like to play. I also saw it. I think they played it last night. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it's more divey than a lot of the others. So I'm just happy to not always go to Kings Row. Very thrilled with that. And also, of course, we have a kind of a different system here as far as map picks go on in Korea. But Lijiang Tower, the old standby, the old standard standby here.
Of course, also worth mentioning the map veto system, all that going to be changing very soon with LCQ playoffs, etc. on the horizon. Having the new system coming through with losers selecting both the map type as well as the map itself will certainly be interesting to see how the teams are going to be, adapting to all of that. I'm trying to get a read on this one. I think it says something like, "Are you going to win?" Something about Genesis, and then it said like, "Let's go together." I think playoffs.
Okay.
My bad. I'm not as good at reading and translating fans.
You really jumped face first into that one.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna do it, and then
I should have quietly read it, as we have some excellent art.
No, so let me read it. That says Bernard.
Oh my! Practicing.
I have been practicing.
Unreal. I'm glad that you're finally at a kindergarten level of English comprehension. It's excellent. But I mean, the thing is, they have to have two signs to get other drawings in, because otherwise you can't really fit all of the heroes that Bernard can play at a top level into, because it's literally all of them in the tank role. I guess the Hog may be something that we haven't seen from him, at least not in a very, very long time. But I'm sure that is probably in his repertoire as well. Sometimes probably pull that out in his solo queue games. That would be my assumption. I'm glad that Bernard is finally really getting his solid moment in the spotlight, because this has been a guy that, old Apex heads have championed for a very long time.
I will never forget your comparison from Bernard to Paul Giamatti. So I always will see Bernard as Paul Giamatti.
And you know what? Paul Giamatti finally got his Oscar nomination this season, baby. It happened. He didn't win it, but maybe Bernard can get that championship win, and he can overtake Paul Giamatti. We'll see, though. But for now, let's go ahead and jump into map number 1 of FTG versus Genesis. Get into Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, so as we settle into another new meta, it's been a lot of dive. It's been a lot of Winston. Even some Doomfist comes in, and then teams that don't want to play strong dive, they want to play more control, will run an Orisa. So it's really going to be on this tank line. What are you going to see from both of these tanks? I think we probably will see double Winston here, and the question is, is a team going to run? Yeah, so FTG is going to run the Sim Orisa, and they should, by all means, get to the point first.
Forward. Looks like now, though, will just be fight opening up here out of the point itself. So just a couple zaps, waiting for any kind of opportunity, waiting for that rail shot potentially there from Decay to try to soften somebody up so the dive can actually come in onto the target. Flora getting a little bit of pressure there from the flank, but widely going to be ignoring choice A1. There's a leap in. Ellen trying to find a moment in on top of this Sojourn, but so far not going to be found. But Decay with a nice headshot will be able to take down Alpha Yi. So first elimination is coming through, and that's going to be the go button here for the rest of Genesis to now push forward. Down the Violet, tagging him low, has to pull back for as well, under fires. Bernard now out on an island, spinning that spear, trying to stay alive, but Taro eventually able to push forward, pounds him down, finds the kill, and Genesis have already gotten the cap, so we're moving up, making progress.
So much of this is going to be about the Sojourns hitting those rails. That's exactly what the composition is supposed to be. And we're paused. Totally fine.
Let's go. Looks like pause here on the side of Genesis. We'll see what the issue is. We've had, unfortunately, quick fixes throughout the season, so probably just going to be something to do with audio or something like that. And yes, I actually just got the confirmation that it is. So it should be relatively easy to deal with.
It is so much going to be about those Sojourns hitting for shots, and it becomes much more of an issue since Overwatch is now 5v5. I know that's it's not now 5v5, but when you get one pick, 4v5 is way worse than 5v6 used to be. Getting those early shots, it's so much the Sojourn versus Sojourn matchup and the Tracer versus Tracer matchup. If you can get those early picks, those are one fights. Those fights are over, and then you just have to decide, are we going to retreat or are we going to probably try to push? And I've seen a lot of tanks push and end up on islands, as you said, and it's not ideal. So it's really it really does come down to DPS carries right now.
Yeah, I mean, DPS centric meta. I mean, obviously everybody, just because it's DPS centric, it doesn't mean that you can have slackers in your other roles. So every role is still going to be just as important as the other. But getting those opening picks is so crucial. And we see, that's just the game plan. Sit back, play it patiently, wait for, that DPS line to be able to come up with something. Decay does, and then immediately everybody else is allowed to push forward and start finding more value. So it's a good start here for Genesis. We'll see how that continues to evolve here. As it's a choice A1 fighting sign there. Sign the iPad.
Well, it might not be necessarily like a DPS meta. It might be, it's a pick meta. So you could see like Lige Gone or Violets get the first pick because they're lunatics and they're insane at what they do. But it really is, getting that first kill is so important. It always has been. And really the lineups that we're seeing, they're not static. They're not kind of sit down and play and hold a spot. They're generally, we have to hit a shot and then win, and that's it. I mean, I know that sounds reductive, but it is a reductive meta.
Yep. It looks like maybe taking a little bit longer. Likely checking system settings, that sort of thing, making sure that audio mixers all set up and squared away. Some smiles here in the camp from FTG, so it looks like the team keeping themselves entertained here during the downtime.
I love how stern the referees always look. Like, are you doing something? Hmm?
I mean, gotta stay on top of it. Make sure that there's no shenanigans happening.
Make sure no one gets hacked and puts on game hacks in the middle of.
Oh dear. Yeah, that would be unideal, I think, to say the very least. But I don't think that we have to worry about that too much. With the admin stepping back and mouse back in hand here, it looks like Helen might just be ready to go. Quick check, perhaps, just to go ahead and confirm it, and then we should be underway.
There's a lot of RGB going on those keyboards. Are you an RGB guy or are you a not RGB guy?
I mean, so I own, because most products that you buy nowadays are RGB. I mean, they have RGB microphones for crying out loud. Like, Razer has been, they're out of hand and they need to be controlled because not everything needs to have RGB lighting put into it. So most of the products that I do own are RGB. I have a keyboard. I also have a mouse mat that is RGB. But I just keep them monotone. They're both the same color. I don't have them flashing different lights. Same for like my PC coolers and all of that kind of stuff. I don't like multiple lights just kind of like strobing in my room. I prefer it to just be a nice chill. So like chill tones. I just go with teal.
Okay. So you're a teal guy.
Yeah. Or maybe this is cyan. I don't remember.
Do you feel like you overshared?
No, not at all.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even own an RGB mouse mat if I had the choice. I just had to buy this thing because I was in Taiwan and I found a 30th anniversary Yu Hakusho mouse mat that happens to light up. So I had to buy that. My favorite anime.
Right, and you just don't. You just don't turn on the lights.
Yeah. So it looks like we are back in the game. So now ready to go. Apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but let's go ahead and see how the rest of this does carry out. Genesis for now going to be moving up past 20%. Kate, nearly with that overclock, is way out in front. Flora has not been able to find any real just damage. You can see he's currently at 1.
Yeah, Genesis in really strong control at the point right now, and also with the rush, they bumped down rush immediately. What was that? There's no one there.
Yeah, rush just goes out. It dissuades them, pushing forward.
Yes, that's a space-creating rush.
Yep, but okay, I mean, just playing Ring Around the Rosie here. They wrap all the way back around. They're able to find Finn, get the isolation pick there onto the Kiriko, and now Bernard going to be taken down. FPG building up these ultimates, but not in a position to use them at all, as the cleanup will continue with finally dying. 60% built up. I mean, this is going to be fairly final fight territory here for the side of Genesis, and they still have a ton of stuff to use.
That kill on Finn was amazing too, because you just burned your own rush. If Finn lives and hits a single shot, then they get rushed on. And instead, 75%, Genesis can just kind of chill right now. As long as Teru doesn't blow this beat, they should win this fight.
Okay, Primal Rage rolling here from Kellen, trying to find somebody to take up the side of the map. It's going to be Flora taken out. Kellen able to find a huge opener here, as that's the overclock now gone. Consider Rush still here for the side of FTG as they look to extend this fight, but Decay takes down Violet in the back end of the shields. Right out on the Lucius. Pulse bomb from Alpha E will be able to find one. Decay, however, gets Bernard. Still has a full built up rail. He's looking for the Tracer. Forces him off the point. The OT, I do not believe it be triggered. No, it is. Final tag and coming through as Flora is able to find one, but over time now bleeding down. The retouch coming through. Alpha E giving his life for that one does end up falling. The swap to the Doomfist, waiting to see if Bernard can arrive, but he cannot. Genesis will take this opening round of Lijiang 100-0.
I wonder if we're going to start seeing, and this is just me kind of theory crafting, if you have Rush just drop it like a Moira kind of thing, right? Because he charged so fast. Maka got it again during that fight. Maka dropped another Rush. So maybe it's
quickly.
something new that I don't quite understand yet, but holy God.
All right, well, a big statement opener here from Genesis. Let's see if they can back it up with a second round win. FPG will be able to find their footing because, I mean, certainly we're looking off kilter that whole way throughout, but just huge value. I mean, pretty much mirrored aside from that Winston, but the Winston was finding value here for the side of Kellen. See if that continues here on Gardens. For now, again, just this time able to play it a little bit more forward. There's a bit more architecture for him to just kind of poke and prod around, so just getting some zaps in, but now he's going to be collapsed upon. As he goes low, bubble dropped in, has to take a leap out, goes for that mega pack, and looks like he just will be able to break line of sight. Tucked away, mega pack does respawn. He will be able to pick it up, and Violet finding one. Decay going to be taken down, I assume, into the koi pond below. Or will also find a nice little kill for himself. So first grab of the point here for FTG as they finally get themselves on the board.
This is such an interesting stage that where a team like takes that house and says, do you want to fight us in here? And if they don't fight them in there, they still end up losing it because you can't really push the point against a team that has house control. And Genesis, like, Winston can't fight in that house. You're going to get bullied up into this.
On the reapproach, Genesis, what they can get. Bolt's decently far away. Aside from that Kitsune Rush, so the sooner that Maka can get that here for the squad, the better. Violet, however, getting everybody towards these ults as that barrier about to be online for FTG. Tagging him up, HP bars going low. Beat now at the ready, does get dropped in, shields up everybody aside from Flora. The only one not getting caught by it is stunned into the wall. Kellen likely to be taken down. Kitsune Rush committed. They're trying to keep him alive here. They will be able to do so, but pulse bomb opener there from Alpha Yeet. Yep, hey, still makes this approach nigh impossible for Genesis, so just trying to wait and come back through into this one.
Fantastic beat from Violet there. You knew it was going to have to come out, and now Genesis is going to have to fight into a Kitsune Rush. You can just drop it on the bridge. Rarely do you see teams try to come over the bridge. It's always White Room. Here's the beat, or here's the rush.
Rush out the Finn. Try to stave him off. Beat still held here from Terra, so Genesis just opting to try to play back, wait at Rush out as pulse bomb in, but Suzu coming through, hoping to keep Flora alive. Still cannot be found. Low HP though, for the side of Bernard as juggle into the White Room there from Kellen's able to isolate the enemy. Sojourn takes him down, Bernard falling, and that's going to be Genesis getting the flip. FPG not wanting to commit any further ultimates into that fight to try to maintain control. Will allow control to be handed over to Genesis. How long can they hold it for? Because right now, as far as ult economy is concerned, they are playing from behind.
FTG just needs a single fight. That's why they didn't burn anything there. The question is, can they set up a really decent Terra Surge? Can you boost Bernard in and get a Terra Surge? They know you're coming from White Room. I think the Pulse actually might swing things.
I mean, it certainly could, unless Maka's going to be Johnny on the spot. We saw how much value you get off those Suzus from Finn moments ago. No HP bars coming through. Okay, look at the turn of the tides of the fight, though, as that overclock does come in, and that forces FTG back into White Room once more.
Super patient. They're waiting for support ults.
Yeah, no one else trying to get him line of sight. They know how accurate the K can be, so they wait it out. Now they push forward once again. The Terra Surge now can just buy space, stop it from pushing through. Rush going to be coming in. Rush still held here from Finn as Violet drops the beat. The push in, and Bernard gets in on top of Maka. Instantly finds the kill. Pulse Bomb not going to find the elimination, but it creates further space, and from the back end are still going to be solid. Ellen able to just go ahead and Koopa Stomp Violet out of it widely. That is still going to be such a huge fight victory for the side of FTG as they regain control of the point. And now has to come through. Choice-A1 looking for it, dashes out. Percent left to go. Arches up his blinks, up and over top of the wall. He's in, still has this recall, still holds on to the pulse bomb if he can find an opening. Now will be kept honest on the flank there. Alpha Yeet rotating around, just keeping tabs on that enemy Tracer. Will be beating away here really rapidly as we continue on with this one as Kellen desperately wants to try to get this Primal Rage online for themselves. They also have the sound barrier, so very good time buying for the side of Genesis, but they need something that's going to be fight winning, and it could come down to Choice-A1 with that pulse. No shots coming across, though, and Kellen's going to be taken out. No! He gets absolutely destroyed. Kill found, beat, committed there from Teru, and then nobody else on the point. That is going to be FTG tying things up and extending us over to Control Center.
They were waiting for all of those things to come up, and Genesis did a great job of being patient, of buying time, of getting their support ults up, to get their tank ults up, to get their stall ultimates up, and that just crushes them. That can't happen.
It cannot.
It was such a good 30 seconds before this happened. I thought, like, wow, they're 80% on beats, they're 80% on this. Like, you can't allow them to have this time to build up those ultimates, And then they got there and just got dumpstered and rocked. That was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, Helen just getting destroyed by Violet certainly
I mean,
cost
that's
them.
what. Yeah, that's what they were playing for. They were playing for those things.
All right, well, Helen now going to be conceding, knowing that Winston not going to be holding as much water here on Control Center. Does opt to go for the head-to-head on that Orisa. Now he's going to be faring now as Flora. Some personal, not committing the rail quite just yet. Send it into the side of the wall, so Jose1 can decide for leap, but not for very long. Never mind, Flora. He gets him on the second attempt. The kill opening there for the side of FTG. Starting things off nicely as Bernard just fortified up, pushing forward, occupying and taking space.
I'm very happy to be grabbing this first control point, and now it's going to be on Genesis. How do you engage? Decay gets stunned, but lives through it.
Time being, decent pressure here on Benari. He's quite far forward, and it's going to be Teru who actually finds the opener, pushing that flank from Alpha E. He's down the Tracer, and now Flora going to fall. Teru again, managing to make it happen, finds both the DPS players, and that's Genesis gaining control with only 23% conceded.
I unabashedly am always happy when Teru gets something done. Just based on the response from the community on Teru. Like, that's it's kind of really nice to see. However, we're going to see support ultimates come down here, and it's going to have to be... Alright, rushes out on both sides. The beats are going to be what matters.
Yep, now both teams trying to stay alive, but okay, speaking of beat, Alpha E comes back in, and he gets his. Finds one, but up over the top, that's going to be Violet taken down. I think there was an Ajax! Mid-ult committal. The headshot there from Decay was absolutely monstrous. Takes him out. Terra Surge will be able to find Flora. Now containing the corner, though, is Kellen. As the Tracers left standing here on the point. Genesis still in control. Teru respawning, coming back through. Says, screw it, I'll send a two-man beat. Does so. Now, the rest of FTG coming back in. See if they're going to be able to try to turn the tides of this one as Violet getting tagged up. Choi Se-wan continuing to seek targets, continuing to try to build up this pulse here. Be Flora coming back in. Overclock at the ready, but Choi Se-wan picked off first and foremost. Finn able to find that elimination. Alpha E looking for a little bit more here, but widely Genesis have been shoved back. FTG in control at this point. Only 20% separating the two squads.
It's that silver lining of Terror getting picked off early. Helps them come back with the beats. But as you said, FTG in control, 42%. They should have the advantage going forward. I think Flora just needs to crack this overclock the moment he sees Annie opening and just create space with it. It might not get a ton done. It's almost like a deadeye of just, you can't come in here though.
Block, rail shot, everything being held. Flora looking for the kill, but pulse bomb stick. Decay sliding out. Doesn't blow up any of his fellow teammates. Now Flora able to find Teru once again. FTG in the lead. 70% about to be coming through here. Genesis either need to get out or reset here quickly. See how doing so deep, trying to get that punish. Knows that taking down Choi Se-wan buy them a lot more time. It's going to be final fight territory for FTG if they can close this one out here on this next approach. That'll be them taking Lijiang Tower.
It's a good map for Chase. We're going to see generally just Rush v Rush right here. Rush always opens every single fight, but Violet has the beats. Teru a little bit away.
Trying to build that up. Or though, that's going to be prime target for him. Is Maka going to be taken down now? It's all on Teru to try to keep them alive. The HP bars are falling so very low. Decay going to be gone. Beat trying to get dropped in, but Flora will Ajax him on the opposite side. FTG breathe a sigh of relief though as they are able to get the win. You can see smiles across the board here from the squad. But this was, I think, still a lot closer than we might have anticipated, just given the scenes that we've been seeing from Genesis throughout this round robin so far. It was a stronger performance from them off the rip. Now we need to see the rally back, because it's going to be Blizzard World for map number 2.
You always have to be afraid of a player like Decay who can just go off in a meta where Sojourn can carry and can win fights just on a single rail shot to open a fight up. That says Bernard still. And I still think the Genesis problem is inconsistent DPS, but also just not playmaking support lines. No one's really gonna open you up a fight and like win that for you. And even when I love Teru, I want to love Teru, but I still am worried, like, oh, Teru's at 85%, he's gonna die. That still is in my soul. Like, I still think that might happen all the time, and it worries me, and that shouldn't be. You would love to have a support line that you don't know their names, and you don't want to worry about them at all, and I think that's the curious part of this Genesis squad, is their tank and DPS, or tank and support line.
Yeah, I mean, some good moments there from Terra. Finding those 2 picks, being able to take down Flora and Alfie was obviously huge, but you also want to be seeing more of that, but also coming out from Maka. I mean, you're playing this Kiriko, you can get that nice poke damage, those headshots coming through off the 2 eyes on the right click.
Yeah.
So getting those neutral picks coming through as that flex support would be really, really huge, and it's something that is widely lacking. So I'm in agreement there with you. I think overall, though, this was a decently strong showing from Genesis. It gives me hope for them in this series. Just have to see how they're going to be faring going into the next map. I mean, if they continue to play that one closely, again, at this point, it's not really about getting wins. Obviously, they could do some damage here to F record, but for me, it's about wanting to be, being confident in the team, rather, for that LCQ, looking like they are going to be that team that eventually make that run.
Can you stand up to the teams that are going to be there, for sure? Like, that's a great point. I think Maka, I mean, the Kiriko was solid at points, and is throwing down like the rushes. As Baptiste has been really good. I think that Maka is an underrated part of this team that can be a playmaker on the support line if they let him and if the meta allows.
Yep. Well, we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we will be getting into Blizzard World, so don't go away.
던질 거면 던질게요. 잠깐만.
막내 어떻게 하는지 다 봐.
괜찮아, 어차피 민재 없어서 시간 많아.
그래.
천천히 해.
천천히
막타 막내야?
공사하면서.
그러면 올라가다가 오늘 아닌 것 같은데 봤어?
이렇게
아, 한 번도 하면 되지 뭐.
아니요.
올리죠? 민니 유튜브에 올리죠?
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
안녕하세요, 오버워치 e스포츠 팬 여러분, 홍현성입니다. 18일 오후 오버워치 챔피언스 시리즈 코리아 재팬의 새로운 전장 선택 방식이 발표되었습니다. 아마 많은 분들께서 기존 방식과 무엇이 어떻게 다른지 궁금해하실 텐데요. 오늘 보다 더 구체적으로 이 내용을 설명드리겠습니다. 새롭게 도입될 전장 선택 방식은 라스트 찬스 퀄리파이어부터 플레이오프까지 반영됩니다. 이 결정은 참가팀과 커뮤니티 피드백을 기반으로 내린 것으로 팀들의 다양성과 유연함을 유도하기 위한 것입니다. 1세트는 상위 시드의 팀이 쟁탈 모드 중 하나의 전장을 선택하고 2세트부터는 패배한 팀이 전장과 함께 본인이 하고 싶은 전장의 모드까지 고를 수 있게 됩니다. 3선 승제의 경우 5개 전장 구성에 반드시 쟁탈, 혼합, 밀기, 플래시 포인트, 호위가 모두 포함되어야 합니다. 경기 양상이 과열되면서 6세트, 7세트인 타이브레이커까지 진행될 경우에만 예외로 이미 진행한 모드 중 하나를 다시 선택할 수 있습니다. 4선 승제의 경우 최초의 5개 세트 전장 구성에는 반드시 쟁탈, 혼합, 밀기, 플래시 포인트, 호위가 모두 포함되어야 합니다. 6세트 이후부터는 5개 세트에서 사용된 모드 중 하나를 1회 추가로 선택해 경기를 진행할 수 있습니다. 3번의 같은 모드 진행은 불가합니다. 이번 변경은 아시아 지역의 긴 스테이지 일정과 하위 지역별로 제한된 팀 수로 인해 같은 팀끼리 여러 차례 맞붙는 경우가 많은 걸 고려해 일단 오버워치 챔피언스 시리즈 코리아, 재팬 지역에 우선적으로 적용됩니다. 저희는 시청자들에게 보다 신선하고 다양한 게임 플레이와 전략을 제공하도록 노력하고 있으며 팬과 참가팀의 의견 등을 수용하여 더 나은 포맷을 찾기 위해 노력할 것입니다. 여러분의 지속적인 성원에 감사드리며 오버워치 챔피언스 시리즈에 참여한 모든 팀이 여러분 모두에게 즐겁고 경쟁력 있는 경기를 선사할 수 있기를 기대합니다.
Alrighty, we are so Barack. It's time to get into map number 2. Apologies for the extended break there. We had an issue on stage that needed to be fixed, but now everything is taken care of, so don't worry. We will go back to your regularly scheduled 3-minute break times between the maps here for OWCS Korea.
Kalios in, Kellen out. What do you think that means?
I think it means that it's going to be a change up in the tanks. So, well, I'm expecting some more OT play,
I guess
perhaps.
I guess it's supposed to be my job to tell you what it means. I think they're going to go really dive heavy here. It's Blizzard Worlds. Again, another map that we've seen come back into play in different regions. NA Europe loves this map. They play it constantly. They played it regardless of the meta. But I think right now we're going to see like maybe a Winston, maybe even Ball. Like Ball got played a little bit last night as well. So it's time for the dive tanks to come in. But you also could just run Orisa here.
I mean, if we're going to go for anything that's a little bit more stagnant, I'm expecting maybe the Sigma to come into play here. So we'll see what it's going to be. Obviously for Benar, he's just going to keep playing. I can play everything. It's unfortunate for Belisria, who in his own right is an incredible Orisa. But, you know, we saw him come out, play Malga, and then Bernard said, oh, yeah, actually, in the next series, like, yeah, I can also just play this. So Bernard is just kind of going to be a constant, it would seem, here. But Kalios, some pressure now, as he had to change into his jersey after doing our little rep review earlier on. Make sure that he was geared up, kitted out, and ready to go on stage.
Well, it is Genesis's pick. They picked this map, so they must have an idea of what they want to do here. And I think, well, I mean, when they pick the map, the other team gets to pick if they want to attack or defend. So we're gonna see. I think they probably have a good idea of what they want to do on attack, but Genesis is going to defend first. So this one is a little bit interesting, and you know, regardless of it being Blizzard World, we've not seen enough Ashe, in my opinion. I think we should see more Ashe. But Sojourn right now is just like a better Ashe. Yeah,
we've seen it from time to time, especially I want to say in Japan. There's been quite a bit when we do go over to Blizzard World. Hofak has been somebody who very much brings that Ashe into play on the defense and very much thrives with it. So
it's a great Ashe.
Yeah, I'd be curious if that's going to be propping up here. But let's go ahead and find out as we get ready to jump into game at long last. Blizzard World, see if FTG are going to be able to move up 2-0 or if Genesis can utilize their own map pick to some solid success. So already some different flashes here. This is right now showing us Deflect. They say Juan. No.
Defensive Echo is a little bit odd. We'll have to see if they actually run out of this for FTG, because right now FTG is going to take a shot on Widow. That's why you have the Life Weaver and Mercy.
Do you also have the struggle every time you get ready to say Life Weaver, where you're like, don't say the wrong thing? Don't say the other one.
What? Wife Lever?
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah.
I oftentimes will just like get ready, and then or I'll say it correctly, and then I will second guess myself and be like, did I say Life Weaver by accident?
Luckily enough, in competitive Overwatch, we see almost 0 Life Weaver, so it's never been a problem.
Fairly true, but looks like now after spotting out some of the comps, it will just be that matchup here on the Sigma. And so Violet also going to be mirroring in the support lineup. Juan, biggest concern, going to have to be that guy right there, or coming out with the Cassie.
Yeah, and of course the rotation comes around, and they're going to swap sides. It's
Ring
still
around the Rosie here, as they're going to be forced back. Alios forward here on the point. A little bit disconnected from the rest of the team, but let's see if he's going to be able to get out of this one. The accretion not connecting should ensure his survival for a little bit longer, as Immortality Field was committed. Cleared up now, FTG in onto the point. The first tick getting ready to come through, and Callius, yep, just out-rotated here. Yep, forced away. They do manage to find the flank there, as Alpha E will be taken out, but still in such a rough position. It's going to be a very easy rejoin from Alpha E, and it looks like this is widely going to be a fightless take of the point. FTG, they kill one person, they lose one, they have the cap.
I don't know how you let your tank just get that isolated. There were 4 people up front fighting nothing, and yeah, I don't think that's the tank's fault.
I'd say this is just a team issue. Clearly, communications is not really coming in, because if he was in a position where they weren't going to be able to keep him alive, then that needs to be calmed over. Is Decay going to be sniped out of the sky, trying to just make his exit back over the rest of the squad for it? Go ahead and find the shot. It's now being built up inside of FTG, as nothing has had to be committed yet, obviously. Now that Jedi create some space. Okay, trade outs here on the Baps. Both going to be taken down. Maka committing in with that Amp Matrix. Instantly finds a kill and then gets traded out, and no one else can play off of it, so the Amp Matrix is widely going to be going to waste. A little bit of pressure. Pulls back inside as the cart for now, gliding forward, relatively unscathed, unhindered, as Choi Se-Wan getting jumped on, and we'll be able to find a parting gift kill there on a Violet before getting taken out. So a little bit of stability going to be found here, depending on if he can Pulse Bomb to use here in the next few seconds. As Amp Matrix now going to be used here from the pin. Looks like FTG still want to continue the fight, but now the Flux is going to be coming out here from Bernard, and going to be dead in midair before that Immortality Field can save him. Bernard now just backpedaling, trying to stay alive, and it looks like Violet will be able to save him for the moment. No HP, but barriers coming through, and they're getting corralled indoors. This could be a little bit risky for them as the Duke comes in. Choi Se-Wan getting the copy there, Auto the Tracer, Pulse Bomb in, Terror going to be taken down. Rally's not going to be finding too much there, as Violet has his own rolling, just keeping everybody alive as they work their way across the high ground.
It's been a really slow fight, but FTG has kept themselves in it by trading. Often, they lost their tank really early, but they got DPS trades, and now they get a huge kill onto the other DPS. FTG is still in a great position here with a ton of ults to use.
Yeah, I just don't...
Decay Widow.
Okay, Decay Widow. This could be good. This could slow things up a bit, but there's plenty of shields on the other side. You've got Violet with one of his own, plus the protected barrier. Deadeye now coming through will get interrupted by a nice accretion stun there from Kallios. Still have the Flux at the ready, so could just commit that one, and they will. Immortality Field already going to be used, already going to be cleared out, and Kallios won't even get dropped to the floor. He's already taken down before he even really gets picked up. A little minor contest there as Choi Se-Wan just tries to hold the cart in place, but eventually will crumble. That will be the push coming through here into point B. So still over 4 minutes remaining for FTG as they go in the final stretch. Curious to see what Decay is going to swap to, if he swaps at all.
I wonder what it says about High Noon that getting accretion out is super valuable. Like, just using High Noon to get accretion out is actually worth.
I mean, it makes your Flux that much more safer now, so. It's a bait ultimate. That's where the value comes in.
Pretty much, creating space, getting other ults out, or their ultimate-like abilities out. Pin's got this window. Where do you drop this? They're in a good spot to drop it just right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, you want to have it kind of on this final little throughway when it comes into play as Alfie, you get tagged up. I mean, hey, not missing any of these last few shots here. Violet going to be taken down. Choice wants able to find that kill, and Pin's still committing in, wants to try to clear the way, and Flora will be able to make use of it. Finds the headshot in. Callio's going to be taken down. Ametrix on the opposite side, not nearly as good. It's a much more narrow window to try to play through. And you can see Bernard widely ignoring it is going to be pushing forward because, I mean, Decay, he's not playing behind it, so don't have to respect the damage of the Cowboy as much. Or just trying to keep that flank from Choice A1 a little bit more honest. Rally now rolling. Teru again using. Then going to be taken down. Flux comes in from Kalios, drops him. Eliminations not going to be found. Pressure not really going to be staved off. FTG continuing to just plus forward here towards this final point. Choice A1 taken out. Violet with the whip shot, able to find that elimination. Deadeye available once more here to try to clear the point as Decay tries to get his own available. Opt commitment in, looking for the interruption, can't quite find it, but Kinetic Grasp comes through and no one's playing the cart! So it's just going to be a glide in with 2.5 minutes remaining.
They couldn't. FTG did such a great job of just pushing you back and spawn. It's a humiliating defeat. If the moment they were going to step out, the Deadeye was going to come. It was such a great way to play that. You throw the barrier up. If you want to jump past the barrier and try to push the cart, you're going to be in Deadeye range. They really ended up running those abilities together. It was so good. Flora and Alfie, I think, are overlooked as far as like just top tier damage players.
I know. I mean, again, Flora was the one that had maybe a couple more questions coming through, but he's in that renaissance period right now where he just looks incredible as a great team around him. For Genesis, I really have to question what they were cooking with that comp to begin the map, because the only person that can reliably heal the Echo is going to be Teru, throwing health back at him, basically.
Hey, Health got buffed.
And unless Maka is actually just a goated Junkrat player and can just, hit an arc shot mid-air onto a target and heal him, it's really down to Teru to try to keep him alive. And so many times we saw Choice A1 just go, he was just flying, and then he was just dead, because they have no way to really sustain that pick. And they stuck with it for so long!
Well, Violet hits those Baptiste shots, but maybe not Maka. Yeah, Genesis looks discorded right now. They look discoordinated. It doesn't seem like they understand what they're running and why. I mean, even if you just think about like their tank getting isolated and soloed out, like that shouldn't happen. Why is that happening?
I mean, yeah, there was no flank pressure on the rest of the squad. They needed to push forward, put themselves onto the point to join in with them. But yeah, clearly some issues to see if they can fix them though and have a strong attack of their own as they work their way over to the point. Are, however, situated here on this with that Orisa. Could be difficult to displace if you're in the back. You'll find Violet for a moment there, but Flora for now will just occupy this high ground relatively unhindered. Said as Flora nearly dies. But stun in, Javelin found, Bernard able to go ahead and get the pick off. That's going to be Decay taken down. Now Flora says, okay, well, I can push forward and I can seek some kills. Spots leaping up, just get himself away. Choice A1 will be able to trade out on these Brigs. So, longer run back here for the side of Violet. Alfie going to be taken out as well. Kalios able to find one. Flora looking to try to continue to open things up, and Maka dying is going to be rough. It's going to be the supports now gone, and the 2-tap into Choice A1. Thought he was keeping him honest, but he just gets put on his ass.
Flora was on NYXL, I think, in 2020, and I watched him play, and I said, this is not Flora's fault. Flora's always been a good player, not in the ideal situations at times. I think Flora is putting people on notice that absolutely can crush a game, is a top-tier DPS, and, well, I mean, it's very helpful when you're getting healed up here on top by your BAP.
Yep, well, there you go. Maka using the ult, doesn't matter. He's already dead. One less person to try to play around with it, and now no one, because Decay will also get taken down. Bernard finding that kill, finding Kalios. As half the time bank going to be drained away. I mean, ults stacked up for pretty much everybody else here on the side of Genesis, but same could be said for FTG. It's just been the amp matrices used thus far. So, 4v4 and ults as we get ready to come back into this one, as Teru's just 6% away from his own rally. But for now, this is just such a vice grip on the point for FTG.
It's a long run back. There's a lot of hybrid maps like this where it's a super long run back, and I think the devs are looking at it to change that long run back, but man, Blizzard Worlds, they have maybe one good attack left. One good attack. You have to get value out of these ultimates.
Okay, Deadeye try to start things off. Have that one interrupted. Rally's going to be rolling here on either side. Flux is available, but it's going to be a Terror Surge pulling everybody forward here to start. Full charge up, but Immortality Field was thrown in. It was exploding as Violet able to find two. Maka going to be taken down as Alpha E finds another. A 3v2 here, as Terror will not be able to survive. Choice one, now the last man standing. Basically, I mean, it was a full commitment from Genesis. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at that fight. FTG, however, still hold on to two of their own ults. Just a Terror Surge and a Rally. Be able to win it out and now take us 45 seconds remaining here on the attack for Genesis.
They had to throw it all in, but just no value out of any single one of those ultimates. FTG has put on a masterclass in these last two maps of disengagements.
Back up here onto the high ground. On top of the box. Get an angle here on Flora. Waiting out the heals. Barrier. Try to cut him off. Flank coming through. Choice one. Gonna hound him down, but mag grenade. Okay, not quite gonna be able to get the stick. Pulse bomb in though. Alpha E finding the opening kill. Terror gonna be taken out. Ant Matrix thrown in, but Flora again just denies that access. Takes out the K. Maka, he's on an island. He's over here on the side. And Sax Ramus gets taken out, and that's just gonna be it. A tick gained, but widely the hold just coming through. FTG not surrendering control at any point. Now move up 2-0.
That was Genesis's map pick. They picked that map, and that's what happened.
Yep. Sometimes it be that way.
It do be like that.
Somebody tell Alfie the series isn't over. Back in his chair. I think it's going to be...
Is it not?
It's going to... Well...
Yeah, I've been way too negative. But it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for Genesis.
No, it doesn't. I mean, we are... Like, this was a far cry away from what we witnessed on Lijiang Tower. You know, there was hope. It was like, okay, look, they played them really closely. They were able to, you know, take that one sub-map, play the other ones pretty tight-knit, and they lost by some narrow margins. But this was a very one-sided affair. Clearly, whatever they were cooking, whatever they thought was going to happen on Blizzard World, it did not come to fruition, because this was... I mean, they shattered the comp. It didn't find any value there for them on that opening defense. It was a steamroll widely from FTG, not really getting slowed up at any point. And then their own attack, they just are getting diffed.
And to allow a team to finish Blizzard World, like usually it's like 2 and plus some. Like you usually don't finish that third point because the spawns are so close and usually fine. Yeah, not ideal. Not looking great. And it's across the board. I really can't lay the blame on one single person, but it just looks like people getting caught out, and then it's like zero value versus your opposing number. Like the Cassidy looked way better on the other side than it looked for Decay's Cassidy. You're just getting better shots, but it just overall, every single margin is better for FTG than it is for Genesis. And I don't know, man. I don't like getting into players' heads, but have they given up? Have they relegated themselves to 5 through 8?
It's hard to say, but right now it's unfortunately not inspiring that confidence that we want to see from the squad, as they do have that, you know, LCQ on the horizon. But we're going to go to a quick little break, a little reprieve here for this out of Genesis. We'll see if they can recollect themselves, get geared up for Coliseo, or if FPG are going to be able to close this out with a 3-0 to start off the day. Either way, don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back. It's now time to go into map number 3. We've got Colosseo on the horizon. Kellen back in that tank position here for Genesis as they desperately need a win. A reverse sweep is what's necessary if they want to be able to get a match victory, but right now FTG, especially for Blizzard World, just look like they are leaps and bounds ahead of them.
I mean, I guess my question to you, the world, chats, etc., is what does this mean? They seem to swap out tanks willy-nilly. It doesn't really affect how they play. But, yeah, we have a different tank in for Colosseo. Probably going to play Orisa, right? Orisa's really good at Colosseo. Or you can play Doom. Maybe some Doom Fizz.
I'm guessing it's probably going to be the Orisa matchup, which I think Bernard is more than happy to go into. And or if it is Doom, hey, like, play that just as well. So I think no matter what, FTG going to be feeling comfortable. But I mean, the takeaway that I have after watching the first 2 maps is just them coming in. It did look a lot more coordinated on map 1 as far as just actual like just positioning, rotating, and you know, just overall communication on the team. Things did look better for them on Lijiang Tower with Helenin. Obviously, very different map types. You know, Koth and Hybrid. So your comm strategy and just the way that you try to approach the map is going to be very different in general, but we'll see if that is going to maybe, I don't know, if my theory can be backed up a little bit here as we come into Colosseo. We'll see how collected they look.
Perhaps a stronger in-game leader, right? You always need somebody to shot call to be the one who says, we're doing this, we're doing that, etc. So maybe that's the move. Colosseo, I mean, every push map, and I always take my cues from the brilliant genius of 9K. If you lose 2 fights in a row, you're done. These maps are over. These maps are over with like 7 minutes left. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the runbacks, the miracle pushes, we've had a couple of them in the history, but yeah, I mean, ironically, I think that the best team that I could think of for like a miracle comeback since push was added was probably Chengdu Hunters. I believe they had a monstrous one that was like a run back of like 120 meters into overtime or something like that. But obviously, that was a while ago. We did have like a 100-meter run back just a couple days ago as well. So it can happen, but
it's possible. It's just rare.
Yes, it's very rare. Just like, you know, having a tie on escort is possible. But let's go ahead and get into this one. See if Genesis are going to be looking a bit more collected, a bit more composed. Ellen back in that tank position.
Well, this is FTG's pick as well. So it is. This is one of my favorite map types, where the pick matters a lot. Because I think Colosseo and what's the other one? I want to say Cerveza. Esperanza, actually.
Esperanza, New Queen Street.
Yes. I always confuse Esperanza and Cerveza. They play very differently.
Alrighty. Well, looks like Choice A1 again going to be going up into the air, but Flora maybe expecting this, or just wanting to... Oh, no, actually, never mind. They're playing Space Cowboy, so that's just the style here for FTG. And, well, running this comp, they likely will be rewarded, because Zarya can play into Orisa quite nicely, or try to keep Choice A1 honest and out of the air.
It can. Sojourn should have the range advantage here, and even the tank advantage to get some shots in, so... We'll see. I do like FTG's comp a little bit more, though. They can sit on this card.
Traveling through. Bernard just looking to go ahead, build up this energy. Comes a threat. That's when they can really start pushing forward and trying to take some space. DK in the meantime, though, back over onto the Sojourn. Going to be looking for that opening kill. Able to deliver on it. On Night Market. There's here. Some nice little headshots coming in from Choice A1, but Link's being pumped out. FTG, everybody nice and alive here for the moment. It's really going to come down to that opening elimination to see who's going to be able to get this push going, and that's going to be Alpha Yi taken out. Okay, find his mark. High energy here for the side of Bernard, but he's getting completely surrounded. He's able to take one down with him, so Terra will fall, but well, reset there on the Zarya. FTG gone. FTG have to backpedal.
They lost their Tracer early on, which is a huge thing because there's actually two paths on this map. Like there's mid and there's mid fight where you see generally, but there's always got to be somebody on that left side, the side angle, and losing that side angle means that everyone else is free to just fire down the middle. So it's never going to be a problem. Huge pick early, but FTG got some push early.
Yeah, they did. It's only going to be a gain here of about 11 meters over FTG. So Genesis not really stretching too much of a lead for themselves. As Bernard saying, okay, I'm not going to play this Zarya anymore. Or you're a bit more on your own. But he's out here with that Orisa, so decent amount of protection as well as presence on the bot. Yeah, Matrix is down here from Finn, just looking to clear the way, but still continuing the push is going to prove to be difficult. Overclock from Decay. Not much there. So now we'll just be back to neutral fishing with those rail shots. Push forward. Holding down S. Treating here as some space will be conceded to Genesis. Before be lurking, waiting. Now, his presence known. TP used it. Oh! Instantly hounds out Maka and gets in midair. Great headshot to be found. Decay on the opposite side, though, able to trade one back. Does find Finn, but Deadeye gets Taru, and now it's going to be supportless here for the side of Genesis. Decay down to a sliver. Kellen going to be taken out as Violet's able to find that one, and we say one, well, we'll just be broken out of that dupe. There's something on the back end to try to trade something out, but will not be rewarded for it. Or playing patiently, playing intelligently, finds his mark. Now FTG begin the push.
Should be able to even this up as far as meterage goes. And like you said, it's just the very patient play from the DPS. Wait till somebody exposes themselves and is in a bad spot. And Genesis 14, like 30% on these ultimates for supports. FTG should be able to win the next two.
Yeah. I mean,
There's nothing for Genesis. No one's over 50. I guess Decay is. But...
Oh, Kellen. Back low, or looking for Taru midair there as well. There's Ford trying to get us around here onto Kellen. Taru again getting tagged low every time he shows his face. Now the Ant Matrix here into the corner. Is Violence also going to be dropping the beat. They go rushing in. Javelin up on Decay. In midair, able to find that elimination. Terra Surge now going to be committed in. Just looking to go ahead and take down that enemy tank, and it will help deliver the elimination as Flora goes ahead and confirms it with the final shot. Bot in the meantime, just going to be inching forward. FPG continue to stretch this lead here and look for that first checkpoint.
Genesis doesn't strike me as a team that can figure out a way to get out of spawn. They're going to have to get the Kitsune rush, and you probably want to wait even for Terra to get beat. Like, rush and beats should win you every single fight. It's just a matter of if they can execute it.
Swing around the Rosie. Good sticky bombs in from Choi Se-Wan, catching multiple targets. Immortality Field is well cleared out, so solid fight victory here for the side of Genesis. Off the back of Choi Se-Wan just diving forward. Well, for now, on control back in their hands, and checkpoint. We'll just go ahead, check that bot back away. Forward spawns, not going to be there.
I mean, it's a fine victory, nice win for them, but 64 is an almost insurmountable obstacle to overcome. Like I said, Genesis is going to have to win a couple of fights in a row, and
might be able to do it though. That overclock nearly finding Flora. If they get that pick, I think they really do continue to just rush this one forward. As Duke's going to be broken. Choi Se-Wan trying to get that elimination there on the Violet, but couldn't find it. Now it's going to be broken out, taken down. Flora bringing it back, and yeah, it's looking like it was going to be in their hands, and immediately starts slipping out. Ant Matrix going to be thrown very far forward, knowing that they were going to be retreating away from it. Still won't be able to find too much, but Allen gets taken down, and FTG now can eventually continue the push and work their way up this ramp and get on the final stretch.
I question the value of Echo in these compositions. So I think Echo's at their best when there's a really good dupe target on the other side. And I don't think FTG is presenting a decent dupe target. I guess you dupe the Orisa, but there's not utility there. It's not the utility of a tank that you want to copy. So it's very difficult to get value, and also you're running into Flora, who's just on right now. How are you gonna?
Just forward, Deadeye just clearing the way. The bot continuing its way up, and will be able to get the final shot in to soften up Count a little bit more. Sound barrier now used here from Taru. One once again taking to this guy with the Terra Surge, pulling everybody forward. Won't be able to find the eliminations there, but still does an immense amount of damage. Getting rush use here from Maka. It's no value found. Terror taken down here on the back end. Kellen just now respawning his own Terror Surge, available to try to clear the way here, get them off this spot. But for now, the push does continue. FTG ready to move up past 110 meters.
I mean, they'll take this free push, but it really doesn't matter. Once you get to second points, that's where you want to be on any push map, but at Coliseum especially. They'll take it because it's free, but there's no reason for them to be hanging around here. And again, another dupe, but...
I mean, it gets the Javelin, but the follow-through is just not going to be there. Decay will be able to take out Alpha Yi. The HP bars here dangerously low as Choi Se-won tries to get something done. Javelin built up, Terror Surge now available, but doesn't matter. Drops down, we'll be able to get some damage across on Bernard, try to soften up that enemy Orisa. Real shot from Decay, just not quite enough to find Finn. Takes him low, beam out, off screen, and Bernard and Violet will both be taken down as, okay, good slide forward. Decay wanted to try to find a little bit more, but now the turnaround starts coming through. FTG with some nice answer-packed kills. Get rid of the DPS line. Now the bot, okay, now it's starting to get moved. I was going to say, they have to start ushering this over.
Yeah, it's only 100 meters behind. They're fine. 2 minutes left, 100 meters behind. Genesis has to be perfect, otherwise they're going to get swept.
All right. Mammoth ready, Alpha. Sneaky beaky like, looking for a target. Presence known now. Sakunai does have to back off, and I mean, he's got to be very selective about when he goes for this one, just given that Suzu would obviously deny that kill away. Overclock now rolling to Kate, slowed up by that Javelin, but now sliding up the high ground approach. Get some more damage in, but Violet pulls the trigger on the sound barrier to try to keep everybody alive. And going to be tagged down. Alfie finally commits that pulse, finds his mark. Kellen going to be taken out of this one as Terror is able to find an elimination onto Finn, but Violet's still alive. They've got staying power, and Maka has been taken down. So bot now moving back again. Yep, died with Rush. Can use that in front of the spawn as the bot gets ready to push right back over into that position. And they are still suffering losses as the exit strategy here from the side of Genesis is just picked apart.
It doesn't... here's my insight, Seth. It doesn't look good for Genesis.
Excellent. Well, did I now use some space, force them back? Given this final bit of meterage could prove to be difficult here for the side of FTG, but given that there's only a minute remaining, I don't think they're going to be bothered by it. Javelin forcing Flora back, finally joining in. Protected, Amp Matrix was committed. Finn not going to be able to find too much off that one there. Nard out. Going to backpedal, but ultimately will die. But FTG, I mean, they know that their work here is widely already done, barring a miracle from the side of Genesis. Continuing to harass here in back lines. Bot will start moving. He gets Maka. Okay, Maka, here's the copium. Maka can rejoin quickly. He's got the TP. You can go ahead and just swift step over to the rest of the squad. Board spawns are here for everybody on FTG. They're going to be right back into this one.
I think if you're tracking ultimates, they can beat engage here and know that they have a little bit of a... God, why the charges beat so fast? I think you have to be throwing down B tier and then just to keep Choi Se-won alive. Because Choi Se-won is going to dupe, but his dupes have been killed immediately. So you have to beat and dupe.
Already so very low. It's coming in, but Decay going to be taken out. That spear will find him. Sound barrier now going to be committed. Violet builds his own up. That's it at the ready. Immortality field cleared out. He sends it. Terror going to be taken out as the Terror Surge comes in, and Flora is just absolutely feasting. Good denied is Choi Se-won, a parting gift kill there as the dupe comes in, or is going to be broken, but there's nobody else remaining on the bot, and that's just going to be FTG collecting the win. Another 3-0 here for the squad to round things out, and unfortunately for Genesis, it was a hot start, headed to first map, but everything just fell to the wayside after that.
I'm really just happy for Flora. I want to pull up like a 4-year-old video of me talking about Flora and NYXL and being like, this team doesn't allow him to be as good as he is. Because I think this team finally allows him to be as good as he is. It's kind of crazy to just get those opening picks, and I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say about Genesis? They're not coordinated. They don't seem to have an understanding of why they're running what they're running. It's looked really bad, and they're going to be, in that 5 through 8s. And now the question is you look at these names on this team, is this team even going to get out through 5 through 8s?
I mean, It's unfortunate. It's a brutal situation to be in here for the side of Genesis. It's been hard to come up with positives for the team, but see them continue and be able to find that growth, be able to find their footing. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Flora. He is our player of the match. I mean, the guy, he just comes out with his Cassidy and he just hits every shot. What more can he say? It was just such clean play here from him.
What more do you want from your cast than just hit every shot? Also, a pretty flexible player can play a couple of different things. I don't love his Sombra, but I think it's passable. It's okay. Yeah, floor crushed. I think this damage line for FTG can be overlooked if you look at their history in the Overwatch League and in some other teams. I don't think they were ever put in a position to succeed. And right now, it feels like they're put in a position to succeed of like, you guys are going to be the guys that make this team go. And they've made this team go. It's looked really, really solid. Love Flora getting the recognition that I think he deserves.
Yep, we'll be able to relive the highlights here in a quick moment. Let's have those ready to go because, I mean, there's plenty to go through. But the other thing is that with this DPS lineup that they do have themselves, they kind of have almost everything covered right now as far as what the meta could shift to. I mean, unless we went to something really bizarre where it's like, okay, we're now in a Torb Junkrat. That maybe there would be a couple questions about how, they were going to perform. But even then, I feel like they'd be able to make it work. But I mean, Alpha E being able to go over onto this Tracer playing at such an incredibly high level for it, covering with the Sojourn, but then also being able to say, okay, I'll play Cass, I can play the Sombra, Alpha E can play Genji if it does go back into, a more dive-centric meta. The flexibility here is fantastic from the side of the DPS players, and it's just also further reinforced by having Bernard, who is just probably the most flexible tank that we have at the moment, other than maybe Smurf. But even then, we see Smurf subbed out, so I don't know.
Even then, yeah. I mean, are you telling me that the meta changes in the Korean region? How dare you?
Well, I don't know if... Oh my god, I missed that one. That was such a nasty... Oh.
I think that's the greatest thing about this roster, though, for FTG, is we can talk about Alpha E and Flora, and they're flexible, and their tank is flexible. The support line is super flexible, too. This team can adapt.
Yep, they absolutely can. It's been a great start for them. Let's go ahead and hear from our player of the match as we hand it back over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. We are back with the first POTM interview of the day. Of course, FTG taking the 3 Overwatch, predicted earlier by Yaki from FTG. And Flora on stage, the man of the hour, the player of the match. Please introduce yourself. And I am the DPS for FTG Flora.
네, 플로라 선수 축하드립니다. 자, 사전 인터뷰 때 야키 코치님이 오늘
just as
3대0으로 이기고
predicted earlier by Yaki,
상위권
the 3 Overwatch victory and will retain the top spots in the standing. So, how do you feel about the victory today?
오늘 사실 좀 쟁탈 1세트도 안 줄 줄 알았는데
I think that I thought we would not give a single round actually, but we lost. We gave one up, so it was a little rough, but again, overall pretty smooth. It felt like FTG was trying to hinder everyone from Genesis side in terms of tactics and breaking their momentum. So what's your what was your game plan today? And I think that we formed our team comps to counter the enemy team comps. And the rest was all the micro game. And this is the third POTM for Flora, showcasing his skills as a DPS player. So how did your teammates react today?
트윈셋 넣어주는 팀원들이 있는데 알파이나 이제 베르나르 형이 좀 잘 쓰면은 네임 이렇게 약간 트윈셋 넣어주거든요.
Alpha E and Bernard always kind of boost my morale whenever I aim very well and gets those shots in. And very big reactions coming in, especially from those two players.
팀원들의 반응이 제가 아까 뒤에서 좀 듣기로는 좀 있었다는데요. 팀원들의 반응이.
사실 저도 제가 받을 줄 몰라가지고.
So how did your teammates react to the POTM
바이올렛 형이 받을 줄 알았는데.
네.
제가
of you receiving POTM?
그런데
And
오늘 하이라이트 장면이
Flora
나올 때
says
이거
that
봐라,
I didn't think I would receive the POTM, but so I was a little surprised.
그래도 만족하시죠?
So are you satisfied with
잘
your
썼다고 생각합니다.
performance today?
좀 이렇게 힘으로
And Flora
해결하는
says,
플레이를
yeah,
많이
I think I
보여주신
shot well
만큼
today.
따내신 것 같습니다. 자, 아무래도 패치가 되면서 이번 주도 많은
And with the hotfix
다른
patch
뉴스가 많이
coming in,
나왔었어요.
of course, a
그런
lot of
만큼 전략적인 부분에서
heroes coming in and out of
FTG의
rotations.
주로 어떻게
So how does that affect the DPS pool in terms of the hero pool?
그 FTG의 딜러들은 좀 이런 전략에서는 이런 메타에서는 어떻게
Of the hero pool
플레이하고
game
있나요?
plan, and how did you form your strategies around that?
뭐라고 해야 되지?
He doesn't actually know what to say.
이제 좀 피지컬로 많이 누르는 플레이가 나오다 보니까
네.
And of course, Flora's gameplay
나는 힘으로
was a lot.
예,
Was
그런 것 같습니다.
a lot of the. It depended on a lot of the micro game.
자, 저기 이렇게 보시면
And Flora says he agrees.
아까 뭐 섹시 플로라도 있었고요.
Some fan side says sexy Flora,
네, 오늘 좀 팬분들이
and a lot of fans cheering on
내일 라운드
Flora.
로빈까지 마치면 이제 경기가
And of course, with one match left for
끝나게
FTG,
되는데
the round robin's
끝까지
over.
응원해주신 팬분들께도 한마디
So please say
부탁드릴게요.
a few words to your fans.
오늘도 이렇게 찾아와 주셔서
And thank you for supporting us. Thank you for coming all this way to watch our games. And I hope to see you all tomorrow as well.
네, 이렇게 플로라
And that
선수
is it with the
만나봤습니다.
POTM interview with
지금까지
Flora.
선수와
And
인터뷰
before we head
나눠봤고요.
into the big awaited match
감사합니다.
between WAC and Team Falcons, I'm going to send it over back to the
네,
casters.
저희는 잠시 쉬는 시간 가지고 오늘 준비된 두 번째
All right, thank you very much, Quest, for the translations. Good to hear from Flora, and I think maybe a bit too modest, saying, "Look, I didn't think I was going to get player of the match." I mean, come on, son. But that kind of performance, you get the player of the match. But we are, of course, getting ready to go into the marquee matchup. This is the headliner here for the day, WAC versus Falcons, so don't go anywhere.
던질까 말까 준비야. 잡을까 말까.
막내 어떻게 하는지 다 봐.
괜찮아. 어차피 민지 없어서 시간 많아.
그래.
천천히 해.
천천히 해.
막타 막내야?
공사하면서.
그러면 올라가다가 오늘 아닌 것 같은데
이렇게
한 번만 하면 되지 뭐.
아니요. 올리죠. 민니 유튜브에 올리죠. I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Alrighty, welcome back. It is now time to get into our second series. This is the marquee matchup. Our first one, an hors d'oeuvre, an opener for a band. The local band just played. Their instruments were a little bit out of tune. It was a little bit iffy at times. Some of the songs weren't that great, but widely we had fun. But now it's time for the main act to take the stage.
And a moose bouche, if you will. This is the match we've all been waiting for, and it's not really so much about who's going to be number one and number two, just how do they look? How do they look against each other is going to be the important thing. This WAC squad looks so good, and everyone expects Falcons to be the number one seed, so I'm stoked to watch these squads go up against each other.
This has been a matchup that I think everyone's been looking forward to since the debuts. As I think there was, maybe a couple questions. You look at the squad from WAC and you're like, okay, everything seems like it's going to be really good there, so they should be a strong contender. But just how good will they really be? And then it turned out they were good. But for Falcons, I mean, it was, everything has been coming together kind of as expected. So I think that for WAC to come in here, if they're going to be able to, if they push around Falcons, I think that would be shocking. I'm expecting a lot of back and forth and battles between the squads to be able to get on top. It's just stacked rosters on either side. I'm also curious to see who's going to be starting for Falcons. When it comes down to that tank line, is it going to be Hanbin in first? Is it going to be Smurf? Wait and see. I guess against Smurf.
There's been some interesting plays as far as like tank lines go too. Like they can sub in somebody, and maybe Smurf comes in and plays ball. Let's see it. There's not much else to say except these are the two best teams very clearly in the region, and very clearly they have an idea of like every single meta. It's every week there's a new meta in Korea, and they've been able to figure it out and put up pretty much outstanding performances. And I think like the map losses that come down for WAC especially, they need to win this one to get number one, because they did lose a map to, I think it was Simpressa. But yeah, these teams are just outstanding. The number one and number two. Number one seed is going to be really, really powerful because you get to choose your opponent. So that's the important thing. That's what they're fighting for.
No, it's going to be huge. I mean, one of the other things, I mean, I'm not necessarily going to glean too much from the first series, but if double flex does become more of a thing, if Blizzard World comes into this pool, if some team decides to like to go there, or even if Midtown's going to be coming out, or to see if Sir Majed is going to make an appearance in this set, because that could be overall solid for him, especially if he's going to be playing that Alari. Sure. So I'd be curious to see what's going to happen there. But the big question for me is going to be that tank lineup. I think that will, once we see map set and everything like that, it all will start making a little bit more sense. Have some more expectations about what rotations can be coming through from them. But I think if we're going to be in this, Winston's okay-ish, but Orisa really is dominant kind of meta, then might be Smurf for the most part. But we'll find out. Before we get into all of that, let's go ahead and get WAC out on stage.
Let's get whacked. Let's do it.
They're looking at whack their opponents. I love this name. It's just infinite fun with this team.
The WAC attack. Still no jerseys. I actually kind of like how much it seems like you're kind of like dumping on your opponent by just not even having jerseys. Like, we're just five guys, whatever. we're just five dudes coming out to play some Overwatch.
A bunch of dudes, all united by a love of the sport, and we're here to kick ass and take names. And so far, they've been able to do that, but this is going to be the toughest opponent yet. Here as Falcons will make their way out onto the stage. Absolutely monstrous, stacked roster, top to bottom. They will go ahead and take their bows. But this is also, I mean, aside from the players and having like a huge matchup between the two teams, this is also going to be like a big coaching head-to-head again here for both of these squads. So I'm really excited to see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one.
You brought up the question if we're going to see Majed or not, and I think that's going to be a Midtown kind of question. But Junbin will come in as tank. Junbin played ball for this team recently. So with Max not in, I'd expect him to not be playing Sigma. That's the only thing I believe.
Yeah, I mean, Sigma on the hill on Cog. I mean, we've seen it from time to time. I think there's a couple different maps where it definitely works out decently well.
It works against Orisa. Well, Sigma's a decent counterpick against Orisa, and then Smurf is going to be the tank for this Falcons ball.
Okay, so Smurf is going to be starting. So I'm assuming that we're going to be seeing some Orisa head-to-head here, much like we were getting in that previous set. We'll see, though. One's going to be able to come out on top, but Fielder and Chio, I mean, this dynamic duo, this such a solid squad. I mean, we're just bigging up FTG about, how good their team is top to bottom. Both of these teams are very much in that same conversation because there's not really a weak link anywhere on these squads that are, currently resting in the top 3 here in Korea.
All right. Fielder, in my opinion, is the best Moira in the world, but I'm also thinking about Fielder being maybe the best Kiriko in the world as well.
He's got to be in the conversation. I mean, any kind of just flex support, I think Fielder is going to be near the top of just about anybody's list because, Ana, if she comes back into the meta, is also going to be in that conversation. Sure. Let's go ahead and hear from the coaches as we once again pass it over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are back with the second team rep interview of the day. Of course, WAC versus Team Falcons, the match everyone has been waiting for. On WAC side, we have Moon representing Team WAC on stage today. And on Team Falcons, this is Krusty. And some might say this match is like the true quote-unquote finals. So nerves must be at an all-time high. So Moon, how did you prepare for this match? Rather than being nervous, this is a long-awaited match, so more anticipation on our side. And whenever we play some important matches, Falcons were always on our thoughts, so this is a very important match for us, and we need to play well. And this Team Falcons, so Team Falcons, including today, Team Falcons has 2 matches left. Are you confident? We're always confident that we'll take W's home in our next in the 2 matches that we have left. And how about WAC? Will they be able to win today and retain the first place? And they're not. And Moon says actually he's not confident, but we will put on a good performance for the fans. Will it be a fun performance? Which team will it be? And that was the team rep interview for both teams. And before the map veto, I'm going to hand it back to the gentleman on
All right, well, thank you very much, Quest. Let's see, Samoa, and we get Hollywood. So, change up there as Falcons will be first on the attack, and into Esperanza and Rialto. And this feels like one of those ones where it's like maybe we do go to Rialto. Maybe we finally see that one coming through here. Has been a damn long while. But also Samoa to start is something that we haven't been seeing nearly as much lately.
I think it was week 2 we saw a ton of Samoa. So it's not like completely out of the norm. Hollywood is a great map to see too. Yeah, this is a fun map pool, and I agree with you. I'd love to see some Rialto. I'd love to get into Rialto and maybe see some Widow and Ashe. But Samoa, I think we're probably going to see Orisa via Orisa. Maga still actually, even post nerfs, is decent on Samoa as well. We've seen a lot of it in NA, and it plays so differently. Like Volcano plays so differently than every other stage on this.
Yeah, but that's NA, which stands for not applicable. It's not applicable. We're in Korea. This is the better. This is the better region. If NA wants to run Malga, they can do it. But if Korea's not doing it, it means that it's garbage. Let's see though if it does come to fruition. I mean, I do agree with what you were about to point out there with Volcano. I rudely interrupted you. It does play very different.
Yeah. You interrupted me with the most knowledge bomb that you could possibly drop. I wasn't going to say it out loud, but yeah, clearly it's the best region, and that's not even close. So yeah, we'll see what Korea does on Samoa. I think it's going to be Orisa. I think it's going to be a ton of Orisa here. Yeah, this is the set everyone was looking forward to of the Falcons versus WAC. Number 1 seed in Korea, the best teams in Korea. And it mostly, like, it's not really about, like, who wins this for me. It's, like, who looks better. I know that sounds weird, of, like, they seem like they should be the same idea, but who looks as the better team? Who's going to be the best team in Korea?
I mean, one of the things that they kind of mentioned there in the interview is that it feels like this matchup here is just the grand final, and it very well could be. You know, that's the thing. When we do go to, you know, the playoffs here of this tournament, of the first Asia Major, it could very well just be that this is what the grand final is, because these teams do look dominant. So it could just be that initial showing of what is to come in, you know, an even longer matchup format, as I assume that we will have, you know, a best of 7 for that when we do finally get around to the playoffs. But I think that this is just going to be incredible to watch. I mean, you have champions on these rosters. You have so much history between these two teams, so much experience. Now it's about to be put out on display. Also just stylistic differences. The drip coming out here from WAC. The jerseys on the side of Team Falcons. I mean, Krusty looks like he was getting ready to meet his girlfriend's father for the first time. Like, he's all properly dressed up, ready to go with his little cardigan and sweater. But the match, it looks like we are just now moments away from getting into Samoa to see who's going to be able to take that first sub map. How these teams are going to fare against each other. Proper Stalker versus Lip and Heesung. It's going to be incredible.
I think one of the things about both these teams that I love and what makes them so great is they have a backup tank player. That if anything changes in the meta, they've got a tank that can play it. And their tank who's not playing right now is still top 5 in the world. It's insane, the depth that these rosters have. And I know it's not like a ton of depth because the support lines and the DPS lines are still the same, but if you can swap out that tank to play whatever you need to play at the highest level possible, that's crazy. And both of these teams have tanks on the bench who should be starting for any other team.
Plenty of support there in the audience. The fans have been chomping at the bit, waiting for this one. As have we, and I'm sure all of our viewers watching online right now. Is Smurf flipping over towards that Winston? And I mentioned Ana earlier. It's like Fielder going to be coming out the gates with this one. As proper, just get the TP forward. Now swapping over to the Tracer. So there's going to be Tracer, Echo, Dive coming through, but with very different backlines here for Falcons.
Yeah, super interesting compositions coming out here. I mean, that's Samoa in a nutshell. A lot of it's going to be if Junbin gets anything done. Stunned early on.
Wrong getting taken low there. Junbin slept, going to get antied, and Proper comes around to go ahead and collect the kill. So going to be a 1-for-1 so far, but the front line broken down here from WAC. It's maybe with an opener to go ahead and get the first lockdown to the point here for themselves. Is some follow-up kills, obviously. Junbin, okay, I was going to say can fast quickly rejoin with that Doom, but instead it's going to be swapped back over onto the Winston for him, and Lip in the meantime, he and Heesung, dynamic duo, come in. The beam was going across. Lip gets the headshots through, and that's going to be Smurf now taken down. So first lock into the point. It's going to go over to WAC as HP bars on Shio and Fielder dangerously low as they backpedal, but not going to see an over pursuit here from WAC. They go ahead, they pump the brakes.
Yeah, no chase kills. The big difference is always going to be this support line, this Ana versus the Lucio. I think it's almost to the case where Fielder played like Moira, where you just fire it and go in. This has to be a quick nano. There it is.
Okay, yep, saving his life. Pulse bomb out from Lip, not going to be able to find the stick. Only gets a little bit of damage. Proper using his at the same time, and maybe helping to deliver that elimination there as Junbin will get taken down. Down barrier now available for this out of Chorong as the dupe comes through. Heesung, oh, maybe he was going to try to copy the tank just to try to replace Junbin, but opposite go for the Tracer as the rally now going to be used. Sound barrier out from Chorong, but Shu just focus fired down, ends up falling so quickly. Ill found, dupe broken, Chorong now eliminated. Supportless here is WAC as Junbin just rejoins the fight and will swiftly be sent back over into the spawn room doors. Falcons flip now as Extension comes in for a brief little moment there from Lip, but ultimately he will fall. Falcons now will go ahead and get their first control at this point.
That can't happen with your Lucio. You can't get 0 value out of that ultimate. That's brutal, and you're almost down to. That's something that you need. Yeah, WAC should come in and just really drop this immediately.
Okay, well, Heesung just got absolutely bodied on the approach there. Stalker just sniping him out of the skies as they get the Kitsune rush out again. It's looking like Falcons. Okay, I was going to say maybe manipulating these ults so that they don't find value, but instead they get the corral in on towards Fielder, spotting him out, so now support's going to be gone. Stalker with the dupe of his own. Pulled up towards that pulse bomb as Lip is trying to escape, but will not be able to do so. Pulse now at the ready, lobbed in, kill stick not going to be found. Some damage going to be dealt here. WAC now threatening this flip. Spawns coming through, slower run backs for the side of Fielder and Chio, but Smurf looking to extend things. Pops his Primal Rage. It's a juggle in, knocking Heesung around just a little bit there, but he does jump back, and the flip does come through right as he exits the point. So WAC now going to be in control and can maintain and stretch this lead even further.
It was a goodish extends, and it buys them time for Fielder to get Nano. Nano's going to be the decisive thing for this next fight. You got to throw it on Smurf. Proper in the back. I mean, these pulse bombs are going to be huge.
That's the thing, is you could force their hand. If that pulse bomb stick goes on to anybody else, that Nano's going to be coming through. Filling out, just trying to stay alive, but going to be Stalker taken out. Pulse bomb does get lobbed in, but that Fielder going to be gone. Chio can get cleaned up here. As they had the flip, so Falcons in control, so this isn't getting closer to that final fight territory. It's a bit of an extension here, a second lease on life for Falcons, but WAC now back in with this one. These ults need to find value for Falcons, otherwise that's going to be the first round going.
It's just really smart pressure. You can't let Falcons sit back and wait until they have their win condition. So they dive the Ana, they get the Ana down, really well played. But Falcons with everything in the bank, smash Q, win the fights, you have to.
Center rush now available here from Shu, but Choron going to be taken down. Stalker able to find him with a beam. Proper getting whittled away at. Pulse bomb held as Nano coming in. I think Stalker might have actually dove in front of this one. I'm not sure if he was the intended target. Either way, he's going to be the recipient. So going to make use of this one. And Sicky's going across. That will be Junbin taken down. Elimination's going to be found. Falcons will be able to go ahead and get the flip off the point at this point now. As they look for a little bit more there into the back lines, but ultimately will not find anything, and they also only had to use the Nano for that fight. So overall, very good from Falcons.
Big thing. Yeah, that's the big thing. They only had to use the single ult to get through. I thought they were maybe throwing Rally, but they're able to hold on to it. They get the initial kill. They're totally fine now. Final fight incoming. WAC Falcons. Falcons are in a good spot. You just pop Rally the moment you get pressured.
That last fight definitely turning the tides here of this one. Now onus on WAC to try to themselves back into the driver's seat, but almost up on both sides, but Smurf just dies!
Oh no!
Doesn't use the ult, he just gets taken down. Pulse bomb from Proper, not going to be able to find anything. Dupe now out here from Stalker. Smurf can quickly rejoin, but they're going to be running low on time as well as pressure on this point. The flip is back in. Overtime now going to be bleeding down for the side of WAC. Rally rolling from Chio. He's trying to stay alive, but Lip gets on top of him. He's able to eliminate him. Lip going to be taken down. Stalker able to go ahead and trade that one back into their favor, but Smurf being focused by the beam coming across nearly gets the elimination. Stays alive for a little bit longer. Dives back in this contested, but now Heesung with the dupe onto the Winston, goes into the back lines. It's just looking to zap away at Fielder. I don't think he's going to be able to survive. He cannot. Primal now built up. And just go ahead and try to keep the rest of the team away from contesting this point as Chorong. Go ahead, stay alive under that pressure, and that's going to be the point cleared long enough for WAC to get the win.
Fielder is such an easy target for this WAC dive. They've gone into it constantly, and you can't die with Primal up there. That was a brutal death for Smurf.
Sure. Exactly how that one came to fruition. We'll see if maybe it shows up at all here in the highlights, but pretty brutal moment there for him. Okay, but so far, we're seeing exactly what we wanted to see, which is narrow margins and close gameplay here. A couple mistakes costing Falcons dearly. Let's see if they shore those up as we go into the next round.
All right, we're going to run Zarya Cowboy.
Here it's Space Cowboy comp from Falcons. Pop it on the nade. Smattering of damage there as Heesung tagged down to about half. Saw this conceded just earlier, though, from FTG, so we'll see if Falcons, if they end up losing this opening fight, they end up swapping off of this, or if they're going to stick through with it, because Smurf, obviously, not going to be known for his Zarya too much, especially when Hanbin is waiting in the wings, but they're opting to go for this strategy still, and he's already at 100 energy, and Jinbin cannot backpedal fast enough to get away from him. So, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Smurf coming up with that opening kill, but then swiftly going to be traded back. Strong slobs in those Cheerios. Finding the shot. I think he's taken down as Jinbin now just going to be moving over onto that Winston instead. I think, though, Chorong eliminated trade outs on the Lucio. His counterpart's just getting picked off here. So far, no one controls the point. Penalty field now going to be dealt with. And Matrix is thrown in, but Fielder, he's just so damn low. Enough space plot here. Whack finally able to go ahead and get this locked in for themselves. Trying to tick up is Smurf rather sticking with this Zarya, but is going to be sent right back into the spawn room doors as the cleanup is found here. So Whack now firmly in control.
In control, and they can drop Kitsune as soon as they get pressured. Just a bunch of nice kills from Falcons there. They also used both ultimates, so Whack is definitely in control of this map. I wonder if at some point, we've seen tank switches, but this is a Moira map. I might see Moira. Oh.
So far, no, but yeah, proper huge kills. Lip, Hisung both going to be taken down, still connecting in with these things. Sound barrier committed there from Chorong. I think in a desperate bid, trying to buy enough time for that final rage to come up from Jinbin, but focus fire is good as proper. Just go ahead and collect the back end kills as well. 4 for him in the fight. Falcons now in control. Whack up 44%.
You really have to wonder how the dive is going to work for this Whack team. Junbin's got ults ready to go in, but I've not seen a successful coordinated Winston Tracer dive, and yeah, now you can't really do much about it.
Certainly not. And when proper is the gatekeeper, getting through that door is so very difficult. Rav really online as well.
Proper just has better support for him playing Cass. You're going to get bubbles, and the other team doesn't have bubbles.
Bubbles, yeah. Bubbles, Immortality Field, speaking of which. Been trying to juggle things around. Immortality Field, okay. Not going to be able to keep Proper alive. It ends up expiring, and Lip with the Deadeye does come up with the kill. Smurf now going to be taken down as Lip back into Whack's favor just before they would have lost the lead. Sung pursues forward, able to find Stalker there for that added stagger. Fantastic volley of eliminations there from him in the fight. But now they just about use everything. Kitsune Rush going to be up pretty quickly. Pulse Bomb as well. But otherwise, big ults here. The Big Bang combo available for Falcons.
There's the grab.
Okay, but I don't think it caught anybody. In fact, Smurf is being forced back after that one. Going to build up energy. So far, not really having any. Smurf just painting an outline around Lip, but it's going to be the Pulse Bomb that does confirm the kill. Taken down, Jinbin now in a rough spot as they want to try to hit the go button here off the back of the Kitsune Rush, but they need some kills, and Proper finds a headshot. Jinbin going to be taken out, Pulse Bomb in, but moves it down. Rather, maybe Mortality Field start mixing up who has a Kiriko on the team. My bad on the call. Either way, Falcons winning the fight and staved off. Whack though on the reapproach. Lip now swapping over onto that Sojourn.
Well, Chorong held barrier, so we're gonna have barrier next fight.
And Lip is just immediately dead.
Yeah.
Sound barrier out on both sides. I mean, the shielding is just not lasting here at all for Whack. They end up getting cleaned up so very swiftly. Huge fight victory for them. Now 70% coming through as it's going to be final fight territory roughly here for both of these teams. And I mean, Proper is just fearlessly pushing forward.
Well, because you have a Zarya. You're never in danger if you have a Zarya. You just get to live in the bubble. Totally fine. It's completely different than having a Winston to maybe drop a dome over you. Falcons also can just drop this window and make Whack push from an angle they don't want to.
Well, first rail, soften them up. That's going to be Immortality Field used, cleared out. Smurf for some stability here in the HP bar. Bobbing in these charge up right clicks now. High energy. Primal coming out from Jinbin. Still needs to be careful. They need to try to get rid of Smurf because if he survives in this fight, then that grab can certainly get built up. Not finding much there with the Deadeye, but Smurf going to be taken down. Fielder now swapping over onto that Kiriko to try to get back into the fight a little bit faster. No DPS available here for the side of Whack, with the flip getting ready to come through. Shu, in the meantime, though, hounded down Shio, able to find that kill as Proper looks to just try to find some additional picks and escort them back over onto the point. Coming through. As 29% already forced out, so there's the overtime coming in. Whack, desperation, changing things up. Chorong nearly dead, now taken down. Stalker, able to find him to get the touchback through. reset here on that OT. Magnet grenade lobbed in there off the back of the grab. To be taken out. Bin survives for a little bit longer, but eventually will get cleared up as Proper finds himself a second kill. Looks for another. Stalker will take away Shu. It looks like that we are not done yet. Team Falcons holding firmly as Chorong just diving forward. Eventually will just get taken down. That is going to be a third round now coming through. Get ready to go into the final fight here on Samoa to see who is going to be victorious.
Fielder, before he switched to Kiriko, dropped a really decent window on BAP. So getting value, even though you're switching, and then he gets back into the field as Kiri. Really well played. Keeps Smurf alive. Smurf gets grabbed towards the end, and that was going to lock it up. And yeah, sure, Proper does proper things. We all expected that.
I think even the manner in which he's doing it right now,
it's
maybe
disgusting.
Maybe a little bit unexpected. Because I mean,
absolutely disgusting.
He's been dunking on people pretty much the entire time, but yeah, I mean that to just be that unleashed versus Whack is insane.
When we say people, we don't think about like Lip and Hisang like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bonkers.
All right, well, Proper now. We're on to the Sojourn. Not going to be matched though. He's again going to be going for this Echo, which was finding good value on the opener of Samoa. Not fair as now, though, but Proper being able to just kind of say tucked back, decent position, have long sight lines could be difficult. So first point gap is going to be very important in that metric here for Whack. Smurf diving forward, looking for a kill. Not doing too much damage either. Just a quick exit here for him. Bomb's not getting too much of a connection there, but oh, decent headshot, and yep, that's going to be Hisang taking down Proper. Getting kill found now. Chance of the first grab of the point for the side of Whack is this contest coming through, just looking to disrupt. Let's go up. They're finding some stability though as Chio surging forward, trying to get that rally online swiftly. Now he's just 15% away from it. Charged up, just getting a hit there on the Smurf. Isn't going to be doing too much there for Jinbin though. And now the dive coming through as Stalker joins in the fight. Looking to try to get rid of that Doom, but Jinbin a little bit too elusive. Does manage to evade capture. Keep himself alive, but the same cannot be said for the support line. Stalker and Chio going away with one apiece as Shu and Chorong both going to be taken down, and Team Falcons now get the flip into their favor.
And they didn't have to use anything. Falcons was just about to get both the support ultimates, and they did during that fight, but didn't have to pop either. Taking up both supports on the other side is critical. It's huge. Hisang started really well, came in, got a pick, but maybe overstayed their welcome. And then with the Echo out of the mix, there's really no damage that you have to worry about if you're Falcons.
Forward Smurf as well, getting ready to join the ult club. Rival about to be ready to go. Proper under some severe fire here in the back lines. He's managed to slide back, keeps himself safe. Shu in the meantime going to be cleaved down as that Primal Rage comes into play. Pulse Bomb off the dupe, not going to be finding much of anything. There's the stun, but Limp Neutral will be able to find Proper. Rally trying to keep everybody alive, but Fielder eventually going to be crumbling under the pressure. Now he himself under threat as the beam not going to be able to get the connection, but the Sticky Bomb certainly will. Taken down. Smurf in the meantime. Still trying to keep them in this fight. Comes up with 2 eliminations. Chorong and Jinbin both dead by his hand, but now he's in a forward position. Will keep him protected for a little bit longer, but eventually he will be hounded down as Lip presses forward. Goes back into their control. Whack now getting ready to take past 50%, and onus is on Falcons to try to get this back on the wraps.
A solid fight from them. They had to invest a lot into it, but Falcons also invested a lot in their response to it. Whack and Control, I'm looking at Proper's ult here. It's a really good stage for Sojourn ults.
Okay. Well, nothing going to be committed there. Just going to be winning a neutral fight here as Shu also going to be taken down. This established sight lines here for the side of Falcons going to be good. Proper having an overclock. Pushing into this is going to prove to be damn difficult, especially considering that there's a nano that can go along beside it.
That's the nano target, right? So like you nano your Sojourn and just make sure that every single rail gets a kill.
Most ideally. See though, Hisang, that dupe, nearly ready to go as well. Forward ultimates lacking here for the side of Whack though. Now some forward presence, I believe from Lip, threatening that Lip has him down on the low ground. Jinbin gonna get picked off. Smurf getting the killing blow there. That's gonna be a reset for Whack once again. Falcons now in a position where they might be able to take the lead here.
Able to hold nano too. Fielder was looking for it, was looking if they needed nano, and just never had to pop it.
Avoiding that pressure. Keep the ready in case he needs a bailout, but want to be in a better position trying to utilize that one as they're looking for the dive forward here on a proper patrol. I'm going to be taken down by Stalker once again. Beam out from Heesung does manage to find Fielder, but overclock the Nano alongside it does get committed. Proper looking for a target. Frame perfect recall there to go ahead and avoid it. His Lip's still going to be dangerously low and taken down. Got the stick there on the Chio to find the kill onto the support. In the meantime, Whack do get the point for themselves. Pulse bomb off the dupe. Sung not quite able to find Proper. Now is up in the skies trying to get him here with a beam and barely be able to come out on top of this one. But now, point again under threat as Junbin just cannot keep this one contested. Tries to leave out the safety, ends up getting taken down. Now Falcons, whole position to be able to steal this one away. 93% the lead. There's the respawns still waiting to come through. That much more pressure here on Lip to try to get this touch.
It's going to be
Might have just barely gotten it. Yes, he has. I'm going to be forced out with the rally available, as you say. The pulse bump from Stalker could be the game changer. And again, he finds Chorong. Feels like for the fourth time. Still cleaned up. Chio now needing to be respected as that shield stun can come into play. Pulse bomb stick across Junbin. Melted. Considering much committed from Shu, but I don't think that there's enough players to try to play off the back of this one. Proper collects Junbin, finds Heesung, looks for a little bit more. Slip desperately tries to extend this, but eventually will be found. Proper gets his mark, gets his target. Falcons get the win. 2-1. Samoa is theirs.
Support line value. Fielder, even when he got dived, or dove, I suppose, was getting the nano off, was getting healing off, was getting antis off. The Ana proved to be super valuable for that squad. I think that was the small difference between these teams, but they're very close. They're very, very close.
I mean, every single round there was 90+% for either squad. Just, I mean, barely being able to scrape by here was Falcons, which is what this sign says. But, I mean, if we're getting more gameplay like that across all of these maps, then obviously count me the hell in, because I am ready to go. This is what we were hoping for. But there's Samoa done and dusted. Now I believe Hollywood is going to be coming up next. So curious to see what the looks are going to be from both of these squads as we get ready to go into that one. But it seems like with Smurf still widely saying put there in his chair, I don't think we're going to be seeing a sub out on the side of Falcons.
Hollywood is a map I think we saw last evening in Korea as well. So yeah, I love Hollywood as a map. I think High Ground is super interesting. And it used to be, well, I mean, all the way back into the meta of week 3 of like a sim would play and you get the teleport. But now I think it's just super dive. So it's really about who can hold that first point cafe. I don't know, maybe some Soldier 76, maybe Soldier. It's always really good on Hollywood. And then the second point I think is also like the most interesting point in all of Overwatch of how do you take that high ground? Because you have to take one of those roofs. Either you take the elevator up or you jump up. Yeah, so I think we're definitely going to see dive tanks. I think it's going to be some Winston on the offense at the very least. Defensively, you can run. I mean, you can still run Winston on the defense. So cool to see different maps coming in. I want to see what both these teams want to run.
Yeah, it'll be super interesting to see. And I mean, if it is going to be, dive tanks coming through, then you kind of have to give that upper hand to Smurf. If there's not going to be any change-ups here from either team, it was put on display there in that last round. Smurf coming up with an immense amount of value when it came down to the Winston, and Junbin having a couple struggles there from time to time. But we're going to go to a quick little break. The teams will assess and get ready and get geared up for Hollywood, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back. Falcons able to scrape out the victory there on Samoa, 2-1, but tightly contested by OWCS. As all three of those sub-maps. Now we get ready to go into Hollywood to see if it's going to be a Falcons firm lead or if we will see a tied-up series, which is kind of what we have our fingers crossed for. Because anything, if it is a 3-0, anything other than like a 3-2 scoreline kind of feels like highway robbery. As you can see, though, it's going to be Jinbin stepping out, Max is going to be coming in, and similarly on the opposite side of the stage, I was wrong. Hanbin is also in for Smurf.
Tanks being subbed out here, very interesting. So for Falcons, especially, I find it interesting because Smurf is their dive tank, right? Hanbin's great at everything. We all know that, right? But Smurf is their Winston, probably their Ball, probably their Doomfist. So Hanbin coming in seems like they want to run a more static kind of tank. Maybe a Zarya, maybe an Orisa? I don't know. I'm ready to see whatever they want to run, but both teams subbing out their tanks is super interesting. And like I said, like that's what makes both these teams as good as they are. Yes, we know the damage line is really good. Yes, we know the support line is really good, but they also have 4 of the best tanks in the world. It's crazy that they can just sub in like one of the top 5 tanks in the world and just come in and play whatever.
I like that Lifeweaver made the graphic here on the fan sign. But, of course, big support here on the side of Chorong, who is having a bit of a rough go of it.
It's not been great.
At the end of the, especially that last round of Samoa was getting very heavily punished. So, we'll see some tightened up play there from this back line on the side of OWCS.
I think when you're at this high level, you're looking for like any sort of weakness. And not to say Chorong is the weakness, but it's the easiest target to get in on, especially running these dive mechanics that they are. And yeah, absolutely got killed a couple of times where maybe they shouldn't have, and there were some ultimates that probably should have come down, which got killed before they were able to come down. Not necessarily an Ajax moment, but close to it.
I don't know the player's name, but I think that's just said like he is Korean. That, or I just don't know what Himneo means, but that's my assumption, is he's saying like he is him. But either way, if I had to assume, it's probably proper. But see how this shakes things up, though, going into Hollywood with the tank changes on both sides. Max will sit back and watch the relative shellackening that we saw from them on that last round. Everybody kind of getting beaten and bullied. And now is going to be thrown into the gladiatorial arena.
What was that? Relative shellackening?
Yeah.
I like it.
Thank you.
Good. I'm a fan.
Actively inventing new nonsensical terms.
We're going to make shellackening a word. I'm going to push for it. That's great.
Well, let's see if it's going to be the case going into this one, or if OWCS can shellac the other team as we go ahead, jump into Hollywood.
Okay, so offense, ignore it. It doesn't really matter what they're picking right now. Defense, yeah, this is why Max comes in. You want to run this Sigma. It's very much like King's Row first, where you want the Sigma on first. Second, I'm not certain that Sigma's a really great pick. It's okay. We'll see if that happens. This is also one of my favorite graphics in the entire game. The 6 gun killer. It looks like a puppet from a really old movie. I'm gonna date myself, called Puppet Master.
I know Puppet Master.
I know you know.
It's a long-running series, as it turns out. But all right, well, looks like we've got lit here on this cast, and Hanbin going to be taken out of the mix so very swiftly. Attempts here at the dive from the side of Team Falcons. Proper on this Genji here for the moment. But first volley very easily going the way of OWCS, staving them off. See, the adjustment's going to be made. Fielder back over onto that. Ana, Hanbin. Hanbin playing Winston. What is happening today?
It's super divey. What's your dive target here is the question. Not great ones. Maybe you try to dive Baptiste?
I think it's going to have to be the support lineup here. On top of Flip, though, he's right around. He's playing around them, obviously, here as Elevator up, Hanbin taken low, stunned up for a brief little moment there. HP though, being somewhat stable, is trying to change that. Gets nice digs across though, softening up those HP bars, and there's a jump forward again. Hanbin forced down to the low ground here as the accretion stun connects, and it's going to be a double collection here for Heesung. Up two, looking for a little bit more. Barrier low. We'll just go ahead and recall that one. Lead the charge with the kinetic grasp out. Stalker will die on the back end, and see if the exit can be there. Looks like Proper is able to slide out to safety, but for now, about half the time bank going to be taken away here as WAC continue to hold firmly.
Playing Tracer on the defense on dive is always so fun, because the moment you hear that sound effect of the Winston going in, you're like, later, and you just go to the support line. There's no one to stop you. It's kind of crazy the amount of work you can get done. Here's the Nano.
Yeah, Nano going to be used. Heesung though finding Stalker. Pulse Bomb coming across. Hanbin getting stunned again, trying to make his exit, but Lip will be able to hound him down, give him that headshot just before he would have broken line of sight. The Nano not holding water here for the side of Falcons. They get saved off once again, and I mean, granted, yes, we of course got to see Hanbin playing quite a bit of Winston, in last season of the league, given that he was the only tank for the side of the Dallas Fuel, so was kind of forced to use it at times, but never had that feel where it's like, okay, he's finally comfortable on it.
Yeah. To get 0 out of that Nano is brutal for Falcons, because you want that Nano for Blade or for Monkey to jump in and work up to Primal, and to get 0 out of it is rough. They can rally in, but man, WAC has everything.
Flux out the ready, choosing his target. Looks like it's going to be the pickup here on a Stalker. Drop down though, but no follow-up damage means that he does survive. Rally used from Churong there as well.
Primal up top.
Now going to be expired. Rally coming in though. Geo, the rest of Falcons looking to spill forward here onto the point. Overclock at the ready. Clear out on that Immortality field. Great disruptor shot right at the base of the stairs. Slow up the reapproach here, and that's going to be a space spot for a tick to come through, at least. Blade ready to be pulled. Now coming out. First target going to be Chorong. Lip going to be caught up in the fire as well. Ends up getting sliced and diced. For a little bit more. That's going to be the cleanup now found here for the side of Falcons. Just need to try to find that fight. They eventually get it. The hold, though, from WAC was still absolutely incredible. So not a lot of time to work with here for Falcons as they go into the streets phase, but good catch onto Heesung. Does buy them a little bit more space.
You have to look at it a little bit like how you look at King's Row, where if a team can even defend a single fight on first point, it's already a victory, because Hybrid's so hard to defend. So, as you said, well played by WAC on the defense.
Ooh,
a Zenyatta coming through.
Yeah, Zen and a Diva duel here. And so I'm going to have to be that much more careful, but at least doesn't have to worry about the Genji on the opposite side, so be a bit more telegraphed when Stalker is going to be coming through to try to get that elimination. Discord Orbs can make for a very difficult time for Hanbin to try to stay alive, as Lip, mining fielder, mag grenade to go ahead and claim the kill. Now, are going to be locked in place, but Proper looking to open things up, catching Heesung on that flank, breaking him down before the pulse bomb can come into play.
You got hindered. Yeah, the second point, I mean, this is why you're running Diva on offense, is for the second point, to shuttle people off the top. Any good push right now. WAC doesn't really have much to work with. None of these ults are impactful, and Churong goes down.
Yep, huge pick. And I mentioned, not being able to get dove on, but those rail shots, still something that have to be a big concern. So, big punish, and Churong says, okay, screw this. I'm going back over to the Brigida, sacrificing that 60% that he had built up towards that Transcendence.
Well, Zen's such an easy target.
Played absolute perfection. Now, though, Heesung lurking around the back. Does go for the pulse bomb, but Proper able to slide out. Self safe, and Churong coming back through on that Brig. Instantly going to be finding some value. Takes down Shio with a whip shot. Again, more time going to be bought. A minute and 20 remaining, but so far Falcons getting a decent push. Or not in a terrible position here. Need to try to get this in sooner rather than later, given that minute and a half bump up there, if they can make it big. And now going across, goes over to Hanbin. Pushing forward, Deadeye out from Lip. Not likely to be able to find too much value, but with the force back there on the Diva, everybody's going to have to break line of sight. The D-Makes are trying to play around with. Now the rally going to be coming in. Chio looking to escort them forward. Multiple ults available. Overclock as well as that dupe to come into play, and it's going to happen. The Stalker goes for the dupe here onto the Diva. Overclock going to be layered in as well as Max getting out that self-destruct. Not going to be able to find anything, and Chorong now going to be taken down first and foremost. Remember the mech coming in. It's Hanbin. Go ahead and take him out, and that's going to be the cleanup found. Push will come through here for the side of Falcons. It's going to be 2 minutes for the final stretch.
Proper's gonna light up the kill feed, and we're all gonna praise him, but Stalker duping the D.Va. Double D.Va is impossible to deal with. It's absolutely impossible, and it gives your damage dealers all that much space to be able to hit shots and not have to worry about anything behind them. Hanmin, all right, mystery heroes here. What Zarya, now on Winston.
They're trying to play this chess game. They see the Zarya swap coming through, so Max says, okay, I go back over to Sigma, and then Hanmin says, okay, you're gonna run the Sigma, I'll go back over to the Winston. Comes in, they get on top of Flip, who was trying to play on that high ground position, not suspecting, maybe not realizing that the Winston swap had come in. Proper on the flank, and previously built up the rail instantly. Gets the shot there onto Heesung. He's now gone. Rally rolling from Shorog to try to get the rest of the team alive. Slide back, but space bot, cart advancing forward. Falcons very much are taking this one back and making the best out of what was a really bad opening attack.
Well, they're going to play patiently here. They have to sit back. They're waiting for Fielder's ultimate. I think it's going to go on the Winston, just to buy some space. This is a really weird point where it's like a long corridor. You want to buy your DPS space.
And I'm committed. I've been trying to stay alive. Deadeye used here just to try to zone them back. Not working. Mag grenade with a stick, but not much damage going to be found there. It's Proper.
They forced out so much there, though.
Yeah. I think Proper has successfully won the battle of just scaring the ever-loving hell out of Heesung. Every time he knows that
rally in.
Yeah, every time he knows that he's around the corner, he doesn't really want to play up into it. Rally now going to be going out. Dupe at the ready here from Stalker, and Max already going to be taken down. Mortality Field so quickly dealt with, and now it's going to be the Dupe here looking to get their own Immortality Field. Shu going to be eliminated. Stalker comes up with 2. Are now going to be gliding forward. Chance to try to recollect here. Get a final touch, perhaps, as Max swaps over onto the Doom Fist, but he's going to be forced away by the whip shot, and Chio gets them in with time in the bank.
Falcons just ran the tank a little bit better. They always had an answer to whatever got thrown at them. They caught the dive in so many good ways, and you could see it from WAC that they couldn't figure out what they needed to run, what the counters were. And I mean, Falcons, Ana's a risky gambit to run, and they got value out of that nano so many times.
It's a nasty shot there. Like I said, I think after that one, it looked like Heesung was just playing so scared.
I'm trying to avoid the really easy narrative of Proper is just Proper. But
he is.
All said and done, Proper is so Proper. Yeah, exactly. Just hitting shots. And this is a map that you can run Ashe on. I like the Ashe on this map. I like it better on the defense than the offense, but see what WAC wants to go with this. It's a little weird to run like a Sim in an Ashe, but they're on offense, so they might change everything up.
Yeah, it could just be really check.
Spawn shenanery, right? Was that the word?
Shenaniganry?
Shenaniganry.
Alright. Not even really going to be giving any credence over to that Widowmaker hover. We'll just be straight back over on to Cassidy here for Lip. Max is coming through with the Junker Queen.
Yeah. Saw it a little bit yesterday.
Okay, they see a little bit more of the comp. Looks like Paul to make some changes. Shoot. Maybe shifting over now onto the Kiriko. That's widely in. Everybody else sticking with the same stuff.
Saw a little bit of the Junker Queen yesterday. Totally makes sense in this comp.
Opening up that rail shot. Hanbin, though, nearly taken down. Chio as well, under quite a bit of fire. It is Chorong. Oh, man. Oh, very much overextends. Gets eliminated, but Max is able to find one. Stalker now going to be traded out. 2-for-1 here in favor of WAC so far as the first hit comes in. Axe looking for the slice across. Trying to take down Hanbin, but he'll come through. Fielder. That elimination. Now the cleanup can continue here for the side of Falcons. Wrong? It's Proper. Hanbin dead. Big overextension to try to get these punishes, and right, just like that, Whacker right back in onto the point, ticking up, second tick, getting ready to come through. But anti-out Fielder continuing to do some solid work here for the side of Falcons. Obviously, come Shorons. Now without their Lucio. Still going to be around, however. Everybody alive. Now that second tick has been denied. And I at the ready. Shu under fire, instantly disappears. No chance to use that Kitsune Rush. And Nano goes across and Chio punishes him with the shield bash.
Hanbin and Proper look like they should be free there. They look like they should have been free kills. And then they end up losing their lives. There's about like one clip where WAC should have won that fight, and completely to get disregarded in the way they did was insanity.
Yeah, and also not being able to get that tick. You know, this is now a further back starting point on this reapproach for them. It looked like it was going to be, so now have to start from 33. As, oh my god! Slept as that rush does come through. It is still going to be in play, however. As Hanbin worked down to about half HP with that primal rolling. Tucks back inside to try to keep himself safe. It's Proper with the overclock looking for a target, but now Sound Barrier shielding is in. Keeping everybody alive as the Deadeye looks to clear the way. Second tick has been snatched up. Pulse bomb out from Stalker. Not going to be able to find anything as the Rampage goes across. He does get the ante out onto 3. Gio going to be bled down as Max finds that kill. Hanbin as well. Now going to be eliminated. The cleanup comes through. It looks like WAC will finally be able to go ahead and break through. It's locked down on a minor delay here from Stalker. Just any additional kills that he possibly can, but eventually will fall to Heesung's hand. So 3 minutes, 40 seconds in the time bank. WAC can get the cap.
Pretty patient play there from Max to wait for the Annihilation and get the super value, and there's the switch that I was expecting to come. You really can't run Junker Queen on second point here. You're just going to get rained on. Trong switch to Zen and then to Ana, or to Brig, and then we have an Ana from Shu. So complete switch up from WAC here, as they're going to have to contest high ground.
Yeah, this is going to be actually rough for Hanbin. Trying to play the high-low and keep this card contested.
I always find it really interesting of when you use ults as Ana on defense. It seems like a more aggressive ultimate, and it's just, where do you find the good value window? There it is.
Well, there it is as Hanbin goes in, finding Shu. Isolated out on an island here, on the doorway. Still coming through, and okay, Nano for a kill, Nano for a delay. Ultimately, going to be decent value there. So that would have been a hell of a snipe from Hanbin, and he'd been able to just get Heesung mid-air. He'll be able to stay alive and gets back in with the rest of the team. But now that it's going to be time bought, and the cart halted here. Position, as Heesung trying to go on some kind of flank, but gets tagged up, forced to recall back over towards the Mega Pack, and now the high ground control going to be denied as they get forced away once again. Anti out from Fielder, finding Shu, finding Lip. The former going to be collected as Hanbin, maybe overstepping a little bit, does get punished by Lip, but ultimately it's still going to be a 2-for-1, so only going to get a small smidge of distance here, perhaps, but no, it's actually rolling back even further.
You always take those trades. You trade your Winston for an Ana every day of the week. You're always going to be back faster in time, totally fine, always jump the back line. A non-ironic Widowmaker from WAC.
Okay. In the hands of Lip. Needing to have an immense amount of value. Stalker revealing his position. And I think now that that first shot went out, you know that the Widowmaker's in play. Play around this accordingly as Max is just trying to get them off this high ground. Up and drops down, says, okay, you want me off the high ground? I'll come to you. Chorong narrowly able to stay alive despite the ante. Rally having to be committed though. Now they need to try to get things going. Hanbin going to be taken down though, not committing in with that primal rage, and Lip will be able to get the headshot through. Fielder taken out. So 2 picks. An opportunity to work with here. The cart now moving forward once more for WAC, but still a decent way to go.
Chorong was so close to dead there. Well played by WAC to keep him alive. It's going to be contested. They throw primal at this at least.
Yeah, I think it was a conscious decision from Hanbin not to use it in that previous pick. And now he's going to be slept on the approach. Riley rolling from Chio. Heesung finds Stalker already though. The overclock ready to go, and there's nothing from the supports on the opposite side to try and deny the damage away, but maybe it's not necessary because Chorong just absolutely batters Proper. And that's the cart pushing forward. The 2 minutes now to work with here on the side of WAC. All they have to do is get to the end of the map, and they'll gift that additional minute here, but the more time they have, the better it's going to be for them. Is Lip. See that, Winston. You still want to play on this line. That is, I think, a bold decision. Eventually will be forced down.
Widow was actually really, really good on this last point, too.
Certainly can be.
Such a great Widow spot.
As long as they can get into position for it. But right now, Hanbin looking to go ahead and lock them out. The Nano does allow him to find 2 kills. So it's going to be supports taken down, but decent trade back on the opposite side. 2 for 3 with a faster run back here for the side of WAC. Somewhat. Falcons have to recollect themselves here. Right now, ult advantage swinging in direction here of Whack. Unless that overclock goes crazy from Proper. There's going to be the infra site now invested. They're well aware of everybody's positions, forcing them to play back behind architecture here for now. A lot more difficult for Proper to try to get into a spot to really utilize this overclock. First rail shot, Chorong tagged up just very slightly. Now, archway control here for Falcons can drain the clock as it's now down below a minute. Overclock now coming through. Max make his exit. Does have that self-destruct and his Proper swings a corner looking for more. Lip shuts him down. Infrasight was already gone, but he was just expecting the aggression. Takes him out, looks for the shot there onto Hanbin. Can't really find it. Now needs to relocate, but Chorong able to find Chio. Chorong finding Stalker. The kill's coming through. 38 seconds here remaining as Hanbin will get taken down the swap over onto the Genji in desperation, but there's a self-destruct in celebration. As that is going to be a minute and 26. So narrow margins between the two teams, but Whack with a huge volley off the back of that headshot from Lip. They get to the end of the map with an advantage.
It's kind of always the conundrum you're put in when the other team's running a Widow, but I think this point, and this map especially, is what do we send to deal with the Widow? And then if you send something to deal with the Widow, then you're overpowered up front as well. Widow just changes the scope of how you can fight. They didn't really switch to anything that could go deal with the Widow, so now you're just dealing with, I guess we just can't peek this corner. I guess we just can't exist here. And they got rolled on it. Man, that Widow on Last Point Hollywood is so strong.
Absolutely huge moves there. Still anyone's game. 26 seconds, not that significant of a difference maker, but both teams kind of struggling to get that opening attack going. Either is going to be a bit more decisive, or if this ends up being a draw, because that's also very possible.
Don't speak that into existence. Well, I mean, this matchup, I'm fine at the draw. Let's do it. Let's get more maps. Yeah, Widow's just something that either you decide that you're going to answer and change your comp around it and do like a huge dive onto it, or you try to ignore. And it's a really difficult hero to ignore on that last corridor because everyone has to fight in sightlines.
All right, Stalker off the rip here on this Genji. To be Sigma v Sigma. Once again on the Sojourn. Seeing how impactful these opening picks can be from him. Right now, everybody not giving him the sightlines, treating him like he is playing a Widowmaker, which, yeah, I mean, to be fair, he might as well be. They'll charge up, will expire. Fielder going to be taken down. Shu getting the better of him. His Stalker as well going to end up falling. Shu coming up with 2 kills, and things now looking excellent for the side of Whack on this opening defense. 10 seconds remaining. Falcons going to need somebody to go for a touch, but they're lacking that Tracer, which is just now being swapped to here from Stalker. You see how far forward Whack are pushed up. Can anybody get the contest? It looks like the answer is going to be no. They have been successfully staved off. Whack now with a win condition in their back pocket, but yes, they can get that tick. This could just still be Falcons up 1-0 at the end of this map.
Yeah, buck 26. It's one good push. The 26 seconds might mean that they can get to the ultimate phase, whereas in a minute you generally can't. We'll see what they want to run here to see if they get a hero that can maybe get ult in 126. But yeah, tough sledding. Defense, huge advantage here.
Right, well...
Babylon. Babylon.
The Bylon. Huddle.
Let's try to say as many dumb ways as possible. Yeah.
Still working on our reading comprehension, but it looks like not much is going to change here ultimately. I mean, obviously for the side of Falcons, the Sigma going to be necessary. It looks like Whack expecting it, ready to match. Lip was showing that Widow for a brief little moment, but will just be the Cowboy back into play again.
So I think what they're going to do is teleport Brawl. That's why you're running, well, I guess, never mind. Sorry, thought they were running Brig. But you telly in, you just try to get stupid with it and just start hitting as much damage as possible. Falcons is going to have to stop them before they can telly in. Or we're not tellying. Okay. Let's go Brawlish.
All right. Shot back, not going to do much to dissuade Lip there. Tommen just tries to keep that shield alive and in play. Mitigate this damage. Proper spotted here in the cafe. Rail built up. Needs this to have some form of impact. Usually he's getting shoved away from these sightlines as Heesung threatening, and there it is. Getting tagged, Hanbin collecting the kill. As now the back pedal has to be called out here for the side of Whack. 26 seconds though. Enough of a difference to be able to afford that opening kill. So yeah, backpedaling goes decently for them, and you can tell Falcons, they don't want to over pursue again. High ground will be taken here for Hanbin, just whittling away at them. Meanwhile, presence on the point, occupied here from Max, goes down to half HP. Kinetic Crest gets him a little bit of shielding back. The barrier, not much HP. They need to try to keep this Sigma alive. He's in the meantime on the hunt for a target. Amp Matrix is nearly online. Shu and Fielder both going toe-to-toe against each other here in that charge up, and that could very well end up being the difference maker. Is been forced to go ahead, wait for a brief little moment. We're going to be taken out. Lip finding one, but Stalker getting the better of Heesung. He's now just 14% away from having that pulse at the ready. Amp Matrix v Amp Matrix, the accretion going wide. Time forced out here as they occupy the point. Deadeye at the ready from Lip. Hugs back, sends it. They know that they have to try to respect this one, but they also have to play forward. Shields raised, not going to be able to get much. They're stuck in behind the cart to keep themselves safe. Rally now, going to be rolling. Pulse bomb lobbed in. Finding much on either side though. Mortality fields used. Drop down the cleanup. Max able to find Field of Patrol going to be traded out. Both brings going to be taken down. Is now Shu out of the fray. No supports on either side. The Flux coming through, putting Hanbin down to the ground, putting him down so very low on HP. Max is finally able to collect the kill, but now he's basically all on his lonesome. He and Heesung trying to play this one out, but Max somehow not dying, not getting taken out until Stalker finally is able to find the mark. It's going to be the Tracer battle, but Heesung, he wins it out. The rejoin getting ready to come through. The dive forward from Chio is just not going to be enough. A nail biter finish, but one that Whack come out on top of as we now tie things up 1-1.
Max's best hero is Sigma, and you saw it right there. Taking a two-piece towards the end, but just staying alive long enough and getting everyone down to the area where Tracer can come in and clean it up. Tracer loves people who are less than 50% health. It's so easy to look like an all-star and come in and rock it up, but man, Max's Sigma is so good. The survivability is so strong. This is the series we expected.
Yes, it is. I mean, was very close there on map 1, even closer here on map 2, nearly resulting in a draw, but Whack, they get that win. They keep themselves firmly neck and neck alongside Falcons. So we at least will have a flashpoint here in this series, but I have my eyes set on Rialto. It feels like it's very likely we're going to get there, so.
Let's get some Ashe, let's get some Widow, let's get some Rialto. Even though we've seen Rialto and they don't necessarily run those things, I want to see those things.
I think it would be great.
I think we're going to 5. It's just so close. Even the first map, like these teams are so closely contested that any given single mouse click has changed how these maps have gone. If you're not hitting your Sigma primary, then wow, the other team wins. It's been that close. It's been kind of crazy, but this is what we expected. These two teams at the highest level, and they are fighting for a lot here to be able to get that 1 seed, to be able to pick the team that you play against. That's going to be, I think if either of these teams gets to pick who they play, it's a 3-0 and they walk over them. So that's what you're fighting for.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a huge advantage to have, and both teams still neck and neck be able to try and achieve that, earn it here. But it's only going to get more difficult. Like you said, I think the butterfly effect theory right now in this series is very much true. We saw that push coming to fruition, basically because Lip gets a headshot on the proper while the overclock is running. If he misses that shot, who knows how that defense ends up going. So yeah, huge ramifications for every single movement, every single mouse click between these two squads, and you just absolutely love to see it. Now, when we come back, we'll be getting into our map 3. It's going to be push. I believe we have Esperanza on the horizon here, but I could be mistaken. But either way, we're going to go to a quick little break. Come back, we'll get right back into the action. Alrighty, we are back and everything is tied up. Whack, barely able to get that final push in overtime rounds on Hollywood. Scrape by with that one. Well, we're at 1-1 on the scoreline as we get ready to go into Esperanza for our push map. You can see it's going to be Max stepping out. Jinbin going to be coming back through. More curious about the opposite side of the stage. Going to be the case here between Smurf and Hanbin as well.
Smurf is going to be in. So both of these teams with the ability to swap out top-tier tanks any chance they get to drop in your more dive-oriented tanks. So I think Smurf's coming in probably to play Winston. I think Junbin's going to play Ball. Ball played a little bit last evening on this map, and it can be really disruptive and really good. If your team can play around it and follow the ball where they go, it can be really nice. But I think that might be the play that they're trying to make.
Well, it could be, or it could just end up being Orisa v. Orisa again. There's a lot of different options, though, which is what we like to see. I mean, we saw the chess match that was happening there between the tanks on Hollywood, just Max and Hanbin very much being forced to try to rotate around these different picks as they're changing amongst each other. See if that is going to be continuing here going into Esperanza. But, I mean, this is where Smurf, you know, we saw him playing Winston when it wasn't even close to being like a really relevant or viable pick. Maybe styling on some opponents, but this is, you know, a map where it does become immensely more valuable compared to some of the other ones that are in the pool given the meta. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see that one coming in, but it is going to end up being a Winston head-to-head. That's where I have concerns for Jinbin. Obviously, not only Smurf, best one out there in the world when it comes down to playing that Winston. We already saw him kind of getting dipped a bit on Samoa. So here's to see what happens. Get ready to go to the action.
I think regardless of tank, this map, when I think of this map, it's a Sojourn map. Where you take Bridge and you have Sojourn who's just hitting rails off of the high ground. So that's what I look at as far as the matchup head-to-head, the DPS matchup. Your Sojourn has to be the better Sojourn. Is Whack going to opt out of the Sojourn 1v1 and just run this Cass? Okay. I think it's a better map for Sojourn, to be honest. But what do I know? Whack clearly knows better than me, and I would trust Lip on anything.
Don't necessarily disagree with you there. But Lip feeling things Cassidy, it would seem, so we'll be sticking to that. Proper, unsurprisingly, out the gate, Sojourn in play. That Ana v Ana again here between Shu and Fielder. Sent on the Chio. Dive forward here, Jinbin. Looking to zap away at him, but doesn't have the greatest sight lines to be able to get a punish. And I was trying to exit, taking an immense amount of damage there, but Lip with covering fire will be able to take out Stalker on the trade, but now Jinbin going to be lost. Overall, I think you'd say still higher value target found to the side of Falcons. Not going to be taken quite just yet. Recall out dodging on that sleep dart, which be here for Gio. Just being pocketed. Nice and alive. Sightlines, I think, being pulled in every which direction right now by Falcons. Not really sure where they need to be paying attention to. Is the reload coming in, and Smurf going to be taken down. Lip able to find Fielder, so Fielder was preoccupied. Couldn't try to peel for the Winston. On the return, Whack out in front, now looking good, getting that push going.
A lot of this is going to come down as how the support lines can defend themselves. Because you are going to get dove. The Tracer is going to mess with both the Ana and the Brig. Are you there for the peel? Can you defend yourself? Can you hit sleeps? Can you hit antis? That's the critical factor here, because that's all the Tracer is going to do. Winston and Tracer are going to hit your backline. Can you stay alive? And
I mean, I think that does lend some credence to why we see this Cassidy coming through, because overall, I mean, compared to a Sojourn, Cassidy's just going to be better anti-dive. Yeah, might not have a flashbang anymore, but still is going to be widely more applicable, as Deadeye not going to be able to get much of anything there. Staying safe within his own bubble there on the low ground. Back coming through, but just in front of the checkpoint here for the side of Whack. Gets tagged up. And then identifying the Sojourn, goes jumping forward. Popper forced to slide away for the time being as Nano's out. Jinbin trying to stay alive, but it's taking so much damage. Drops the bubble to keep himself protected there in midair and survive, but doesn't have that primal rage quite just yet as both Tracers coming away with kills. That's going to be either Ana now eliminated from the fray, so Nano can't be in this fight here for the side of Fielder, but Falcons still all the same, getting the push going. Overclock now going to be committed proper to try to continue this one here for them. As Rally's going to be coming across from Chorong to keep everybody else alive, and there's the juggle here onto the Sojourn, caught into the corner. Jinbin looking absolutely gorgeous with it. finds the elimination, sets for the kill. They're on to Chio, and now Smurf will fall. Big investments out there from the side of WAC, but they come up with a very big value. Now the bot certainly can make it to the checkpoint.
Fielder died with ult there. It was very close to getting ult online for Falcons and hitting it, but died with ult at like 99%, hit it, and then died immediately. That's an ult that you would love to use, as Shu did. They committed both support ultimates, did whack, and Falcons was not able to. I don't know, man. Push. You lose 2 fights in a row. I don't want to say it's over. I know people hate when I say that, but it's 55-5. Falcons has to win 2 fights in a row at least.
Still just a little, at the checkpoint. Not too bad. Sleep there.
Yeah, I know, but yeah.
All right, we don't have to go full pedantic yet. Pulse bomb out.
It's going to be tough for Falcons.
Oh, it certainly is. But yeah, it's tough for Smurf. His backline, I don't think he realized that they were dealing with Isong, who was trying to weave a pulse bomb in. That one missed, but Smurf continues forward there on the bot, ends up getting punished. And now even more distance can start getting racked up here for WAC.
Well, Fielder still has this ultimate, and Shu is at 70%, so about to lap Fielder. You gotta hit this Q at some point.
Not a great opportunity for it. I mean, I'm curious if they're actually just trying to wait for Proper to get this next overclock available. 16% off that mark here. Smurf again getting antied out. High ground contest. Proper. Slide not making his exit until the very last moment. But Smurf again dead. I mean, so much attention is being pulled by Jinbin that Smurf just ends up falling flat on the floor.
They've not been able to help their tank in these dive compositions. Smurf goes in, expects help, expects a nano, expects something, and never getting it.
A jump into the back here. Heavy pressure being applied by Jinbin is going to be antied. Not too bothered by that one as the nano finally is going to be used to just go ahead and keep Chio alive in this fight. And the cleanup on the back end, looking good. Smurf able to come back through, make up for some of the mistakes in the previous bits of this map, finds 2 kills, and Falcons will go ahead and widely win a team fight. No real trade backs coming in. So in control, this just means that they can finally get the bot into a movable position.
4 support ultimates came down. Fielder finally hit that Q. They were able to recontest. WAC is going to have the better of the damage ultimates, though. I still do think that Sojourn is a better hero on this map if you have control. And now Falcons has control, so Proper should be able to set up and hit some shots.
See, as the overclock, waiting, the rail shot, trying to get line of sight there onto Heesung. Wisely, I should say, playing around that. Down disruptive shot just to go ahead and force him away. For now, distance not really being gained here for the side of Falcons. It's good time buying and just defensive play from WAC. Things locked in position as Dink across, Fielder and Chio both dangerously low there on HP bars. Just trying to really hold this high ground. Pulse bomb out, not going to be able to get the stick. Shield gets raised. Chio keeps himself alive as Fielder now getting close to that next nano. But
what an anti.
The anti out from Shu, catching both the supports. Lip just moves forward to collect. Bounty Hunter out for it. He gets paid. Smurf now dead. Stalker on the back end as the extended team kill comes across. That is going to be, once again, WAC firmly in control.
Perfect anti and to work with the dive there too, hitting both the supports on the other side, and you saw it. The moment Fielder and Chio went purple, you're like, well, that's over. They're able to come in. The dive just looks better from WAC. They look more coordinated.
Okay, Proper now going to be matching. Saying, okay, I'm not getting enough value here from this Sojourn. And these jump forwards here from Jinbin have been pretty brutal overall, so he's going to be playing into the Cassidy as well. We saw how deadly this was on Samoa. We'll be looking to replicate that one here as, cross, shoot, being kept alive. Lip as well going to be antied out now, down so very low, and eventually the kill will be found. Smurf coming up with that one as the primal. Going to be popped, looking for the juggle here on the Shu, knocking him up against the wall. Little volleys there, but can't quite confirm the kill. It's taking too much damage, so leaps back over to join in with the rest of the squad for now. Jinbin going to be looking to make a go of it as well. His own ult now used, rallies out. Chio going to be cleaved down. Jinbin finding the elimination. Firm control here. Firm lead for the side of WAC, but okay, Heesung dead, but follow-up from WAC is just way too good. Proper and Fielder both falling on the back end of the fight. The bot again moving forward. Oh, staggers.
2.5 minutes left.
Insane.
Yeah.
Where was this Jinbin Winston earlier?
it's a really good map for it. Even when it wasn't meta, I always thought Winston could play this map. But the Ana Briggs support line has been really interesting, and WAC has been having better peel and better ultimate timings from their support line. Yes, the damage line is wow, come on. What was that?
Ult from Stalker going to be going wide. Well, not found. I mean, Smurf is just widely just being so well handled right now here from WAC. Deadeye around the corner. Just being pumped in. Himself alive and zones things out. So the bot continuing to push now 105 meters built up for it. Upper was one of his own to maybe buy some space here relatively soon. As, oh, he's just gonna get jumped on. Look at this flank from Shu. He's swinging around the side. Gets the anti across. Proper and Stalker now gonna be taken down. No DPS here for the side of Falcons. He has a fast run back, but Gio joining him in the grave, and now Fielder looking like he is also in such a screwed position. Reload has to come in, but ultimately the Ana will die. Back over. Jinbin gonna be taken down as Proper respawns coming back in. That punish, but forward spawns available here for WAC. A fast rejoin is possible, but they're more than happy to go ahead and abandon the bot for now.
There's no reason to push it any further. You've already won this map essentially 132 meters. Falcons with 15. Falcons can't lose a fight. If they lose a single fight, this map's over. If they lose a single person, this map's over.
Anti just making Smurf think twice about pushing around the corners here.
Just a nano Winston here, I think.
They do, but high ground denied. Great whip shot. Jorong knowing exactly what they're going to be trying to do, and again, just trying to keep him at arm's length. Fielder in the meantime going to be taken down as Jinbin. I think he's going to the back line, but Stalker with the pulse bomb able to open things up. Does manage to get a 2-for-1 specialist. Jorong and Lip will both be traded out, but now it's going to be supportless here for the side of Team Falcons. Shu going to whittle down. Smurf eventually able to go ahead and equalize that. I mean, it's been held this entire time, so this is precious, valuable time taken away here from Falcons. We now need to go on a miracle run back with just 25 seconds remaining.
I mean, they have Rally, they have Primal, there's a lot of tools that they can use to get in there, but WAC with the same amount of tools, and they've just been using them better. This Rally, this Primal is going to be sick. If they can stay alive long enough to get Nano, then it's not even going to be close.
They are ahead in every single metric here right now, WAC. Stage is set for them to be able to move up 2-1. There's the jump in. Botching it on the dive. Deadeye now going to be popped. Primal rolling here for Smurf. Jinbin still having his in the back pocket. One shoved away from the bot here for the moment. Just waiting out that cast ult. Now dissipates. Smurf has to get back over. The Primal now expired. Runs in with the rest of the team. Jinbin in the meantime has the juggle. Looking to try to knock them down. Does get stunned up there as a rally comes through from Chio, but Stalker are going to be taken out as Isang finds the pulse bomb onto the enemy Tracer. Smurf dead, Proper gone. Just the support, so they can't do a damn thing. That is going to be it. WAC dominant here on Esperanza, not backing down for a single moment. A huge lead, and they completely wipe Team Falcons off the face of the lobby.
Not even close. I would love to see a replay of that Tracer v Tracer pulse bomb. If you hit a pulse bomb on the other Tracer when you're playing Tracer, that's a big energy move right there. So yeah, it wasn't even close. That was one-sided from the get. Never. It was tank play too. That was just way better dive, way better coordination. And when you talk about like tank play not being up to snuff, that's your whole team. Your whole team is not supporting you. You're not getting the dive correctly, and Smurf was just left out to dry a bunch of times, and that was it.
I mean, what an insane turnaround here. I mean, from two incredibly competitive, really tight-knit maps to just an absolute slaughter on Esperanza in the hands of WAC. So now they go ahead, they managed to lock in this match point for themselves. Now looking for that 3-1 victory. Still have Flashpoint to determine whether or not that is going to be the case. Team Falcons certainly with an opportunity to put themselves back into the driver's seat, tie things up, and extend this all the way over to Rialto. That's what we're hoping for. Once we get to Rialto, don't care. Don't care who wins this series. Don't care who gets first place. Doesn't matter to me at all. I just want to be able to see a map fight between these two squads. But I am also hoping that as we get ready to go into Sorvasa, that things are going to be a bit closer, because that Esperanza, I hope that it's just a random blip, a glitch that we saw in this set.
The question is do you run dive tanks on Flashpoints? It's kind of been what's been happening lately, and right now WAC just outclassed Falcons on dive. They looked better, they looked more coordinated, and it wasn't necessarily like that their offensive dive was good. It was just that they caught Smurf every time. Every time Smurf came in, just wrecked and focused. The Falcons never got anything done with that. Both these teams have the capability of running out different tanks, and maybe you can see Orisa in there, but I think Flashpoint right now, largely dive tanks. You can even run a Doomfist here, so we'll see. But man, that last map really changed my opinion about both these teams. That was crazy.
It was brutal. I mean, it just felt like the DPS lineup from the side of WAC, just every time Smurf hit shift and he just jumped forward, they're like, okay, attack the back line, disrupt him, and we'll just kill Smurf and and we'll just win the fights that way. Happened time and time again. We'll see what happens though when we do come back. We have a quick little break and then we'll go into what could very well be the final map of this year. Alrighty, we are back, and WAC are out in the lead. 2-1 the scoreline here at the moment, as we do see Smurf is going to be out, Hanbin going to be stepping through. I don't think there's any changes on the side of WAC, so still we'll be seeing Junbin sticking in this one. See what happens, though, as we get ready to go over towards our Flashpoint map, because Esperanza, it was so one-sided.
Definitely one-sided, not even close. If you're Falcons, you kind of just try to forget that map. You got outclassed on every single roll, unable to catch a dive to save your life, and the supports have to be feeling really bad. They just kind of got jumped on the entire time. When you get jumped on as supports constantly, it really lowers your morale. But we're going to go to Saravasa, which is going to be our Flashpoint here. What do you think is the impetus of bringing in a new tank for the squad?
I'd be curious if this is just going to be another attempt at the Space Cowboy comp from the side of Falcons.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I mean, the cast was looking like it was finding a lot more value compared to the Sojourn here for the side of Proper, which is such a rare thing to say, but especially on that opening map, like, I felt like he was hitting every single shot. So maybe just come in, you know, rather than having Smurf play the Zarya. I've been playing the Zarya and go full Space Cowboy. That would be my best guess. Otherwise, I'm not sure what to really glean from it. Because it's not like you'd want to come into this one playing Sigma. It's just way too slow on rotations. And you know, every other pick that really kind of makes sense, Smurf would be the one piloting it. The Doomfist, the Orisa, that sort of thing. So I'm feeling this has to be Zarya, D.Va as well. Not something that we very commonly see at all on Flashpoint, if ever. So I think this is going to be a really all-in composition, or rather they're going to be all-in on this composition. And I think that if you're whack, you should be able to figure that out. So we'll see how prepped they are to try to counteract it if that is going to be just Space Cowboy coming through.
I think the Zarya makes a ton of sense, and I think, yes, you can run that. You can run the cast, but also on this map, we've seen a little bit of Genji too. I think Genji can work really well, and also like Zarya helps out that. So they have to do something different. They can't just go like head to head. But I think your instinct on it might be at least trying Zarya has to be the play.
It's that okay, or and I've already forgotten that he exists.
It might be Junker Queen.
It could be that, but the other thing is Malga, because we have been seeing Hanbin playing it over Smurf on for that brief little stint. So maybe they're just going to lean back into Malga, which I think is going to be a decent, more brawl style setup for Flashpoint.
Sure.
Time will tell as we get ready to go into this one. But it feels like it has to be one of those two, either the Zarya or the Malga coming in here for Falcons. And I think that we would all prefer, not even just because of like recency and dominance in the meta with Malga, but just because Hanbin on Zarya is usually just such a treat to watch.
It's also the thing that if you're Falcons and what just happened, it feels like we don't want to mirror the dive. We're going to lose a dive mirror, clearly based on what just happened. So you want to run something a little more static, a little more brawly. I think Zarya is the flavor of the day here. It's got to be. And then I think Whack is probably just going to try to run as much dive as possible. I think Heesang, here's my bold prediction. Heesang will play Genji once in this map.
Okay, certainly as possible. We'll see if he does it off the rip, though. As we get into Suravasa, Whack now 3-1 victory in their sights to very firmly assert themselves as the #1 team of the region.
I never noticed that in this map before. What are we in Halo? What was that?
I can tell you.
Okay, well, new lore unlocked. I gotta look up.
I think even with me having recently been spamming a lot of ranked games, almost back to Diamond, I don't think I've actually played on Suravasa once so far. But there we go. It's going to be SV Cast. Jinbin out the gate with the Orisa, and as expected, Falcons are going to be going for Space Cowboy. There though. Proper obviously going to be the big highlight here, but already HP bars taken low on the side of Falcons is Junbin rushing forward here, pulling them back. Javelin have the connection or not. Either way, some stability going to be sought after and found here as Falcons find a kill. 100 energy built up for Hanbin, and there's just no way to survive. He collects 2. Chorong down on the back end, and that's going to be first lockdown of this Flashpoint. Going the way of Falcons. Just a bit too overzealous there on that rush coming through from Flack.
There was just no real great follow-up from that Russian, and they're just able to play back in the room, and Junbin's going to switch off. He's going to go right to Winston. So it's going to be just super divey again. Watch Junbin and Heesang to see if they can get to the back line. The Falcons' backline right now feels like they're more protectable for each other, more peelable than previously when the Ana just got rocked.
Chill. Okay. Yo, dead. Chorong able to win out that Lucio battle. That gives him the lead now towards that sound barrier. But Stalker doing the same on the opposite side. Able to find Heesung. Stick in, lip, dead. Stalker. So much work here for the team at the moment. Fields are going to be taken out, though, and Chorong finding another kill. Robber goes down. Flip's still not in here. However, as Hanbin going forward, mid-energy at the moment there, but yeah, Jinbin going to be taken down, so they're going to be holding this one, and, you know, maybe one more attempt to take on this, but otherwise Falcons likely going to be starting Saravasa off up 1-0.
Losing your tank at 70% on Flashpoint is really, really brutal. They can come in, and they can maybe fight, but it's not going to look good. Yeah, they're just going to bail. Maybe?
Oh, okay, no, Yisung's in. Test is there. Sound barrier going to be dropped. Now out from Proper, trying to buy some space. And Churong taken down. Kill found. Shielding expiring now from Falcons from their own sound barrier. Is Lip trying to use the Deadeye. Some of these players, teammates, to try to keep this point occupied. And oh man, he is just getting poked and prodded at. Let's get the nade through. Gets the Punisher on a Stalker, but now the grab greets him around the corner. And Proper is able to easily collect 2 kills. Shu and Lip will be taken out. No minor contest there from Junbin. Just trying to see if he could get anything else towards that primal rage, which is just 2% off, but first point does go to Falcons 100-0.
I guess they had to come into fight there. I mean, it is Flashpoint. Let's get some legs. Lip goes to Soldier 76. Not the first time we've seen Lip on Soldier 76, but it is a rare sighting. All right.
From him.
I think it's better on the other Flashpoint map where there's better high grounds.
Getting Fielder as he came around the corner. The Helix rockets into the spray down. Lip, however, take it out. Proper able to find that kill. Churong again, coming up huge, finds himself 2 kills. Chio and Proper both taken down by this Lucio. I mean, compared to what we saw from the beginning, you think all the way back to Samoa, Churong was not having a good time. He was getting punished so much. But right now, here on Saravasa, even with them being down 0-1, he has been impactful, to say the least.
It's the duality of man. Churong is either throwing or carrying. It's one or the other. And
right up there with
the carry.
Right up there with Violet and Lee Tae-gon.
Lucio mains, man. Like, how do you explain them?
Manic. Maniacal. Pulse bomb out from Stalker, looking for a kill. Not going to be able to find too much of anything there. And Matrix, however, thrown down from Fielder and Proper, making good use of it. Finds Strong, finds Heesong, gets the cleanup there onto Junbin. So the gap at the point going to be fairly short-lived. So we'll get over 50% here on the side of Whack. Falcons now able to get a nice entrenched setup for themselves.
Both Lucio's at about 90%. That's going to be the thing I'm looking forward to, the next fight. Who gets better barrier value? It's usually the defense. You don't really want to have to barrier engage.
Yeah, being able to drop second would be huge. And oh man, Lip dead. Stalker into the back line as that Deadeye comes through. Mag Grenade getting the setup, getting the catch. Heesong taking low, dancing around. Does manage to blink his way out to safety. The kill not going to be found, but looks like for now, Falcons continue to hold very far forward off the point. Will be able to gain the lead for themselves.
Oh, that's a better barrier value. Didn't even have to use it.
Oh, the bubble going to get cleared up so quickly, but Proper going to be taken down. Sound barrier committed, catching 3 players here on the side of Falcons, trying to keep them alive as the grab nearly online here for Hanbin. Might just be able to grab 9 them off this point, but never mind. Inside track, they go ahead and steal this one away. So the flip is there. How do you get Churong back in with you? Grab going to be committed just to isolate and pick off Lip. But overall, I like that quite a bit here from Hanbin. Knows that Lip needs to be dealt with. Either DPS find would be huge. They rush now out here from Shu. Hanbin just continues to hold the door, pushing on this corner. 100 energy. Bubble dropped in. Jinbin trying desperately to stay alive. The healing throughput just still so very limited here. Another counter flip back into Falcon's favor. Send here for Whack. Regain control, win this one. Be them tying up the score line. Back visor, invested, looking for a target, and instantly Lip is going to be rewarded. Finds one. Chio going to be taken out. Looking for Hanbin. Has to break through those bubbles, and eventually they will be able to do so as Jinbin finds 2. Looks like Flip getting ready to come in. That should be a tied up affair here on Saravasa. Cleanup will continue. Just need to find Stalker, which Lip eventually does. Lip is in. No real way to contest this one for Falcons, you would suspect. That should be us getting tied 1-1.
I mean, how did they not kill Junbin? That was insanity. Junbin was like 10% health. And I think they dropped like a window back when they were playing Baptiste, way back in the day. Now, and Junbin was able to get out alive. That was a critical non-kill from Falcons, and it lost them the point.
We're looking to go for the Soldier 76 for a brief little moment. Goes right back over onto the Cassidy. Waited here, high ground, just taking pot shots and working HP bars low. That next attack visor ready. Ivan, Jinbin going aggressive, has the ult to rely on. Does have to pop it as that fan, the hammer comes through and starts ripping that HP bar apart, but Now we'll be finding some stability. Gets a great juggle. Heesung just tag in. Also able to find the elimination. Proper going to be gone. Pulse bomb into the back though from Stalker. Able to find Liv, but Heesungs will find Hanbin. Going to be a 2-for-1 trade up as they look for a little bit more, and they will be rewarded for it. Sound barrier having to be used there in the fight. So 3 ult commitment there for WAC, but they give themselves the first control.
Proper is going to mirror this Soldier 76. We're in an old man legs meta, apparently. I think it's just this map. Just really good, consistent damage in a lot of places.
Stalker as well here with the Reaper. Just wanting to try to get added punish here on the Jinjin.
Right.
On these
We
dive
talk about
forwards.
consistent damage. That's Reaper's name.
And Matrix to clear the way. They get themselves onto the point. Sound barrier now. Down to the back end. Kitsune rush on the opposite side to try to keep Black in this fight. Attack the half, but there's the grab, locking him up, taking him down. However, returning fire kills coming out as it's just going to be Heesung and Jinbin left alive, but only Fielder and Stalker to really try to deal with. The flip is in, and Stalker now in a rough position. Has to pop that Wraith, gets some more damage down onto Jinbin, but he cannot find this kill. He's going to be TPing out. That's just going to be a counter flip right back into their favor here from WAC, only giving up 31%. But Heesung over pursues. Hopper saying, you know what? I'm going to be fully unlocked. I'm taking this rating weights off. Comes back on Tracer.
When you think you're fighting a Reaper, then all of a sudden Tracer shows up. Completely different kind of fight.
Yep. As we're here from Lip, just softening them up as they go on this approach. 97% the TP for it. They spot him. Stalker so very close to having that ult, but so very close to death as well. Nearly got taken down, but the flip is there. Falcons now in control. Chance to maybe hold this one as the contest starts coming through here from WAC. Turn, Lip, finding Proper. Tracer now dead, operating a man down as the flip gets ready to come in. And that Death Blossom is finding absolutely no value. He's just dead to rights, down on the floor. Beat was committed there from the side of WAC, but they are able to close this one out and now take the lead 2-1 on Saravasa.
Falcons was trying to hold on there. They were trying to get to Coalescence, but it's kind of weird that Stalker threw in that Blossom. You want a Coalescence Death Blossom. That's a fight-winning combination that you can pull off, and now they're going to have Coalescence as Falcons, and you can open with this, but it's not great with nothing else to work with it.
Yeah.
The Falcons are going to Coalescence, and WAC's just going to move behind a wall.
And I think
we're do anything.
We're seeing the hesitation and the issues here for the side of Falcons at the moment as Shu narrowly able to escape there. I mean, they continue to just play musical chairs with what DPS picks they're going to be playing. Walker now over onto the Tracer. His Primal is out, but continue to rush in from Shu to try to keep him in this fight. And Chorong again coming up with a huge kill as Hanman gets taken down, and Liv will go ahead and collect some more on the back end. And finds Proper, and that is just going to be them getting shoved aside. Coalescence doesn't mean a damn thing. Primal and that Kitsune Rush win it out, and that is WAC in control once again. As Fielder now going to be swapping, and Hanbin going over to the Junker King.
Yeah, that Cole got absolutely nothing. That was the saddest Coalescence I've ever seen in my life. Just looking, hey, are you going to peek through this doorway? Please, please come here. Got absolutely nothing.
And Jinbin going for the adjustment. He sees the changes coming through. He says,
like
okay,
the
I'm going to
Doom.
go for the Doom. Sits
Just
with
better switches.
I mean, he's just sitting within that disruptor shot, gets a punch down. There's a seismic slam, and Shio absolutely annihilated using Proper's kit against them. It's all right, let me just build up a super punch here. And it works a treat. Stalker just going to be resetting off the side there. 63%, one more fight win, and WAC will take this series 3-1.
That's always going to be your targets in almost every composition we've seen in these last 4 weeks. The Lucio is always your prime target. Always try to get the Lucio. What a great combo that Junbin pulls off there. Takes out the Lucio, and Falcons down to their last fight.
Over, Shu under a little bit of fire, and you can see him just body blocking to keep that Kiriko alive, but now it's 99%. Sound barrier available. Overclock first here from Proper, but Sound barrier on the opposite side. Chorong keeping everybody safe here for the time being. Shot in, punch to the side. Proper keeping the wall for a brief little moment. Gilder's able to find the opening kills. Jinmin's going to be taken down, but now Proper going to be traded out. Pulse bump from Heesung, not going to be able to find anything there. Today Rush really built up Fielder as his Shu dead moments before he would have gotten his own. With that kill, it looks like Falcons making the correct call. They don't have to commit this Kitsune Rush in. Gio finding the back end kills, and that is going to be the flip. They try to keep themselves alive.
Oh, they got it when they had to. Really interesting to see these two tanks go against each other. One of them has an ultimate that does something, and the other doesn't. So we'll see if Hanbin versus Junbin, that matchup goes. The Junker Queen ult wins you a fight if you hit two people.
Suzu is on that other side, obviously. That rampage can be antied. Now built up. Stalker and Proper both going to be thinking dangerously low. Anti goes across. Now, follow-up damage not being found. Now the heal's coming in. It's Jinbin up with the Meteor Strike, the Seismic Slam. Having helped trade out these Tracer players, and the attack buys are rolling through. Lip finding his mark. Gets Proper. Shio going to be gone. Gotta flip back into their favor. Getting ready to come through is Hanbin. Is just running around desperately seeking a target, but Lip, he's got a target-rich environment. Stick coming in. Stalker will find one on the Trong, but that is it. Their wings have been clipped. Falcons suffer their first loss of this round robin, of this stage, as WAC come out on top 3-1.
We saw that Falcons could bleed when they dropped a map recently, and now we know blood can be drawn. WAC living up to the name. We thought that this would be the squad. If anyone was going to be Falcons, it was going to be this team. And they just looked better on dive. I know we saw that the most recent map was flashpoints and kind of back and forth and a little bit static defenses, but really good changes too. What a flexible squad. But man, that push map was a decider map. It was kind of crazy good.
I mean,
this WAC team is the best team in the region right now.
Yep, they are anything but what the name might imply. Absolutely legit. I mean, you could see just how scattered Falcons were. The constant changes coming through, just trying different things because nothing was working for them. It started off incredibly well with that Space Cowboy. They get the first point. It looks strong. Proper's looking dominant, but then Lip just says, okay, I'm going to play Soldier 76. And you guys are now like uncertain about what you can do. You try to mirror it, doesn't work out. You try to bring in the Reaper, doesn't work out. Blossom, the one Death Blossom that we saw, it was a complete waste. Couldn't get on top of any targets. He was kept at arm's length. And then everybody was just constantly shifting around. But congratulations to Shu, our player of the match. I mean, the whole way throughout in this series, like Shu was so heavily impactful. I think you could make solid arguments for basically everybody on this team. Junbin, his willingness to be flexible, the performance that we saw from him on Esperanza and then here on Saravasa, absolutely incredible. But Shu, he was just continuously putting up incredible performances. His bionates, his impact with that Baptiste, all of the things that we've come to expect from this guy, given his career, he delivered on it here in this series.
I think this roster in a game where the meta clearly changes every single week, this roster is the best suited to it. The flexibility that they have across every single part of their team, whether it be damage lines, tank lines, or support lines, there is no weakness. Like, find me a hero that this team can't play. I dare you. I don't think it's possible. And that's why I think, given the state of the game right now and where it changes constantly and there's updates and patches constantly, this WAC team is undeniably, undeniably the best team.
And I mean, it's not like Falcons don't have strong, veteran coaching staff on the opposite side. I mean, they have Rusty and Junk crying out loud. But this is yet again just Moon coming in here and just being able to shut down that Shock duo. Just shout outs to, the throwback to the Dragons being able to get their championship win. Moon just looking immaculate here with this team, and just putting them to such great work as look back and relive some of these great moments from Shu. Because I mean, just getting kills neutrally as an Ana, getting these insanely solid antis thrown in. This is the one that's basically not quite started off, but really turned the tides and set them in a strong position to just run away with Esperanza. Just the opportunities that Shu is able to find for himself they're insane.
It should terrify people that we go to a meta where you can play Ana and Baptiste. Shu's Ana and Baptiste is insanity. Now the other side of things, it's not like Fielder's a slouch, but my goodness, what a play.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and hear from Shu himself as we'll pass it back up to Quest for the translation.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. We are back with the second POTM interview of the day. WAC taking the victory over Team Falcons. With Shu on stage, with the cute little headbands on. Please introduce yourself. And this is Shu, once again. the man of the hour.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 정말 서로 왔다 갔다 교환에는
So
교환으로
this match was a very heated match, going back and forth between two of the very strongest teams. But in the and WAC prevailing, how do you feel?
비하인드 스트로였는데 제가 사모아에서 좀 잘 못해가지고.
I think that I didn't play well in Samoa. So I think that if I played well in Samoa, I think that we would have won 3 Overwatch. But you know, a little bit disappointing.
좀 괜찮았다. 그래도 승리를 이겨냈으니까라고 말씀해 주셨습니다. 자, 오늘 경기를 보는 우리는 너무너무
So from the fans,
입장으로 너무너무 재밌었는데.
Fans, obviously it was a very entertaining match.
솔직히 이게
But
지금
is your heart okay because it was a very heated match?
FTG 팀을 제외하고는 격차가 조금 심하다고 생각을 하거든요.
I think that there's a big gap between us and, with the exception of Team Falcons and FTG, there's a big gap.
심장 떨림 그 쫄깃쫄깃한 맛이
But I think that
잘하는 팀이라면 더 생기거든요. 그래서 오랜만에 이제 리그에서
the heart rate goes up when
when
we play against good teams. So it's been fun.
심장이 쫄깃하셨는데 우리 팬분들도 정말 심장이 쫄깃했는지.
And I think the fans also had their heart rates go up because you know there was a lot of screaming coming from the crowd.
궁금한 게 있는 게 왁이 비교적 넓은 전장을 선택했어요. 좀 독특한 전장들도
So
나왔는데.
WAC chose maps that were very big. So why is that?
코치님들이나 감독님들이 알아서.
And that is well, I'm not really sure, but because the coaching staff is the one that chooses the maps for us. But I believe in the coaches.
네, 그렇습니다. 자, 2세트부터 흐름을 완전히 빼앗아 갔던 왁이었어요.
And WAC taking the momentum away from Team Falcons, starting map 2, and creating a lot of variables, and buying a lot of time for WAC. And what kind of in-game calls went back and forth? I think that we told each other that we won't be able to ride the momentum if we don't win map 2. So we had to win map 2 no matter what. And after point 1, and they said that the Widowmaker came out and the McCree. And we decided to kind of implement a game plan change on the spot. So, and I think that's what led to our victory.
자, 또 오늘의 POT를 받으신 우리 슈 선수 얘기를 안 할 수가 없죠.
So we have to talk about your own performance tonight.
어나더 클래스였습니다.
And your Anna was on another level.
무엇인지 보여줬는데, 자, 우리 힐벤으로 예상치 못하는 변수도 만들어내고,
Of course, creating a lot of variables.
보여주면서, 자, 오늘
The pulse nano
플레이
care.
어땠나요?
So how do you rate your own Anna performance?
조금 빼고 완벽했던 것 같기도 하고.
I think I was a little bit lacking from perfect.
그것도 원래는 저희가 아나를 준비를 안 했어요.
Actually, we actually didn't prepare Anna for today.
저희 코치님께서
But seeing our opponents play Anna, and our coaches asked me, "Hey, do you want to play Anna?" And I said, "Sure."
정말 너무너무 잘 쓰셔가지고 저는 아나를 미리 준비해 오신 줄 알았어요.
Of course, I thought it was something predetermined, that it was something prepared, but Shu says no, it was something that was kind of decided on the spot.
팬분들께서도 이제 우리 슈 선수의 그 POTM 포즈가 되게 궁금하셨다고 제가 들었거든요.
So fans were wondering a lot of his player pose for the POTM pose. And he says, "I will never do it again," with the crowd booing him a little bit, you know. And it's a heart.
반쪽짜리 같은데?
Giving the fans what they want here.
자, 이렇게 우리 슈 선수 하트까지 보여드렸고요. 자, 오늘 경기 부담감이 굉장히 컸을 텐데 팬분들도 긴장감이 상당하셨을 거란 말이죠. 팬분들께 감사
And
인사
of course,
부탁드려요.
please thank the fans. Please say what you want to say to your fans.
이제 먹고 못 사는 직업이라 생각하거든요.
This is a job that we won't be here, we wouldn't have without the fans. So thank you very much, and please continue to support and love us.
팬분들에 대한 사랑도 느껴지는 와게슈 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
And that was it
다시
for
한번
the POTM
축하드립니다.
interview. Congratulations again, and we will be back with match
네,
3 of the day.
지금까지
But before that, I'm going to send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Quest. Good to hear from Shu. Well-earned player of the match. But as mentioned, we are not done yet. That was just match 2. And now I think we have another potentially even closer series that could be coming up here. Poker Face versus Runaway. Runaway desperate to try to stay in playoff contention. Poker Face potentially able to overtake them. Get the win here. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break.
던질까 말까 그냥 잡을까 말까.
막내 어떻게 하지 다 봐.
괜찮아. 어차피 민재 없어서 시간 많아.
그래.
천천히 해.
천천히 막타 막내야?
공사하면서.
그러면 올라가다가 오늘 아닌 것 같은데.
이렇게
아, 한번 하면 되지. 뭐.
아니요.
올리죠. 민니 유튜브에 올리죠.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
All right, it's now time to go into our third and final series of the evening. We have Poker Face going up against Runaway. And, much like every single series, because obviously things can add up and whatnot, this series very much matters. Runaway trying to hold on to their position in the top 4, but Poker Face are nipping at their heels. If they can get this win here, they can go ahead and overtake them, avoid having to play in the LCQ.
Runaway putting up a confounding performance last night is something they want to bounce back from. Poker Face is a team that they should bounce back from, but Poker Face, they're like a better Simprissa, in my opinion. Like they're just a little bit better than that lower echelon of teams. And yeah, this Runaway squad is in danger of falling out of the top 4 and having to play through groups at the bottom and get through 5 through 8. I have a lot of opinions about this Runaway team that I will wait and share later. I think there's a very significant problem on this team, and I think that the coaching has also been a problem of how you work around that. But there is a ton of talent on this roster. They shouldn't be in the position they are, and we'll see if they can bounce back today.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, the top 4 finish, I think, been better than some people might have anticipated coming into the year. But the issues that they have, they've been glaring, and they were expected, and we have been seeing them put on display. So even with the wins that Runaway have been able to get, which has allowed them to climb this high in the standings, it's very rarely been clean. Is the main issue, I guess.
Yeah.
That I'm getting. Is that so often they are playing these very close series where it feels like they should just be able to, kind of come in and just stomp the opponent. I mean, Genesis, they were looking good in that series, but given Genesis's form right now, it feels like Runaway probably should have had that one 9-3-2, amongst other things, nearly dropping 2 maps to Simprissa, as you earlier mentioned. So it has been rough, and the meta hasn't really been leaning in towards that, because Reinhardt, unplayable. Winston kind of coming back in, that helps out, I think, Mag a bit, but I don't know if we're going to get ourselves back into a full-blown Wrecking Ball meta where Mag could really thrive.
I mean, are you saying that you shouldn't play Reinhardt on push maps? What are you talking about? That's crazy. The expectations are super high for Runaway, and on the other end of things, this Poker Face team, the expectations are middling, that they should be between 5 and 8 best, but they've looked really solid, and I think when you come down to metas that are super about coordination, this team could really thrive because they've played together for so long.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been seeing that from them. I mean, Poker Face, this is a squad that, while not playing in tier 1 too much, they got to play against some of the tier 1 squads last year in Overwatch League when we kind of had the swap over. They are very well versed. They are an incredibly experienced team coming out of contenders. So glad to see how they're going to face off against this Runaway squad. Leather jackets and all still coming out here onto the stage, but. I think, Runaway, they certainly have their work cut out for them in this. I mean, there's never a really free series at all, but
right.
I think that they have learned from the past of underestimating their opponents, but this is going to be one that challenges them even more.
And the expectations are so high when you put the Runaway name on a team. Everyone just has enormous expectations for this team, and the roster does bode well for those expectations to be met. Poker Face also a team with a lot of depth. Here's the starting lineup. You've got Finale on the bench, Becky coming in, and you've got a tank lineup, as we saw in the last matchup, that being able to swap out tanks is really important. Jasmine going to be starting.
Yeah, Becky coming through. Siana is going to be fair, and the Finale going to be waiting on the bench in case he is needed. But this is where I kind of have to, train my eyes a little bit more, is going to be the DPS lineup, because frankly, if Runaway wins, I think that it's widely going to be off the efforts of, of Zest and Profit. So I'm curious to see how Proud and Becky are going to be going up against him. Because Proud has had his moments. He has looked incredible at times throughout this tournament. So I think that, going toe-to-toe versus the likes of Profit, I think that's something that Proud could certainly do. But I'm curious to see how Becky's going to be looking at the same time.
Yeah, easily the best player on that team, in my opinion. Proud has had performances that absolutely just crushed. Here's the Runaway roster. They're not going to have any subs. They only have 5 people on this team, so this is it. This is what you see, what you get. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, if we get to the Tracer meta that we're in, Zest should be able to carry this roster against anybody. I think Zest is one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown he still has it. It was some slow starts in some of the series, but widely, as things go deeper, Zest has been one of those players that very much has ramped up and continues to get back into the form that we were seeing from him, on Fusion / Soul Infernal, where he's coming up with these huge pulse bomb sticks onto the opposing tracers and whatnot. So we'll see how they're going to be faring as it looks, maybe a different face out here for the rep interview down on stage. So we'll pass it up to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilleos, and we are back with the final team rep interview of the day between Pokerface versus Runaway. So please introduce yourself on Pokerface's side. And this is Sohee from Pokerface.
네, 서희님 반갑습니다. 다음으로는 러너웨이 팀도
And
자기
on
소개
Runaway side,
부탁드릴게요.
네, 안녕하세요. 러너웨이의
and we have Flowervin on stage today instead of Runner.
네, 꽃피님 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 포커페이스 팀의 질문을 드리도록
This first question goes to Pokerface. Pokerface, now including today's match, only has 2 matches left. And of course, they're both equally as important. So what's the mindset coming into the 2 matches? We were watching the Yeti match yesterday, and I thought that Genesis would win, and I hope they would win. But in the end, just like Korean national soccer, they lost. So depending on whether we go to seed deciders or LCQ, we have to face them no matter what, or all the teams no matter what. So we have to play with the mindset the mindset of winning today. And for Runaway, and of course Runaway facing tough opponents since in their last couple of matches. But will they have an easier time taking the W home today? And of course, we had a tough time against some tough opponents these last few matches. So, but whenever I'm co-streaming, Runaway's winning, but when I'm not, Runaway's losing. So maybe I should just go home and co-stream. But hearing from the players and the coaches, they are confident that they're going to win, so that Flowervin can stay at the venue and cheer their team on. So this is essentially both teams' last chance to qualify for the seed decider matches. So who's the key player to help their team punch their tickets? Sohee's answer is that we're all very good players, so I want to say that all of them are key players, but Simple and the support line, I think, are the key players of our team. And they're also the ones that are always asking for food at late nights, so I think that's hopefully they'll be able to carry today. So how about on the Runaway? I would say Zest, because he's always having those clutch moments, and he's the problem solver of the team. And Flowervin complimenting the announcer, saying that she's pretty, and she wanted to say that directly to her. And of course, I think chat and everyone else watching would agree in that sentiment. And that is it for the team rep interview. And before we head into the map veto, I am going to throw it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Quest. Good to hear. Good to see Flowervin out on stage. Something that we haven't gotten in quite some time, but maybe there's some truth to it. Maybe she should go home and go stream if that's the thing that gets Runaway the wins in the end. But time will tell if that is going to be the case. Maybe she can break that first game. We're going to see though. It's like Runaway first pick. They're going to take us to Samoa once again, and Pokerface is going to be going over to Midtown.
Samoa Midtown, something that's definitely cropped up in the last couple of days. Well, I guess one day yesterday. A lot of Samoa in Midtown. Esperanza, Cerveza, and Circuit Royale would be the 5th pick, and you'd have to imagine if Runaway ends up on Circuit Royale, they'd be happy with it, given Profit's history on Circuit Royale. But yeah, this is This is a matchup that I really need to see Runaway look dominant. I need to see Runaway look great here, not just winning, not just something like that, because, like I said, there's a ton of questions. And as I did not say in the pregame, my ton of questions always start around Mag. I don't know if that is a good enough tank player to win them this region. Period. End of story.
I mean, winning the region certainly feels like a bit of a far cry hope, but even just keeping their spot in the playoffs, that's going to be the main focus here. Is of course, plenty of Zest fans out there, and also some drawings of all of the players as dogs.
There's no way that's a freehand drawing. The dogs, yes, that's drawn freehand.
Hey man, that's you'd be shocked. Plenty of art schools and hagwons out here in Korea.
See that font, how it's written right there? Like, that's my level of artistry.
Shout outs to the fans flying in from Australia to be able to watch Zest play there on stage. Some real dedication. Hope they're having a good time out here in Korea, and maybe they'll get rewarded for that. It would be disappointing to make that 10-hour journey or however long it is, and then just come and watch them lose. That certainly wouldn't be ideal.
Meta could be decent for Runaway. Sorry, it could be decent for Runaway because Winston has been so prevalent, and that's like one of Mag's best heroes. It should be good. It should be decent for Runaway. It's just a matter of like when teams switch into something that make you swap off of Winston, where's Mag gonna go to? The Orisa has been, I think, his best hero for the most part in the last couple of weeks, so we shall see. Again, that's all my questions about Runaway. Really focus around the tank line, and a lot of it is just like where are they coaching into the tank line? Why are they picking maps that Mag's not going to look great on? It's been questionable. They should, on paper, beat Poker Face handily. If they don't, the questions won't remain.
Well, it's time to say I'm, I believe, Falcon fan, and then this one's I'm a Falcon fan, and I don't know how to read the one. I don't know what the one on the right means.
Oh, I know. I'm just not going to tell you.
That's completely fair of you. But well, either way, obviously the fandom running deep here for both of these squads. Runaway with such a huge legacy. Poker Face having been through the throes of Tier 2 for quite some time, being able to come on top of it as well. So all these players will be well supported here by our audience members, as there's just too much going on with this one for me to really even make it attempt. So we'll just move on for that.
All I see is a person behind a desk with OWCS as their face. So it's probably talking about you. You know, don't get too self-aware about it, but it's probably talking about you.
They're cheering for Poker Face. I can glean that much from it with the quick little glance that I gave at the text. Or it was a Runaway saying something about Poker Face. I don't know. Didn't really put too much effort into it. Either way, though, it looks like we should just about be ready to get things started here with Samoa and see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one. But, of course, eyes go over to Mag to see what he is going to be piloting here today. And I think that with that last series coming up, seeing quite a bit of Winston presence on Samoa as well, since that was also the starting map there, maybe that will give them a leg up. We'll have to just wait and see, though, as the dubstep does come through. That means that we are ready to get this game underway. So Samoa, our final series here of the evening, Poker Face versus Runaway. Let's see who can get this first map victory.
Well, the Jasmine pick 2 for Poker Face instead of Pepe is a little bit interesting. Jasmine, I think, was playing the Junker for this team really early on. Also, maybe a little bit of the better Orisa. I think Pepe is their Sigma player. So, interesting stuff. Wanted to see the Genji, but it looks like we're going to mirror it up here.
Let's see what the DPs look like afterward. Yeah, it's just going to Echo. Okay, so Cass Echo. So, got the counters here for both teams. Full mirror. Reese is in the mix. Prophet finding the first dink there as going to offer some damage back there onto Becky, who in his own right, I mean, think back to his performances, fantastic on the Echo. Certainly is going to be a bit of a concern here for Runaway. So now just going to be some fairly neutral arm's length fighting going on here. Mag maybe looking to take a little bit more space. Starts pushing forward. Doesn't have the spear spin. Javelin getting ready to come off cooldown, but Zest able to find the first kill as Becky will get taken down. top. Sticky Bomb's going to be layered in here. Looking to try to work Jasmine a little bit lower. The beam now off cooldown, but able to go ahead and disconnect. Gets himself away for the time being, but okay, now the beam can come in. Yep. Zest finding his mark, finding yet another kill. We'll be able to clean it up and just looks for the enemy Lucio, and it's just going to be a dive off the side of the map. Faith denying that kill away.
Well, nice play to get the early pick. Once you pick off the opposing Echo, you feel much safer in, well, obviously the air combat, but even then, they isolated the cast on the ground, and when there's no damage on the field, Echo just runs wild.
Yeah, I mean, Proud already having his attention drawn by multiple targets on the ground level. It's going to be rush for rush. Simple tagged up, like I said, early, but not going to be taken down. They find some stability. As Renty similarly taking a bit off screen. Rush is now going to be expiring. Sound barrier about to be available here for Faith to match against Lee Jae-gon should it come into play. Prophet, Deadeye, ready to decide to send this. It looks like for now the answer is going to be no. Get some really nice damage across there onto Faith as the dupe is going to be coming out from Becky first. Push the copy here onto the Orisa. Now the Deadeye rolling, but Sound barrier is out. So everybody protected for the time being. Proud going to be using one of his own. Only gets a minor tag across, but Jasmine able to find the headshots in. Prophet now going to be eliminated. An advantage here from Poker Face as the dupe's going to be expiring. Zest now using his on the back end. What comes out from Jasmine? Doesn't manage to get the catch on anybody. Mag's still going to be taken down as the dupe is going to be broken. Decent presence here on the point for the set of Poker Face. Just need to get the flip into their favor, but the contest comes in as Lee Jae-gon goes rolling across the point for a brief moment. Trying to stay elusive. You can see even Becky losing him there in the chaos. And eventually, though, it will gain control. So 76% so far for Runaway.
Yeah, with the flip coming in, you're not going to see Runaway throw bodies at the point, which you kind of should. This is a weird stage in which it's very difficult to kill a team enough that you can capture the points.
Dangerously close there is Prophet, but faster rebuild here on this rush. Simple. Right back into it, but Vigilante quickly catching up. Becky going to be taken out, though. Prophet able to find that elimination. Not having to use their own Kitsune rush. Wait it out, and they'll start working their way back over here towards the point. Damage coming across. Proud trying to get that mag grenade lobbed in, but Widely has to backpedal to flip to be back in control here of Runaway, moving up past 80% now as Lee Jae-gon comes up with 2. Even looking for a little bit more. Spots him out. Will find it. Lee Jae-gon. Was this 2 years ago? For the form that he's showing right now in this match?
Well, Poker Face just kind of offered people up on a platter there, very overextending. You had the point. There's no reason to really go for the kill, but the idea for Poker Face is let's win fights constantly. They were fighting right outside of Runaway's spawn and got punished for it.
Crash across. Faith able to extend this into overtime. Ults lacking, though, severely here for the side of Poker Face, but they're dangerously close to getting a lot of them online. That dupe from Becky about to come through. Proud with a nice opening kill. Takes out Vigilante, but now Zed's going to be traded. He's Pilot, able to find his mark once again, but Proud also finding Prophet. Trade backs. His own Deadeye not going to be getting too much value there. Under the corner, Terror Surge pulled there from Mag. Now matched on the opposite side as Jasmine sends it, but those are still being found here for the side of Runaway. Zest comes back through,
Simple
takes out
dive.
Simple. Now Jasmine going to be gone as Zest will be able to get the final 2. 100 to 31%. Runaway scraping away with the win here on the first sub map. I mean, I say scraping away. They had a huge percentage win, but that fight was so narrow.
Yeah, I think Poker Face was just trying to be as aggressive as possible, and it's not really a stage that aggression is rewarded. It's really a stage where you get the points and then you just sit on it. It looks even architecturally like that point on Oasis, which is very similar. Just we're gonna get 90%. What do you have 5 people up and we have 1? Fine, we're still gonna get 5% counting up. And Poker Face instead just went really aggressive, trying to take the fights and win the fights at Runaway spawn. And we have a pause because somebody disconnected.
All right. Yep. On the side of Runaway, so let's get him back in the game, and everything should be good. Looks like we have an intentional DC, so it's not that they lost their connection to the lobby. It was just they're DCing trying to fix another issue that they were experiencing. So they're getting reconnected in, and as long as everything's good to go, we should be all right.
What's with the eye in the middle of the heart there? That's frightening me. Seems very occult. I feel seen.
I mean, it's I think they're saying that they want to see his Widowmaker, so they're kind of going for the the infra sight. I can see you.
Okay, that doesn't make me feel any better.
But yeah, it looks like it's on Prophet's end. So hopefully get him back in and get everything underway once more. But yeah, I mean, decently solid fight. I mean, Runaway. I mean, you think about some of the players on this team; they're very scrappy. You know,
scrappy.
Zest thriving in chaos. You know, in the past on Fusion and Infernal. You've got, of course, Lee J. Gon, who just basically exists as a chaotic being, and then also Mag, who just will play just about anything and just throw himself into the mix of things. So if Pokerface really want to try to stir things up and run at them, this is a style that Runaway are really well suited to come out on top of.
Yeah, Lee J. Gon, Chaos Incarnate, I think, would be the best way to describe him. But you're right, yeah, this is a team that whatever you want to throw at them, they can match. I worry that sometimes that Runaway plays down to their opponents, and there's a level in which they need to hit to be able to be in the same conversation with a WAC and a Falcons. And I think the last couple of weeks have done nothing to help them be in that conversation.
Okay, we had a nice fan sign of the Zest Prophet duo. Now the entire team drawn, and as I'm trying to get a grasp on what this grandmother is saying to the child, couldn't quite catch it, but
is that like a meme format now of a guy behind the desk?
I think
that's twice we've seen it.
I think it has to be. I mean, knowing what is like, I don't follow Korean memes too much, so sometimes it's a bit difficult to kind of get a read on like what's going on. But some of the classic ones from Overwatch were honestly great because like there was always a joke about Arisa being a chef because Arisa sounds very similar to the Korean word for like cook.
Oh, okay.
So it'd be like Yorisa to be a cook. So there's good ones like that. Bap's voice line also sounds like he's saying like your noodles are ready.
I need an Arisa with a chef's hat skin immediately, and also I need a BAP line that says your cold noodles are ready. Oh my god, those are amazing. All right, stage 2. Here we go.
All right, in the volcano, as Mag just running forward, putting quite a bit of damage down on the Jasmine. See what happens as this point gets ready to unlock here. Now, inside track, Runaway playing up above, but Mag able to find Proud. Just taking down that Cassidy. It's huge. Neutral fight wins. Zest as well. Again, just getting the better of Becky here. I don't know if Becky's been able to trade him back whatsoever with this Echo matchup. Here, spinning just to keep it protected as they backpedal over towards this drop ship. It's going to be Runaway very firmly and easily in opening control.
Yeah, as you said, easy enough. And it's just the single kill, taking out a damage healer from the other side. It's going to be interesting to see Proud on the Sojourn versus Prophet's Cat.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. Question answered.
Asked and answered very swiftly. Good opening kill here. Give them some space. So flip coming through. No chance at a recontest there from Runaway. Just going to have to concede that one over. So 26% built up from them. Nothing that Pokerface can't come back from. And, I was talking about Becky not being able to really win out the aerial battle, but he's at least winning an ult charge. 10% up over Zest here at the moment. Getting back through and just having an immense amount of damage output. Dupe about to be online as Kitsune Rush going to be used on both sides. Kill found, Proud sniping Zest out of the skies. Free reign here now. Pokerface to maintain control. A little bit more.
Like getting the early kill too. Yeah.
And yeah, there you go. Big on dead.
Well, it's smart from Pokerface. They just need to play defense. Make the other team push into you on this stage specifically as well. And now you're running the Sojourn, so you have a range advantage. You have a defensive advantage. So really well played there to not overextend, to not try to take the fights. You're at 43. You can just sit back and make Runaway make a play.
Some opening damage there, but responded to is the overclock going to be popped from Proud. Pulled forward, slides out. Terra Surge not going to be able to get a catch onto him, but Faith is going to be taken down. Says with the Sicky Bombs. Layering that in with the ult. Comes away with that elimination. Sound barrier now in from Lee J. Gone. He's dead. They don't have one of their own to try to commit into this one as Prophet able to take down Proud, getting some nice revenge, and also finding Jasmine to boot. Kills on the back end is, it looks like, yeah, Becky not going to be able to get away from this one. Runaway back in control. is still with a decent lead and still holding on to a couple different ultimates, so a chance to maybe try to turn this one, but it's going to be Rush and double DPS ults here for Runaway.
Holding beat is really nice. They can kind of jump in and try to get a Terra Surge going, and then if Jasmine is really hurt, you can beat into it. But this is one of the only times that you should really be aggro beating. They know that the other side does not have beat. It's time to burn it.
Susie defends. Mom's not getting much there as the dupe comes in from Zess. He's very far forward, not getting any heals, so will be broken out of this one, you would suspect, as they actually are managing to keep him in this for a lot longer than I thought they would. Eventually it does get broken though, as Prophet just trying to utilize that added rate of fire here. Maybe it's a little bit too fast for him. Eye available, Mag down low on HP, trying to backpedal, trying to stay alive in this one, but eventually Proud and Becky push forward, they find those 2 kills. Back in, Poker Face now in control as the cleanup is good. Delancey going to be staggered on the point, and this is brutal.
It's going to be final fight too. Oh, that is a tough stagger.
Rejoin quickly, but need somebody to kind of linger back. Widely run away. Just going to be poking and prodding from the dropship itself, and now, okay, Vigilante right back into this. Dupe.
Well, it's going to be final fight.
Yep. Dupe available. There it is. Dropping down. Terra Surge from Mag. Sound barrier. Very quickly be up for DJ Gone, but Jasmine able to find the kill. Prophet going to be taken out. Dupe finally broken. Just backpedaling. Terra Surge coming in. Just getting a quick pull in onto Jasmine, but as they kind of stop there, and okay, Faith kills Lee J Gone, that stops the touch from coming through, so it will be 100 this 79% Poker Face. High things up here on Samoa.
Really well played by Poker Face to know their win conditions, know when they're ahead, know what ultimates that they can use without being punished for it, and they just kind of got more value out of their supports there too. Vigilante dying late was rough, but Vigilante, even with the Kitsune Rush, was never in a great position, so well played by Poker Face to not be aggressive when you're winning on defense. And another pause.
All right. See what the issue is here. It looks like it's again going to be something on Runaway's side. Mag unplug his keyboard. Looks like he's fiddling with some wires. Actually, it is in fact a keyboard issue, so I'm not sure if it's something that's already since been fixed or it will take a little bit more attention, but we have our admins swooping in to figure out what exactly is going on.
That feels like it could have been a huge insult if it wasn't a pause. Did Mag unplug his keyboard?
Yeah, you definitely need. Oh no, a little bit hot. No, a little bit hot. Hey, we did it. And the thumb. No, adjust the thumbs. Now it's more of like an oblong. Okay, now we got the heart.
Oblong Heart. It's the name of my punk band.
That's not a bad one, actually.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, teamwork to make the dream work. They finally got it. See that, waiting to hear any updates. Looks like maybe just a couple minutes to go ahead and get this taken care of so we can get things underway. But nice laughter and smiles coming through here from the Poker Face camp. Looks like everybody keeping each other very much engaged and hyped up. Something that's going to be good to see. Keeping spirits high. Not something that we can really quantify when it comes down to, competition, but it can very much be observed.
Morale and spirits. That looks like an important sign, given how emphatically it was pointed at. It looks like a lot of words.
It is a sign regarding the Samsung Odyssey sponsor. Something about the monitors. Oh, I mean, of course, appreciate it. I think we should get all of the players playing on it. It's like isn't it like a 53-inch monitor? That'd be. We need to expand the desks.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to see the players if we had all those monitors. Just be a wall.
I mean,
I'm for it though.
I feel like you're playing in like a mech. It's this huge view that is just curved monitor right in front of your face. I think it'd be sick.
And we should get them like a new mouse. And what was that game? That game with like its own whole thing to play on. It was like almost a Mech Warrior thing, right? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah. It had like its own unique controller with different pedals and stuff.
Yeah, and it was like $800.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't remember what its
Which is
that wasn't one of the.
To talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know if that was one of the early Armored Core games or something, but I remember
Something
exactly
like
what you're
that,
talking
yeah.
about. Unique controllers, something that we have long since left in the past, and I think for good reason. As okay, Zest going to be spotted going on this flank. Not going to be opting into that Echo battle once again. Just wants to go over to the Tracer. A little bit more oomph and surprise from him. So far, flank access hasn't really been found. It seems to get 15% on that pulse bomb buildup. Now starts moving forward though. Is Mag diving in? And this is one of the things that we were talking about was, do we see that Winston come back into play here for Mag? It does. And Faith gets taken down right off the rip. So again, Cap coming through, Runaway in control as Jasmine trying to pressure Mag into the corner, but the rest of the team comes spilling forward. They're able to go ahead and peel enough pressure off that Mag is going to be more than fine, and Jasmine eventually crumbles.
Yeah, late kill on a Jasmine is going to be really rough for them to come back into this, and like you said, Mag with a really nice dive, and the target always, almost regardless of compositions lately, the target's always going to be the Lucio. Can the Lucio stay alive by themselves?
Well, a bit of a rough go of it there from Faith. Swap Jasmine now here on the Diva. Sleeping up onto the high ground there. Is Xenia Rush going to be coming through? Simple building that one up a little bit faster. Proud now trying to work again with this extra rate of fire. And when you got a hitbox like Mags, it does become a little bit more easy to find that value. When Pulse Bomb goes in, Seth's going to be able to find one, but Prophet now going to be taken down as Jasmine goes forward there on the Diva. So 2 for 1, trade up in Poker Face's favor. Jasmine tries to hold on to the mech. Recall going to have to be used there by Zest. Himself alive. And now the flip just now come through. 7% built up here for Runaway. Face now in a position to try to hold this one, but right back in. Runaway taking the inside track, ignoring beach side. Go ahead and flip this into their favor once again very swiftly. Xenia Rush to try to escort them forward. Jasmine trying to go in for the tag, but the flip has come through. Coming out, Becky now copying the Sojourn, looking to build up towards this overclock. Widely breaking away, but now, okay, no sound barrier. It's actually going to be used here from Lee J. Gone to try to escort them forward. Faith now going to be using his on the opposite side. That overclock about to be online for Becky, but the dupe as well is going to expire as soon as he gets it, and Jasmine's been broken out of the back. Very shielding on Jasmine, trying to get back in. He cannot. Proud of a nice dink there, but Jasmine taken down off screen. Prophet with a nice rail. Find that kill, and now suddenly Runaway. 85% built up. Final fight for them.
Poker Face is going to have to Kitsune rush, but so far, on this stage in particular, Runaway's done a great job of disengaging. So can Poker Face get any value out of this all?
And the consistent damage that we've been seeing from the swap over onto the Tracer also been looking good. Becky going to be taken down first and foremost as soon as that Kitsune rush comes in. There's the stick, there's the kill. Just finding Proud once more. Now looking for Faith as he goes chasing around the side. Self-destruct going to be committed. Kill is found. Lee Jae-gun going to get taken down by that one, but Zest also able to punish Faith on the opposite side with a melee hit. Flip nearly there. Poker Face, though, not going to be able to try to get this point cleared. TP forward, Simple joining in alongside Jasmine there on the low ground. No, Flip does come through. Just long enough, and now on the Sun Runaway, trying to get this back under the control. Kitsune Rush going to be committed. Delancey, then back forward. How do you really try to play into this one right now if you're Poker Face? Maintaining control at this point seems nigh impossible. The Flip being ready to come through. A touch found, but now Proud hounded down. Lee Jae-gun getting in on top of him, finds that kill. Jasmine pushes the boosters though. Crashes through, is able to find Prophet, but now the Flip is back into Runaway's favor. 10% ticking down. Touch coming through. Becky giving his life for that one. Maybe he had gone out for a split second, but Lee Jae-gun says no. It's a punish, and Zest in the meantime is just building up yet another pulse bomb, whether it's to break this Diva out of the mech. Just finish somebody else off, I'm not sure. Either way, sends it. Not going to be able to find the kill there, but ups a recall, gets Simple. He gets taken down. The point's been cleared long enough. Nice overtime fight. Easily elongated there for the side of Poker Face, but not enough to be able to get the win. Runaway will start things off with a win on Samoa.
Runaway with a great job of punishing any sort of aggression that Poker Face is putting out. Once they had control of the point, there was a moment where they were just sitting on point and just backing up, and you thought maybe that Poker Face could dive the Lucio, but Mag was there to even peel for his Lucio when they had the point. So really good control. They never gave up control. And the person who's making things hard for Poker Face is going to be Zest in the back line. You guys can't fight if you don't have your cast. You can't fight if Zest is pressuring your Diva and your Kiriko in the manner in which he was. So I think it's really interesting. So far, what I've seen is Runaway is running like four-person defense, and then Zest go make them uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it worked a treat. I mean, that's going back over onto the Tracer. Not that Ezeka was an issue at all. I mean, we saw how dominant he was in the aerial battle, but just having that constant backline threat, making Poker Face having to always look behind them, always try to track down where that Tracer was, it opened up way more space here for him. And I mean, it's similar to kind of what we were seeing, you know, just in the last series with Black versus Falcons. You know, that backline harassment would come through as soon as Smurf was committing to any kind of dive. Smurf gets picked off because everybody's just so scattered and unable to really keep tabs on what's going on in the fight. So I think, you know, again, chaos, something that Runaway can very much thrive in, given the players on this team. They make things a little bit more chaotic, a little bit harder to track for Poker Face, and Face end up suffering the loss. Pepe's going to be coming in, though. Go ahead and spoil that one right now. So he's going to be stepping back in as we have Midtown coming up. I'm curious to see, you know, what kind of compositions we get here. And this is going to be the big question inside of Runaway, because while they have played this map, they have had wins on it, it also has been a bit rocky. This is where, you know, Simprissa nearly was able to move up 2-0 against them.
Right. I think it's probably Sigma. Who knows? Maybe Sigma comes in. I don't imagine they'd swap somebody out to just play the Orisa again, although Orisa can be really good on this. And you can run dive. Midtown's been an evolving kind of map of where we saw a lot of teams pick it early because it was a different map. You can run Sojourn on it. To me, Midtown, if you can't win the Sojourn 1v1, you're going to be in trouble. I think Sojourn has really good angles on first, and then I mean, this is a map where you can see a team first pretty often.
Yeah. Well, we are going to go to a quick little break before we get into that map, and we'll see if the Sojourn battle is going to come into play and who's going to be able to come out on top when we come back. Alrighty, we are back. Runaway up to an early lead here with a 2-1 victory over on Samoa. As mentioned before the break, Pepe's going to be stepping back in here for Poker Face. We look to try to tie things up, moving into Midtown.
Midtown has been a popular pick in the last day or so. Also, even before that, it was always kind of the switch up. If you're not going to play Kings, you played Midtown to throw a curveball at teams. And Poker Face, along with even I think Vesta was always a team that wanted to go to Midtown to play the Sigma, to play the Sojourn, and it'd be surprising if they don't. My question is, if we end up seeing like a Sim. We haven't seen Sim anymore since the new patch came down, but Sim was always good on Midtown.
I mean, I'd be curious to see if anybody tries to bring that one back out here. But
bring it back. Bring the Sim back.
Memory does serve. I believe that Midtown also was very regularly the pick of Fusion and Infernal. That's going to be maybe feeling nostalgic moving over into this map again here. But for Runaway overall, probably feeling a bit scarred because, again, I mean, this has been a map where they've had some rough times. You know, that series versus Imprissa was a bit rough for them. So curious to see what adjustments have been made. I'm guessing that coming into this one, we're probably going to see Mag mostly running Orisa on the attack and then maybe also, going for Sigma, at least for like a 0.8 defense. But just wait to see exactly what they're going to be opting into here.
You think? Mag has been fine on Orisa. Dare I say good on Orisa. It's been the best tank, which is why it's so confounding whenever Mag doesn't play Orisa and tries to sneak some strange things in there. Even before the patch, Mag was the only player who would run a Maga into a point for no great reason, run a Rhine into places. I mean, the Ryan Kings Row defense was great for Mag, but that's the only place you can even play it. So Mag's Orisa, has been the best hero for them. But now that we're seeing much more dive across the league, Winston dive is good, and Mag can play that. So they don't have any other options. Again, there's no depth on this roster. It's 5 players.
Yeah. I think this right-hand sign is a really good representation of Lee Jae Gon, because you could either interpret it as the frog is jumping for joy, arms spread, or it's about to be dissected. So that's, I think, a decent summary of Lee Jae Gon. His play is very just live or die by him. So we'll see whether or not he's going to get picked to bits or if he's going to be jumping for joy at the end of this day.
As someone who has no cognition of what those letters and words were going to say, I somehow knew in my core that was a Lee Jae Gon sign. I just knew it, just seeing it.
The subconscious Korean reading, it's starting to unlock for you.
I was like, that frog reminds me of somebody. Who does it remind me of? Oh, Lee Jae Gon, of course.
And for Pepe, happy to see him taken to the stage as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we were replacing a PC on stage, so might be a moment or two.
Yep,
as we get to
see that now.
The signs.
So, yeah, PC swap should hopefully be underway quickly. Luckily, I think we've been mastering the art of replacing PCs for quite some time now. Been getting better and better. Remember Wolf and I casting Contenders Season 2 in 2018 and having, I think, multiple PC swaps for the Coma pause back on Oasis forever ago. And I believe that ended up being the first time that we've ever had to award a win to a team because the pause took so long that the lobby expired. And it was basically from that point unrecoverable. But it was like 86% for, I forget which team Hongdu was playing against. It was like 86% the team was like in the lead, and like 4 people were dead, and they just went, "Yeah, screw it, you guys win." Like there's no way that you would actually come back and be able to close this one out. So, and it was wild times. Luckily, things have gotten better.
Yeah, you don't have to check him PC.
But
I do love
like
the referees. The referees making sure no one talks. Can't talk about the game or the match state or anything while a pause is going on. regardless if you're the team who paused it or not.
I think they might. I don't know how it exactly works in between, since the game hasn't started and we haven't seen any gigs or anything like that. So I think they actually do have a little bit more leniency, but not too certain. Never been an admin myself, at least on stage, so can't really speak to what the exact rules would be in that circumstance.
I've been an admin before. It's awful.
I've done tournament administration for like multiple games. I used to do that for a local LAN series out in the Philadelphia area called GXL years and years ago, which was super stressful, but also pretty fun job. Like, okay, we're gonna run a Guitar Hero tournament. Who wants to sign up? And like 150 people appear in front of my desk. Like, okay. I will now register you all and build the largest challenge bracket that has ever been constructed. For a Guitar Hero tournament, at least. But that's always super fun. I miss LAN.
You honestly an admin for a Guitar Hero tournament?
Oh yeah, I mean we would do.
Is it a true story?
You'd run tournaments for just about anything. I mean, it's a LAN with like 750 people at it, and we had a console set up and all of that kind of stuff, and it was just, do IOC and everything. So we do like Our Hero, StarCraft 2, Legends. We do a million different ones. If Overwatch was released at that time, I'm sure we would have been running Overwatch tournaments. I'm talking about 2011 to 2013 when I was doing this stuff. So
I never really thought of Guitar Hero as a competitive game, but it makes sense now thinking about it.
That's great. You just do best of 3. Each person gets to choose one song, and then I would randomly select a tiebreaker song, so that I don't necessarily know if anyone has an innate advantage on it. That's kind of
wasn't it always just. It was just always Dragon Force, right?
No. We banned Through the Fire and Flames. That was the tiebreaker for the grand final.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Basically, any song that was over like 6 minutes long, you weren't able to pick for the standard match, because otherwise it'd just be way too long. I think we had like I said, we'd have like 100 entrants, and we would have like maybe 3 setups to play it on, so I could only get 3 matches going at a time. So it would be a pretty long one, and then there would also sometimes be simultaneous tournaments going on, and people could be registered to like multiple ones. So I had to basically like keep tabs on who was competing in what, and then if their like Guitar Hero match was coming up or whatever, I'd have to go over and then like get ready to grab them, and as soon as they finish up their like StarCraft 1v1 match or something like that, and just try to rotate around. So it's a bit of a chaotic nightmare as far as just getting the logistics right, but ultimately it was still very fun. Sometimes things like that, like more administrative jobs, just end up being very fun and rewarding. I remember doing script supervision on a film one time, and I didn't think I was going to enjoy that either, and then ended up walking away from it and being like, actually, it kind of is neat being the guy who's in control and making sure that everything goes to plan.
Right, script supervisor, so you have to make sure that everyone is literally on the same page.
Mm-hmm. Make sure you get all the coverage that you need. Make sure the continuity is.
Yeah, it's the continuity. You got to make sure the clock says the same thing from shot to shot, right?
I had one mess up that whole movie.
Well, now I need to know what movie it was.
It's a short film called Away.
Okay.
But
yeah, I'll check it out.
Had a character wearing the wrong clothes when they went to bed compared to when they woke up. Wasn't.
As you display, well, then you display wardrobe, right? That's wardrobe's fault.
Yeah, but it's also kind of me.
No, it is 100% your fault.
I'm the last lines of defense against that.
You're the script supervisor. That's 100% your fault.
Yeah. As you can see, though, guys, it was still just making sure that everything is good with the PC swap. So waiting to get green lights, but given the roll back in the chair and
well, that doesn't look great.
Given that he's getting out of his chair, it's like we might be here for a little bit longer. So if we get any further updates, we'll share this with you. Otherwise, Hex and I are just going to continue to ramble and talk about whatever the hell we want.
Yeah, I'm talking about Guitar Hero now. We're getting deep.
Yep.
Did you ever do, like, what is it, Rock Band? Did anyone ever play the drums?
Oh, yeah.
At your place?
We had a guy who used to come to every single LAN that we did, and he had one of those really nice custom Rock Band drum sets, because this was when Rock Band came out, there was a market opened up, and it was just like, okay, we can make specialty drum sets and all this kind of stuff for this game now, and it had like mesh drums. So it's almost like if you were playing like an electric drum set, but it's this really nice taut mesh that you'd be drumming on, and it was like super accurate, way more accurate than the actual default one that they would sell you with the games and stuff.
Right.
It was super legit. I always loved playing the drums on his setup. It's great that he's always
I have a set. I have a set of mesh electric drums. I'm terrible at playing them, but I do own them. It was a pandemic purchase.
We all have those.
I'm gonna be inside. Let me buy a bunch of stuff that helps me live inside for a while.
Again, though, you showed mercy on your neighbors by not buying a real drum set. Because had you done that, you would have driven everybody crazy because everyone would have been stuck indoors and you just be banging away on some drums, not hearing them drumming on your door, begging you to stop. So
I try to be very considerate, even now, because like I'm talking out loud. I still worry, that my neighbors are going to hear me because it's 5:45 for me right now. So I just, I try to talk at a reasonable level. And I've already done this like shower thoughts in my head of like, oh man, if they knock on my door of like you're being too loud, I'm like, I'm speaking at a reasonable level. Can I not speak at a reasonable? I've already had this conversation, this argument that's never going to happen.
Also that, but you could you just be like, look, like I apologize, but I'm also literally doing like a test at the moment, and you're currently disrupting it. So you give me a little bit of leniency. Maybe buy him some nice foam earplugs. Sleeping.
I love it. Yeah, my neighbor below me has a kid, and my neighbor above me is stomping around all the time. So I think I'm in the clear.
I think that no blame going to be coming your way. But guys, it looks like we do need a little bit more time, so we're going to send this over to a break, and hopefully when we come back, everything will be squared away, and we can get right back into the action.
던지감을 거든요.
막내 어떻게 하는지 다 봐.
괜찮아. 어차피 민지 없어서 시간 많아.
그래.
천천히 해.
천천히 해.
막타 막내야?
공사하면서.
그러면 올라가다가 오늘 아닌 것 같은데.
이렇게
아, 한 번에 올라가면 되지 뭐.
아니요. 올리죠. 민니 유튜브 올리죠.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Alrighty, we are back, and it looks like everything has been taken care of, or at least is in the final stages of being set up. So we should be able to get into Midtown here in just a second. We appreciate you guys for bearing with us through the little kerfuffle on stage.
I was not really on board with that sentiment until you said kerfuffle. I'm still on board now.
I knew that
What a
that
great
one would. I knew that one would.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really easy to please, and archaic words for skirmish always make me happy. Maybe we can work Donnybrook into the next sentence.
Donnybrook. Oh boy. Digging deep on that one. I'm pretty sure most people have never even heard that in their lives. But, just waiting on full confirmation. I think we had to do another little PC swap, it looks like, for the moment. Prophet likely just going to be assessing to make sure that everything is functional and ready to go. And there should be able to jump into game. Okay, never mind. He's already done it. It looks like everything is good. Now I can get right back into this one. Obviously, breaks in the action, not something that we enjoy. I don't want to slow down the momentum of these players here at all either, but also need to make sure that everyone is playing in hip-hop condition.
Well, just to reset as we get back here, Runaway up 1-0 over Poker Face. Runaway, kind of critical that they win this map to stay in the top 4. Pepe is coming in to play the tank over Jasmine, who played the first map. So the guess is that Pepe comes in to play the Sigma as we go to Midtown, but Midtown has been a delightful surprise in a lot of situations. The only thing that I'm pretty sure of, and you know what's great about casting is like no one ever really calls you when you're wrong. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Sojourns. Sojourn v. Sojourn.
There's definitely a few faithful out there who happily dig into anything that we say incorrectly. And to those people, I say, get better hobbies, do something with your life. But we'll see. I think the Sojourn call probably a pretty safe.
I have Twitter. I'm aware of these people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I am so close to just deleting Twitter. But as it stands for the profession, it's important to have. And there's the dubstep button. Here we go. We're finally back in map set.
There we are. All right, fans still geared up, ready to go. For now, at least on this defense, it's going to be Zest back up in the air with that Echo. Wait and see what the crowd lands on. Could be the Gas, could be the Sojourn. We'll have to see. I'll lean towards the latter here, but if we get to TP forward, we'll get to see.
That's super interesting. Is Simple... Okay, yeah, I didn't think Simple was going to stay on the Zen.
Okay, there's your Sojourn. Confirmed a Prophet in your own right.
Well, it's mostly the Sigma I was expecting. I think that's why they brought in Pepe, so...
Will be that. Can be difficult to run on the attack, but... Let's see how he's going to be faring. As Prophet already getting a couple dinks there and going low. 12 HP remaining on him. Heals spilling through. And Legion just diving on top of the fire truck to make sure that he is going to be safe and peeled for. Well shot. Proud trying to get the rest of this one ready to go. And does a decent little hit across, but the far kills still not going to be found. Trying to push out of the side rim can prove to be a bit difficult here as the Immortality Field going to be cleaned up. Stun out onto Simple, HP bars down into just absolute smithereens right now on the side of Poker Face, but finding some semblance of control here at the moment. Simple is just helping out these right clicks, keeping everybody alive, using that AoE heal, and now also finding himself an elimination. Probably going to be taking down the Amp Matrix, about to be online here for Poker Face, and that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Runaway on this defense. He bombs across, Mag going to be taken down, the Beam just able to go ahead and help nuke him. Reaching on, trying to escape, trying to exit. He will be able to get out, but it's going to be Poker Face now occupying the point, and as Runaway looks to try to recontest this one, Leeching on is still just trying to play elusively, but will eventually get spotted, and with him dying, I think that that's probably going to be the attempt at a retake completely foiled. But otherwise, the Amp Matrix would be waiting for them.
There's nothing really surprising about how teams attack this map. It's always trying to rotate left side, and you kind of win the offense when the defense has to drop their tank down. So even early on, even though it didn't come with a kill immediately, when Mag has to drop down, the rest of Poker Face can just collapse on Mag and make sure that there's no tank, and then the rotation comes through. Really easy and telegraphed first point.
Okay, well, there is the ult coming through. Simple. Things up. Immortality Field to go ahead and bail them out of the Terror Surge, so kill not going to be found there as Becky goes for the Duke. Another reset into the mixes. I mean, Mag trying to push forward. It's taking so much damage. Reset for Peppy. Okay, just go ahead. They're pulling back over towards the spawn, so not getting control of the cart quite just yet, but certainly looking for it as Offit trying to use that Deadeye against them. Unable to find much of anything there, and it's interrupted by Becky in the end. That Duke does expire. Zest with one of his own. Build up, trying to get that overclock online, but with just 3 seconds left to go, he's just going to fall out of this one. And for now, once committed, will allow for Runaway to continue this forward hold.
Yeah, a lot of commitment there, and now we're just firmly in the neutral, and that's a huge neutral kill. Prophet now doesn't have to worry, because Prophet usually should get outranged, should get outclassed by a Sojourn, and taking on the Sojourn means you're in good shape.
Don't have to worry about that straight hand shot.
If Runaway just plays like some defense properly and they don't overcommit and try to take a fight offensively, I think they should be fine here.
Alright, well, Ant Matrix again thrown down. They're just looking to play ring around the rosy with this one, swing around to the opposite side of it. Mag does manage to get on top of Becky, but Vigilante and Lee Jae-gon both going to be taken down. Now Mag falling to the wayside as the team kill will be found. So rather than pulling back and trying to escape, maybe up onto the high ground, a break line of sight with the Ant Matrix, they try to get in front of it, and well, they are met with death. So it's going to be a decent amount of space opened up here for Poker Face on the push. Taking the high ground.
It's a tough.
Could be difficult.
It's a tough spot to lose a fight because, as you mentioned, the high ground right here. This is where most second point is won and lost. It's the high ground. Can you take it? Can you overtake it? That's something.
Yeah, I think Mag just pressed Fortified, denied the stun off the accretion, and absolutely ran him down. Got Proud as well to boot. Simple. Multiple kills here for Mag. I think 3 or 4 in that fight. And Runaway say, okay, hey, let's posture forward once again.
I mean, I guess you don't have to hold high ground if you just kill a tank for 0 investment. Poker Face coming in, they're going to have the rally, which is a different ult than Runaway has. As long as Lee Jae-gon doesn't do some weird Lee Jae-gon thing and they have barrier, they should be totally fine. Almost does some Lee Jae-gon stuff right there.
Rally rolling here from Faith, considering rush on the opposite side. It's about a match, and the Deadeye will shove them back, looking for the target. Make it happen. I believe barrier comes up there from Peppy. Rotate down. Becky now starting to inch that cart forward. Yeah, but we'll rely on the rest of the team now to go forward. As Zest, he will be able to catch him in the back. Lee Jae-gon now trying to maybe duke it out with him. Wisely does decide to back away, and yeah, Duke gonna be used here. Trying to stay alive. Sound barrier comes across. Lee Jae-gon saving those picked up by the Flux. Peppy down to half HP, getting juggled around by Lee Jae-gon. Hard for now. Gonna be resting at the top of this underpass, excuse me. Right
they
back
traded
out.
out.
Okay. Proud gonna be dead. That's a potential overclock now gone. Dupe here from Zest. The accretion suddenly gonna build up for a Flux. Seeking some targets and got some pretty decent ones. Cleanup is gonna be there, so ult likely not gonna be found, as I think they're widely just trying to stagger Epi here, which is pretty brutal as a Sigma. Yep. Just pushing him down lower. And there you go.
Well, they burned window in that fight too, and they got nothing out of it. 45 seconds left for Poker Face's offense. Have to get something here. Proud's got overclock, but pushing second with overclock, it's not great. Like, look at where he's shooting at. You're shooting from down to up. You're trying to push the high ground with this overclock, and Runaway's done a great job in the first map and this map with just disengaging. So I don't see overclock getting a ton done unless he goes far right flank here.
Even then, that it's in and of itself already pretty risky. Can very quickly get isolated, but okay, now overclock coming through. Some tags, but still not quite yet found. I'm dwindling. 6 seconds remaining here on the clock for Poker Faces. That overclock is now going to be gone. Slide down. Heart is contested. Overtime will be forced out, but there's a Terror Surge available. Mag waiting, looking to see if he can spot him for his moment to strike. Now Peppy, not a great position. Try to build up his Flux. Somebody out in front to be able to really just hit him with those M1s. Mag is going to be that target. Shot off going low. Rolls over to the side, keep himself alive. Immortality Field, however, forced out. There's the pull-in on the Terror Surge. Mag, Prophet rather going to be able to find one. Simple gets taken down, but Becky comes up with two. Need to get rid of the tank. Let me get rid of the enemy cast. Rally rolling here from Faith, trying to keep everybody alive as the dupe is going to be coming through. Becky will just go ahead and add another support into the mix here for the squad as Mag's going to be swapping over onto the Doomfist. Sticky Bomb's coming across the beam. Able to get the tracking there to get the kill, but now it's going to be Brigida in the mix here for Zest. Tries to build up his own rally, but pushed away from the cart. It's just long enough to be able to go ahead and get that OT to plummet. So again, a push coming forward here from Runaway. Just need to get themselves over to point B effectively, and that will be them moving up to 0. Pokerface, though, going to be looking for a very entrenched defense.
Very decent stall there from Zest on the Echo. And just very good stall overall. I like when they took fights and then when they played defense for Runaway. Engaging when they have the advantage, taking it back to the other team's spawn, and really Runaway didn't, well, excuse me, Pokerface didn't show much. They were waiting for this moment, right, where they Terra Surge. They also had Rally, and they also had Window. And Runaway being able to throw the Deadeye at it kind of threw off all of their plans because they couldn't play behind Window, couldn't get anything done, and the Rally got almost no value from Pokerface. So Runaway getting more done with less, and now in a good position to take 2 maps.
Yeah, I like that setup too. Not one that we see super often with Terra Surge Deadeye, try to pull everybody together. Pokerface, though, Proud going to be giving us an Ashe. Prophet starting for now on the Sojourn, but might feel pressured to swap and match that one once they spot this out. And looks like now just going to be taking attempt to Widow. Door open, not going to be getting much of anything. Swaps back over onto the Sojourn. Let's see if any changes do come in.
It's a very mid-town pick to play defensive Ashe.
Oh, okay, well, Legion already going to get taken down as Becky comes away with 2 huge kills. Yes, and
now they're going to try to reset.
Yep.
You got to bail.
It's going to be the back pedal there from Mag. Walk out without giving up too much extra charge here. Because, I mean, that was pretty much all Becky. I don't think Brad really had to do too much of anything there. Taking these pot shots though. Prophet sticking with the Sojourn, not looking to flip over and try to match him here, at least yet. Some headshots flying through, but on some of the tankier targets, I say that as soon as Lee Jae-gon does get tagged down, he's going to hover low. Well, under some fire, and Zest force off the angle, taken out as Becky does come in with the beam to find that kill. Lee Jae-gon now potentially in a bit of a rough position, makes his exit through the back alley, and they're looking to catch. Well, sticky bombs go through, and Proud will be good for the body shot to go ahead and finish him off.
You don't have to match the Ashe here because where you want to fight and where you want to get set up is fine range for your Sojourn, but they're just having a really hard time getting through to left side, getting through in the rotations. Because, yeah, you want to be at mid-range here. You're not going to fight down center. And down center is where they're taking all the poke damage from Ashe.
And Becky again. Zest trying to go off on a mission here, but it's regularly getting punished. Usually even forced out there, so out on cooldown. I mean, they have a Kitsune Rush, but that's it. Runaway, the rest of their ults are very much lacking. And they know this. They're willing to go ahead and abandon what little charge they had on 2 players as Zest is going to be moving back over onto the Tracer, and Mag now going for this Winston. Becky, though, still going to be a problem. Dupe available. It's about to be 4 ultimates here for the side of Pokerface. Need to hold this off, and it's already half the time bank drained.
They've just not been able to get rotation, which is why they're going to go to dive tank now.
Oh, okay. Well, a bit of a miss on the flux, but accretion to Mag's face still takes him down as Peppy looks for a little bit more. TP out. The Vigilante still going to get caught as Becky finds that elimination in the first attempt here. After the change-ups, not going to be bearing any fruit for the Runaway. Becky just continuing to be absolutely unleashed in the skies.
It's a map in which dive is really hard to pull off. This is, like I said, a predictable map. You know how the offense is going to work, but the offense works best with an anchor tank rotating through left side. You take away that kind of high ground. That's where fights normally are.
Oh.
And Pokerface just not allowing it.
Bob looking to interrupt, nearly gets the kill there on a Prophet. Sound barrier going to be used here from Lee Jae-gon. Shields up 4 players, but Vigilante still going to be low, and Simple able to go ahead and burn down the enemy Lucio. Rally now rolling, Simple in with a second. Proud Picks up Vigilante, and that's going to be a team kill. Basically coming through here. That's the only one left standing is, I mean, they continue to just try to swap things up. Legion on thinking, do I go Brig? No, I stay with the Lucio. Mag, I mean, a Primal is all they're going to have to work with, and a Pulse Bomb from Zest.
Using Sound Barrier 5 feet out of spawn never feels good. They're desperately trying for answers here. Mag is in, but he's in alone.
Alone, does have that Primal to buy some more time. Looks to just try to break some of these lines of sight, but we're getting hounded down. Now looks to try to isolate Pepe. Knocks him forward. That's going to be good for the kill. Mortality Field going to be claimed there by that Pulse Bomb, and Prophet on that one. Now, Faith taken down. Looks like Runaway finally breaking through, but a chance at a retake here as Poker Face swapping over onto the Diva. Faith going for the Lucio. Are they going to try to recontest it? There's a rush forward. The dupe coming through. Becky would be the one that keeps them in this game. Chance at the full hold still here for the side of Poker Face as they look to rally back. Pulse Bomb down to the floor, but Legion already going to be taken out. Kill found. Zest gets a break here on the dupe. Ano getting ready to come through. Overtime starting to bleed away. The ante down. Becky taken low. Managing to escape. Managing to stay alive for now, but now Mag nanoed up. Leaps in. Finds Faith. Becky gone. And the last desperate bid comes through here from Poker Face. Doesn't get them the hold. It was a decent little attempt, though. Runaway still only 2.5 minutes to get themselves across to B.
They weren't ready for the Ana switch. I mean, Mago and Winston, fine, but they got antied so hard. Most importantly, Pepe got antied so hard on those first fights that it was just a foregone conclusion that they was going to lose the tank battle. I don't know exactly what Poker Face is going to switch to deal with it, but Vigilante right now is a problem. They need any pressure, but they don't have any backline pressure based on the damage they're running. What, is Becky gonna leap in?
Proud can just double dink him.
Sure.
It's easy as that. Bob now at the ready. Let's see when that does.
Bob is actually their best backline pressure.
But Sleep Dart can just go ahead and interrupt it, so Bob gonna go rushing forward. Looks like Runaway so disengaged that they don't even have to try to get that Sleep Dart across, but Legion caught. Getting taken down. Really nice setup from Pepe with the accretion. Now going to be held at bay, and that's a minute gone from the already very limited timing they had with the test.
Yeah. 90 seconds.
A walkabout. So the Pulse Bomb will naturally tick up in percentage here, so he's going to have it available, but if this stick isn't huge, if that Immortality Field comes through, because Simple's going to have that off cooldown, this could be bad. And Simple's already spotted him out, sussing it out. You can see the game sense coming through there. In the meantime, though, it'd be enough of a distraction for Becky to be left out on an island. The overclock in from Prophet. We'll find one for another target, though, as Dynamite is connecting on him. Might be down to about half HP, but a hell of a lot more than that if they want to continue this push. Area to keep it protected. Rush up over the top. Proud down to a sliver. Same for Simple. The Immortality Field now going to be cleaned up, and Zest is able to find him in the end. Pulse Bomb still going to be held. Cart now moving forward through this underpass. 40 seconds left to go. Primal Rage open up. Mag keeping a target. No one really there to corner. Waits it out. Gets some healing. The dupe in. Pulse Bomb though. Pepe going to be dead. Buck's at the ready when he gets ready to respawn and come back into this fight. Matrix as well to try to play around here for the side of Poker Face. Now they use that. Pulse Bomb goes down. Becky unable to find the stick. To be taken out of that duplicate. Right back up into the skies, but Proud will find the headshot. Takes down Prophet, and now there's another Bob getting ready to come through. 12 seconds remaining. Flux getting the catch. The drop down. Legion gone. Taken out. Prophet now in desperation going to be swapping over onto the Genji. 5 seconds remaining.
Bob should win this fight.
Touch having to come through. Where is it? Okay. Barely gets there in time. Zest in the meantime noted in the back lines. Becky able to find him. Bob now occupying, and I don't think anybody else can realistically touch this, and they cannot. A successful hold here from the side of Poker Face, just not allowing for enough time to come through for Runaway. They tie things up 1-1.
Well done by Poker Face to adapt to what Runaway changed into the dive, and a good catch from them. Also, the Ashe just gets so much value there. You just can't outrange it, even with the Sojourn. Midtown's a map with such really long sightlines, especially if the team's not going to fight on the high grounds. And even then, the Ashe can just back up and kind of play near that second point and get so much damage in, and just really decent value. And the DPS traded out really well. When Runaway switches their lineup, there's really no kind of backline pressure. They're totally just fine sitting back there. So good stuff from Poker Face. Good map pick, and played it well. 1-1.
Yeah, overall really solid, and I kind of questioning some of the changes that we did see from Runaway, as well as some of the ones that we didn't. I think that trying to just match on the Ashe. I mean, we know Prophet is an incredible sniper in his own right. It can give you that much more potential to deal with the Ashe at range, as well as try to get the snipes in on Becky, who is having a whale of a time with that Echo. So I think a little bit questionable. Granted, I mean, a couple decent moments there for the Sojourn, but still on the back foot now. Tied up 1-1. We get ready to go into push and see who's going to be able to take the lead here. See if Poker Face are going to be able to overtake, or if Runaway can find some semblance of stability after that map. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and getting ready to go into map number 3 here in our final series of the night. Runaway not able to have a successful push there on Midtown, costs them dearly. They fall shy of the mark by just a full scant meters. Now they find themselves tied up 1-1 versus Poker Face, with Jasmine coming back in. Peppy, his job here is done. Played Sigma, played it well. Now we move over to Esperanza.
As you mentioned, Esperanza going to be the next map. You'd have to imagine that Jasmine will play the Winston here and Orisa here. Man, we've seen Doom here. This is one of my favorite maps, but I really do believe that you have to take away bridge control. I think that's so important on this map, especially that you kind of jump bridge to bridge. Playing a low ground kind of style usually gets punished. We'll see if Poker Face has an idea of where they're going to play, but I wasn't proved entirely wrong in Midtown, but Esperanza I also believe is a really good Sojourn map.
No, it absolutely is. I think that you're going to have a bit more range and like free reign on as a Sojourn here coming into Esperanza compared to what we were just seeing. You know, I think that my frustrations over Prophet not looking to match on the Ashe, that won't be much of a concern because it's probably just going to be at Sojourn head-to-head. We'll have to see what Becky and Zest are going to be running. I think that's my big question mark here between these two players coming into this one. Is it just going to be this Echo that we continue to see, or will it be the Tracers? Because we've seen both find success.
You should run Tracer here. I think Tracer is better here. There's way too much open space once you get past the mid fight to run an Echo. You're kind of out in the middle of no man's land. And it also kind of depends on what tank you're going to run. If you're going to run a Winston, you have to run a Tracer here, just because the dive is so good, especially teams coming out in that kind of that room before bridge. But yeah, there's options, but this is a map we've seen a ton of, and week 1 we saw it was just like Doomfist Tracer dive, essentially. I think that's still very, very viable. Also, you can run an Orisa here. Yeah, the only thing we know for sure is it shouldn't be Sigma. That's all we really know.
I mean, it would be one of the most mag things possible to come out onto Esperanza and start running Sigma after Jasmine gets subbed in. But, I mean, I'm expecting either, you know, some Winston handshaking going on or just Orisa via Orisa. To be perfectly honest, I think that those are going to be the most likely things here.
Over under mag runs Reinhardt.
You know, I don't know if I want to take any kind of bets on that because I think the odds are very, very slim, but you never really know. I think if they were getting pushed to the brink and it's like final stretch poker face, making excellent time, they're threatening that full push, and Mag probably does come out of the spawn room with a Reinhardt after a death, but hopefully it doesn't come down to that, because the only place that we've really seen Ryan find success is maybe a control room every now and again, but widely just that, you know, first corner control at the end of King's Row where Mag was looking good with Orion. Here we go. Map is ready and set, so we'll go ahead and hop into Esperanza. He's going to be able to come out on top of this one. Now it looks like Mag is going to be hovering that Winston. If you run this, does Vigilante stay with Kiriko? Obviously, the Kitsune rushes have been so good, but
yeah,
having
I mean,
the Winston,
Kiriko's good.
The Winston having an Ana behind it though also feels great.
Yeah, Kiriko's good with dive though. Does a ton of damage, able to teleport. You know, it's when like people used to think like Mercy wasn't good with dive, but it's like, well, she can still go with the dive, so.
Yeah, she can res your player when they dive forward.
Yeah.
Alright, well. Shots starting to fly here. Is a decent amount of pressure being put here onto Prophet, and cannot stay alive. Jasmine able to get in on top of him. Orisa taking him down. Just eat a bit of damage here himself, but widely first bot control going to be obtained here by Poker Face, as Runaway just have to play back.
Well, Poker Face is running a comp that's very difficult to dive. You can't dive Becky. Becky's in the sky. You shouldn't dive Proud. You're going to get kind of dinked. So what is the dive target here on Poker Face? I mean, I guess you try to get to Faith, but he's got a lot of friends back there.
I think for now they need to try to get to the bot, because it's still moving forward. Jagon dead on that entry. High ground is conceded for now, but it's an easy backpedal for Poker Face to just once again reestablish themselves up there. Zest in the meantime, Pulse Bomb about to be online. First ult build for him, but there's that high ground take yet again as it's taken low. Comes over, grabs that Mega Pack, spear in. Prophet is going to be pinned to the wall there for a brief little moment as Mag is taking an immense amount of damage. Spin coming through, Prophet isolated. This time Javelin going to go a little bit wide. Doesn't find the connection, so he keeps his life intact for the time being. Still getting whittled away at, as is Lee Jagon. Duke now going to be coming through first and foremost, though. As Becky goes for the copy here onto the Winston, just adding another tank into the mix, but on HP, doesn't want to get broken out of this dupe in a bad spot, but Proud is opening things up. Prophet and Vigilante absolutely destroyed. That is checkpoint already obtained, and the bot continues moving.
not even a fight. Not even really a fight happens there. They were so focused on Becky up top, and Becky was not even doing anything. Becky was just existing.
Yep.
And they put so much pressure up top and get first point.
No.
I guess Runaway's playing for ults.
He gets away from that. Zest just unable to hound him down. Pulse Bomb going to be lobbed in. Proud already going to be blown up, though. HP bar's low on the side of Runaway, but with these kills, it looks like they will find some reprieve. As Mag just trying to swat the fly here out of the air, leaps back up and Prophet with the rail shot, having since swapped over onto that Sojourn, will be able to find that, plus a kill on the Jasmine. So, first bit of control here found for the side of Runaway, but 83 meters already. Such a dangerous distance set up by Pokerface.
So it's a couple fights in a row that they're going to have to win, and one of them gets really bad because the robot's going to stop at the point and take what seemingly feels like an eternity to scratch and move forward. So Runaway has to have some really nice fights, and they don't have a ton in the bank to use. It's going to be barrier v barrier for who gets better value.
Well,
barrier.
Lijigon kind of seeing the attack coming there with the Terra Surge, knew that he was going to be the focus target. Just drop that beat, and he's going to be taken down at the same time, so Prophet able to stop them from having any kind of follow-up. Well, not exactly where you want that one to go, but a quick pop on the overclock, and Prophet taking down Becky at range, looking for a little bit more here. As, yeah, nowhere for Jasmine to go. Will just get taken down and run away with an opportunity to go ahead and get the checkpoint, at least for themselves. It's going to bring them within about 20-ish meters.
Pokerface, yeah, Jasmine going over to the Junker Queen. No huge surprise there. Can be really good on this map. Also one of Jasmine's better heroes. Pokerface can totally re-engage. It's going to be Kitsune Rush right on the point.
All right, there's the checkpoint. Well, a chance for Pokerface to just come back in and disrupt here. See what Jasmine does with this Junker Queen swap. Some pressure being applied here from Becky. Sticky bombs down to the multiple targets. They're trying to stay situated indoors there. We're prodding away at them, but I think if you're Vigilante and Lijigon, you're more than happy about this because just being able to heal up without having any real big commitment threat coming through, it is building up into these ultimates. And now they're going to have a Kitsune Rush to try to match on the opposite side. His first pull on the trigger, though, from Pokerface, and, well, with Mag going down, Vigilante will just have to hold on to his. Gonna get cleaned up, the rest of the players here. A bit of a rough position. Need to die and reset more quickly because, I mean, time is going to eventually be a factor. Still 5 minutes remaining, but the more you waste, the worse it could be when you're not in the lead.
Pokerface had a huge advantage there with the support ultimates, but they chose to be really patient and just wait on it until Runaway took a step out of line. Now Runaway... I mean, Runaway's going to have Kitsune, but I don't see how it's ultra valuable for them. There it is.
Oh, well, Jasmine taking low. There's the stick onto the dead-eyeing Proud. He gets taken out. Bar's continuing to fall. Bot gaining distance, but end up coming in now. So they do have the forward spawns currently active on the side of Pokerface, so Runaway just going to be shifting these ones away. A very nicely won fight. Back at the Kitsune Rush, but Sound Barrier is still held here from Faith. Still has this very big tool for them.
Deadeye is very quickly falling into that category that Barrage is, where if I hit Q, am I going to get killed? Like, is it really worth it for me to use the ultimate?
Here you go. Simple buff. Allow Cassidy to roll while he's in Deadeye. Clock now coming out. Prophet instantly deleted. Becky setting up for that one. Gets mowed down. Mag trying to create some space and chaos here with that Primal Rage. Bot still advancing forward here for Runaway, getting closer and closer to Pokerface's current set record, but eventually they have to back off of this one. More space as that's going low. Will be healed back up and kept alive for the time being. Becky, going for the dupe, however. Pushed off the high ground. Maggie will find Proud. Vigilante going to take it out. Rampage across, finding 3. Zest so very low. Mag as well as Sliver will get taken down at range by the shotgun blast from Jasmine. Pulse Bomb not going to be able to find the stick, not going to be able to get the kill. Up shy on that one. Becky gets broken out of that dupe. Widely, still full team available here for the side of Pokerface. So once again, we'll be in control of this bot. Zest just trying to keep it locked in position. Enough time for Mag to rejoin, but now that he swapped over onto the Orisa, it's going to be a hell of a lot longer to get back over here.
I don't think they're even really going to try to push this bot, Pokerface. They're in good position. They have mid control right now. There's really no need to try to extend and be in a bad spot to fight it. It's a defender's advantage once you go past mid. Yeah, they're just going to chill.
Yeah, I mean, in a comfortable enough spot, can just wait for a neutral kill and then try to push off the back of that. See the HP bars getting whittled away out there as Zest and Mag both were down low. Nice double tap, though. Proud finding back-to-back headshots. Absolutely rips Prophet to shreds. Now trying to go in with that Deadeye. Mag up into his face, trying to block things out, but eventually Becky does go ahead and trade that one back. So kills can be found, and now, yeah, the bot can certainly be opened up here for Poker Face. Prophet going to be swapping back over onto the Cassidy. As they're on the hunt, looking for a little bit more. As Zet's trying to play elusively here, but so far disconnected from the rest of the team.
I think it happens when you see someone on your team get two-tapped, you're like, well, I can do that. And you switch over to the cast as well. Poker Face in a great spot right now. They're going to be even on beats, which is the most important thing. And, like, Runaway's not had a great answer for this Junker Queen's constant upfront pressure.
So far, they have not. I mean, the pulse bomb was the most reliable thing they tried to commit into killing her, and even that went wide. Zest gets Becky, though, with a pulse bomb stick.
How?
Surprising to see, as, okay, beat for beat coming through. Face still looking to up the aggression here, trying to hound them down. Hoping that shout, but they'll just have to make their exit. As the, oh no, the knife gets into Zest, but Faith, even just a little bit faster, does manage to chase him down. So now, player here on Runaway. Potential advantage here for the side of Poker Face as they can just continue to keep this bot locked into position. As long as they are not allowing for Runaway to get distance, they're still winning this game. Prophet down low, Immortality Field helping to save his life as the Terror Surge goes across, but another Rampage goes out, and that's going to be on to 3 players. And the cleanup is swift. Mag and the newly respawned Zest, the only ones left standing. Now, just the ladder. Poker Face just absolutely sweep the floor.
They invested a lot there, but totally worth it. It's really nice. Junker Queen ultimate. They've gotten value out of that so much. 30 meters up. Runaway's got to win 2 fights in a row.
Third tank pick here for Mag. As Proud just popping the Deadeye. I mean, they're so far forward. And Ramatra just duping it to go ahead and use it against Mag. Desperately trying to stay alive. Immortality Field to elongate his life, but not for very long. Proud continues to collect. This guy is just absolutely insane today.
He's Poker Face's win condition, always has been, and today it is on fire.
Profit in the meantime.
It's desperation for Runaway. Runaway has nothing to use. It's got to be a pulse bomb that maybe gets them back into this match.
I mean, back into this
map,
I don't know if it's even going to be possible here. 18 seconds remaining and still so much distance to cover as Proud just continues to get these headshots. Prophet gone, Mag just nowhere to go, ends up falling asleep. Oh, nice. Some reprieve, a breath of fresh air. He's not shooting us in the face. Oh wait, never mind, he woke up. The sticky bombs will collect Lee Jae Gon on the back end. Prophet now desperately swapping over onto the Widowmaker, but I think what's done is done. This bot not being pushed forward here at the moment. Now they will go ahead and move back and grab it. There you go. Time will just dwindle. No one can touch. That is going to be Poker Face taking the lead now 2-1 in the series.
I didn't expect to see a hit scan difference, Poker Face versus Runaway. Based on how good Prophet has been this year, but
yeah, I mean, I don't think most would have. But I mean, even Prophet moving over onto that cast, he did it eventually, but there was already so much damage dealt. Like the Sojourn, he was, you know, they were attempting it for so long, nothing really being found there. And he finally swaps.
Yeah.
There's so much space, there's so much control. The ult cycles are completely off for Runaway. I mean, this was just Poker Face in such an excellent position from the outset. So even when he did swap it, even if he was getting great headshot, it was probably far too late for them to be able to actually try to turn around and get the win.
They kind of ran anti-dive, and you know, the weird thing is Runaway was running a dive tank. When did they dive? Did you see a single successful dive from Runaway on that map? That was brutal. And then they ran the Kiri, right? So Kiri can help the dive. You teleport in, maybe get some damage, and Kitsune Rush. I was disjointed, it seemed. They just never really figured out. And also, like, Poker Face is running like the anti-dive comp. You sit back, you let your cast sit there, and you dive in on the cast. Unless there's 2 other supports coming in with the Winston, you're just in trouble. You're getting Fan the Hammer and all the shots. And really, at the end of the day, Proud just hit every shot that they had hit. It was kind of sick.
I feel like if you're going to lean into going for the dive, you need a couple more things to go alongside it. I mean, our last series,
Yeah.
We got to see, WAC and Falcons were both just opting run the Ana, go in alongside that, play the Genji. That other, that was something else that we were seeing from them. And these are things that are in Runaway's wheelhouse, but they're just not bringing out right now. So I feel like they want to go for dive, full commit to playing dive. But right now, in a rough spot, Pokerface looking to try to close things out 3-1. First, we have a quick little break. When we come back, we'll get into Flashpoint. All right, well, backs up against the wall. Runaway find themselves down 1-2 in this series as Pokerface dominantly took away Esperanza. Now, Suravasa, necessary win if Runaway want to move over to Escort once again. Try to retain their spot here in the playoffs. Otherwise, Pokerface looking to overtake them.
I don't think anyone had Pokerface beating Runaway on their bingo card to begin this year, but there were definitely some questions about Runaway when they put the roster together, and people were like, they're not top 2, they're not top 3. This is looking bad. It's not like bad. Like Runaway's still fine, but the questions we have about Runaway are never answered, and it largely becomes like if Mag is your tank, and he is their only tank player, and you're going to play Winston, you're going to play dive, then at least go dive, like really commit to it. These half measures have not worked at all for Runaway.
Yeah, no, it's been very much rough around, I mean, not even just around the edges, it's rough in the middle as well. Everything has just been overall a bit of a struggle here for them. Whereas for Pokerface, I mean, drop the one map, but come back in, look, dominant on that defense on Midtown, very dominant in Esperanza. that much more pressure applied to these players now on Runaway to try to get this win as we get ready to go into Saravasa. I mean, I'm expecting to see some more cast v cast play coming in here, but that has very much been Proud just winning out in that fight time and time again today.
Well, and that's what you expect from Runaway is that, well, we have Zest and Profit. They should be able to clear and carry on the damage line, but Proud and Becky have had something else to say about it. It's been, I want to say it's surprising, but this is not surprising at all that Poker Face is beating Runaway on team coordination and map picks.
Well,
Runaway's got to figure out what they're going to do with tank. Like, that, period. End of story. I know I wasn't going to say it, but I'm going to say it. They need to figure out what they're going to do with tank.
Oh. Runaway faithful there in the audience, still looking to egg them on. Looks like the call is going to be just, okay, stick to the Orisa. Jasmine, like we're going to be matching here. Does he CP them forward, or does he actually play the Sim? Because I mean, Sim into Orisa, not bad. Build up that energy very quickly, but likely going to be a swap. And it's just going to be the full mirror coming through as we're back over to Cass Echo.
Mag's best tank has been Orisa. I don't think that he enjoys the fact that that's been his best tank, but it has been, very clearly.
Very true. Now, just Wiley trying to ignore these shots here from Becky. Tries to get some little damage in. Sticky Bombs will get a decent little connection to help him stay neck and neck alongside that cohort Echo on the opposite side. Point now unlocked. Runaway playing forward, looking for that first lockdown. Has been taking a decent bit of damage, as is Becky. Force them back. Still going to be eluding for now. It looks like it will be conceded in the end. So Runaway going to be first on the board to grab this one up. Is shots this time from Profit, off to a bit more of a roaring start.
This point is so funny too. You grab the point and then you just try to back out as soon as possible because fighting on point is not awesome. Huge beats.
Sound barrier in. Legion building that one up significantly faster than Faith. As now they even have the Continuous Rush on the opposite side, and they will just go ahead and commit that as soon as the shielding does expire. Need available here from Faith, but Jasmine getting forced back. Take it damn low, but Becky able to find one. It's a kill. Duke in from Zest, going to be broken out of that one very quickly. Jasmine still down low on HP, but Zest corralled into a corner. Terror Surge in from Mag. Able to find one. Faith going to be taken down. Yes, for Healer as he spins the spear. Duke in from Becky, just adding another Orisa into the mix. Another Terror Surge. Potentially threaten them out. Jasmine pops his. Mag going to be eliminated, and Poker Face will be able to get the flip for themselves. And now they look for a little bit of cleanup here on the back end. Vigilante in a potentially rough spot. Ult committed, gets a quick pop, and looks like, yeah, Vigilante will fall in the end. So Poker Face, gunfight, pretty much everything in the kitchen sink having to be thrown at this by both of the teams. He's now in control and a chance to maybe steal away this first flashpoint.
Well, and the way Flashpoint works, too, by the time Runaway is in position to fight, we're going to be down to last fight for this first stage. Pokerface, really nice job, really good patience from Faith to be able to stay alive and get the later beats, kind of swung that fight.
Good opening volley there from Profit. Right back up full is bringing a ton of pressure here on this cast, identifying that Profit is still going to be a bit of a win condition here for the team. Now they're pushing forward, trying to find that elimination. Zest has managed to find the opposing Echo, but the rest of the fight is all Poker Face. 3 more kills going to be found as Delancey again, last one standing, going to try to just go ahead and exit. He's trying to play elusively, and you can see here Poker Face showing respect, knowing that they don't want to push their limits, knowing that they probably have this flashpoint under wraps, so we'll just go ahead and pull back.
Simple with the Kitsune there, while Vigilante goes back to spawn with their ultimate is going to be the deciding factor there. Let's see where this next point is. Pokerface in a decent spot, actually, to be able to rotate and play defense.
Both teams arriving here pretty much simultaneously, but as we know, neutral kills are going to be the thing that basically helps determine who's going to be able to get the first grab of the point. Kind of ultimates are available here, especially the support ones from Runaway. To use those after while defending the point rather than while trying to take it. The inside track for now, applying space here and forcing Poker Face to try to run in towards them. As a Jedi used here from Proud. Going to of damage taken there on the flank. Widely not going to be able to find much of anything. Sound barrier dropped in. Zest going for the dupe. Terror Surge out from Jasmine. Not able to find much. Spins the spear to try to stay alive. Down to double-digit HP. Eventually will be hounded down. Mag able to push forward. Now Sound barrier on the back end of this one. It's really ensure that they survive the rest of this fight and can find some stagger kills, it would seem. Just committed here from Becky. Widely isn't going to be able to get much done. Terror Surge not going to be built up. Just have to back off.
Did Simple just Kitsune?
He Kitsune and the sound barrier came in on in response, I guess.
Yeah, just a strange ultimate timing there from Poker Face. As you mentioned, Runaway going to take this first point. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Poker Face to get back in here. Although Zest goes very low, they're unable to clean that up.
Yeah, he does, and so does Proud. And okay, it's around the corner, not topped up. Matter if it's a headshot or not. Prophet able to find him, finds Becky as well, and we'll look for a little bit more cleanup here. As the chase comes in, a couple tags there onto Faith. Simple still under some duress and will eventually fall. So good late kills coming through. Runaway should be tying this up. Yeah, I don't think that there's any real chance because given that Jasmine's dead, it'll be Faith bombing forward onto the point to try to extend this. So it should be Runaway picking up this flashpoint as they're already getting ready to rotate off of this one.
Poker Face just waiting to see where the next point is so that they can get there quicker. It's going to be a race to the point.
One that Poker Face will win. They'll get there a little bit faster. And they hold it. Sound barrier. 5% away here from Faith.
Becky
with a dead eye, but Becky caught in a corner. Yep, stuck there against the wall. Prophet able to swat the fly. That kill, and that's going to be likely first lockdown here. The point as it gets ready to open up in 3 seconds. Or the side of Runaway.
I mean, not much to say about that. Just caught out in the open, tried to fly away, and hit the wall. Just straight up mechanically hit the wall.
CNA Rush is trying to get them forward. Vigilante going to be matching on the other side. Some decent chunk of damage there, but Ace taking a little bit more space here on the point itself. Now being matched as Mag goes forward. Mag grenade going to be lobbed into the back line. Sound barrier now out here from Faith. Leeching on, holding on to one of his own. Now decides to go ahead, off the beat. That's for the Duke. Becky on the other side as well. Here with that Orisa. Terra Surge pulling them together, softening them up, and now Simple going to be taken down. Jasmine will fall the break. They're on the Duke. Becky not able to survive on the back end as that will be the full cleanup without coming through. Faith the only one able to escape. Everyone's ults thrown to this point, but still Runaway standing tall as they look to move up 2-1.
It's so enormous to be able to drop your beats even a second later. Though it's just fight winning. When those Lucios have mirrored ultimates and you get it down just a second later, your team is so much stronger than the other team. So Liege gone, patient, waiting, drops it 1 second later, and that's all the help Runaway needs to win that fight.
Rushing forward. You give the inside track over to the point here from Poker Faces. They were not playing within here, but Mag still able to just take down Jasmine, so it looks like a very fast flip back into Runaway's favor as Prophet will be able to get Proud. Gets still on the Simple. Cleanup continues, and with those eliminations, we're a little bit worse here for Poker Face. Looking to bleed down 2-1 now. Runaway at map point. Try to tie things up 2-2 and take us all the way over to Escort.
They should get there a little bit quicker, kind of equidistant from this next point. I think if I'm Runaway, I get to this point and I drop down a Kitsune, just so that the other team can't come in. You don't even have to get kills from it.
Their way forward. Javelins exchange there on either side. Suzu going to be burned. Nice, just hoping to keep everybody topped up, but no Zest. Stuck in a corner. I believe a disruptor shot right there at his feet, and the spear comes through. So Jasmine able to collect that kill. That's going to be Runaway shoved back now. Opportunity for Poker Faces. That first cap will be coming in for them. He's off here on the right foot.
Pretty equalized as far as support ultimates go. You really want to keep an eye on the barriers. When that barrier's not coming through, Faith down.
Faith taken out. Great opening kill there from Zest. Kitsune rushes out now on both sides. Becky with the dupe, going to give him a little bit more staying power on the point. Now Overclock as well, rolling from Proud, seeking a target, but so far shots going a little bit wide. Tries to take Legion down, and with the help of the Disruptor shot, he will be able to confirm that kill. Out on break on the dupe. Rail shot gets sent, so Zoned will get the punish there onto Zest, but himself still going to be hovering damn low and will get taken down. Proud finding that elimination. Face, more importantly, maintaining control of this point. Proud will fall, but the cleanup is going to be there as Prophet gets taken out. 70%, I mean, this is basically already done and dusted. It's Runaway. They still have to wait for these respawns.
Yeah, there's no way they're coming back in right now. Now Poker Face with a decent setup here, but they did burn most things. Can Mag get any value out of this Terra Surge is the question. As they go forth.
Speed boost. They're here onto the point. Now Mary's no! The Ajax! Proud! What a shot! He takes Legion down right just moments before that beat would have come through. And that's going to be the turning point. That's going to be them catching up now, tying things 2-2. What an absolute heroic shot from Proud, shutting down the hopes and dreams of the Runaway faithful.
That might be the best POV of an Ajax we've ever seen. That was...
Oh, yeah.
Holy brutality. Now Poker Face is a flashpoint cap away from upsetting Runaway. And it would be an upset, regardless of how Runaway has been doing. Poker Face beating Runaway would be a huge upset.
They have first occupation of the point. Mag on a bit of an island at the moment here. Duke now going to be coming through. Terra Surge out from Mag, looking for something, doesn't find much. Goblins try to disengage. Becky falling low here. Will get broken out of the duplicate as the Kitsune Rush comes in from both teams. Much damage flying, but kill's not going to be found. Poker Face. They do have the point capped in their favor, though, so ticking up now. Rail shot being built up. Zest now with a dupe of his own. Trying to find something as Terra Surge zones off several members of the side of Runaway, and the HP bars are going lower and lower. Mag, under an immense amount of pressure, will eventually fall. Takes Faith down with him, so support for a tank. Still feel a lot better, though, with the side of Poker Face, especially as Prophet. Oh, 2 kills, rather. Never mind. That's really swinging this one back into their favor as a short hop TP. Simple, not breaking line of sight at all. Ends up getting taken down. I'm getting lost in the sauce as of these players. 7% now built up here for Runaway as they have the flip, but so many ults being expended.
The sauce is Prophet hit 5 shots in a row and put this team on his back. Absolutely critical for them. Yeah, as you mentioned, well, Legion now with beats up. Faith should get there as well. It's so important to get these beats off to make sure that you live. Runaway at 45% and counting up. Not much from Poker Face as far as initiation. They might wait until they have Rush. Now they're in.
Their way forward, I mean, Rush beat, not going to be bad for them. Just need to not lose a player here in the neutral for the time being. Is now nearly eliminated. Do pull back. Now the Kitsune Rush is going to be coming through. Vigilante still going to be 4% off of his own. Sound barrier now getting dropped in. This time, no Ajax to be seen. Faith gets his through as well. Shielded up. Kitsune Rush going to be expiring from Poker Face now. Vigilante's invested. Secondary ult should be them favorable here in the fight as the beam comes down. Zest is able to find Becky. Now the dupe. Diarissa hits the floor, dropping right in on top of them, and they've zoned them off the point. Runaway. It was looking bad for a while there. The Ajax certainly costing them. In the end, they are able to come out on top here on Suravasa, 3-2, extending this series now all the way over to Rialto.
Really nice flank, and this is almost what we've come to expect from Runaway, that their damage dealers are going to cover up any deficiencies they have on the roster. And that's what you saw. You saw from Pravi, you saw from Zest on the flank. Like, they won fights single-handedly, and that's what Runaway has been relying on. I don't know what staying power that allows them to go forward, but this is how Runaway wins maps. This is how Runaway win matches. Is Prophet and Zest going absolutely nuts. Even Zest on that last second like right side flank from Echo looked really good. But yeah. there are still problems on this team.
Oh, well, I mean, by the skin of their teeth, Runaway are able to go ahead and get that map when they're on Suravasa. I said Rialto, I might be incorrect. I actually don't remember which Escort map we have because the tech pause and all of the crazy action we just had has melted my brain a little bit. But either way, whatever it is, we're getting Escort, which is always a bit of a rare treat. Something that we didn't get, unfortunately, in that last series between Black and Falcons. We have it here. this game 5, the final series of the night. Runaway not going out quietly, extend this set to its very limits. And I honestly have no idea who is going to be winning this series.
We've had very few map 5s, and Runaway's been in 2 of them. So, I mean, it's not a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice for Runaway. I don't recall either. I tried to scroll up, but we'll see. We'll be as surprised as you are when we get into map 5.
I think it's Realtor or Shambali Monastery. I think it's one of those two. But either way, I think it might be Monastery. Now that I think about it. Either way, we're gonna get confirmation when we come back for the break. So apologies for me getting lost in the sauce. See you guys in a few minutes. All right, we are back and we're going into a game of 5. It's actually Circuit Royale. How could I forget? What a fool I am. As this was the map 5 that we saw Runaway starting to take things over with Profit on that Widowmaker versus Genesis. It's not all my games, but look at this. We have Becky out in Finale stepping in.
That's a really hard ask for a player to come in cold and play map 5. And you almost have to imagine they're going to ask Finale to match the Widow play. That's tough. It's a tough spot to be in as a player to come in cold like that.
certainly is. Maybe he's been staying warmed up in the back rooms. Either way, finished getting finale checked in with all of his settings.
It's not the same.
Oh no, it's definitely
It's not the same.
Well, what a hero he will be if he can come in and just absolutely take over this game.
No surprise, Pepe's coming in, play some Sigma. This is a map where the meta just hasn't changed for like 3 years. Since it's been released, it's Sigma Widow. Sigma Widow, Zen,
Hanzo.
Yeah, they're just the best heroes to play on this map. The only question is, all right, Iris is coming in.
Iris as well. I mean, Iris, somebody that we were seeing, in the opening weeks here about OWCS Korea, but has been quite some time. Faith has been kind of a bit of a mainstay here for Poker Face, so he coming back in. That double flex.
Yeah, I mean, you're also going to run a BAP on this map too. the compositions are set in stone for the most part. The only question is how far forward you hold on defense. There's a lot of teams that will try to hold right outside of spawn and make sure that you force the other team to win 2 fights before you go to the horseshoe. But that's the horseshoe is where everything happens. Right around that bend, that's where every single fight takes place, and that's where a lot of the micro decisions that you make as a Sigma really come to play. When is your barrier up? Can you hit an accretion? It's a really interesting Sigma versus Sigma map, and if you have the wherewithal to do so, I'd recommend watching just Sigma POV on this map.
And one of the things that we were questioning when this went to map 5, when Runaway went to map 5 versus Genesis was, how do they fare when we get to Circuit Royale? Because Sigma is not something that we see Mag play much of at all. And granted, obviously, the talk of the town from that series was Prophet. He absolutely destroyed everybody with his Widowmaker. But Mag Sigma also did look very clean. So that is
it was
less
fun,
of a concern coming into this map compared to before. So I think overall, both squads in a decent position. But, I mean, you brought up an interesting point with, the coldness of the players that are coming in here on the side of Poker Face. These guys have been sat back watching the games go on for a bit of time now, and they just come in from the outset, immediately have impact.
It's an interesting point to think about Mag on his Sigma here, because I think Mag is really good at specific points and scenarios that are practiced. It's always just the neutral. I mean, I even think back to the King's Row defense on Reinhardt's, right? Obviously, it was kind of it was the only spot we saw Reinhardt be good, but it seemed like in that situation, on that specific corner, he knew exactly what to do, how to play, how to push, how to back out, how to disengage. Similarly to Circuit Royale, the first bend looked really good when they played it. Knew how to hit accretions, when to back out, when to get in. So it's like Mag is very practiced at very specific situations. It's just the neutral, and then when he has to make harder decisions, that it seems to come apart a little bit for them. So we'll see if that Sigma can be as practiced and as good as it looked the first time they had to play this map.
A little bit more time. Let the players get fully situated on stage here for Poker Face.
Hey, that one on the right is talking about Prophet. I can read that.
The one on the left is talking about Zest.
Nailed it.
Something about carrying the game there for Zest. Sign went away before I got to really take a glance at it, but on the cusp of being able. So the last map there was Poker Face. It's away from them. Here's to see if that rally back is going to be coming through here for them. Persevere. Again, I mean, heavy stakes in the matchup. Being able to overtake Runaway, top 4 position would be monstrous for the squad here.
Well, Runaway trying to stop a 3-game skid too.
Yeah,
they've been on the downturn pretty hard. The thing about when you look at Runaway's schedule, obviously they lost to Falcons to start it off, and they beat Vesta. Okay, expected. Then they beat Simprissa, but 3-1, lost a map to Simprissa, and that's where it kind of you started having questions. Genesis 3-2. Genesis probably should have won that match, to be honest. They 3-0 Yeti, But then they're 0-3 FTG, 0-3 versus WAC, and now Poker Face is taking them to the brink. It's a Runaway team that I don't have a solid grasp on as far as where they are, but I know they're not one of the top teams in the region right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been seen, proven, given the performances against the squads that are in those positions. It feels like, I mean, just given what we've seen, you know, obviously Black out in front, Falcons, you know, able to be pushed by the likes of WAC, you know, defeated by them earlier, and then also FTG. So I think that second, third place position is very much in discussion right now. I think it's up for grabs depending on which team can find a firm footing first, but then it feels like there is a little bit of a tier break between those squads. So just see how everything does shake out. But for now, both of these teams just looking to try to avoid that LCQ, avoid the play-in, themselves into a solid position from the outset. It's, well, of course, Runaway, multitude of fans here as this one's kind of showing, you know, their presence going back all the way to 2018 days, cheering for them in contenders. You should have been there during Apex, but you know, this is fandom lasting the better part of a decade now.
And I think they get a lot of leeway because that they are Runaway and because of the fandom. But if you put this team against any of the top 3 teams, I think in Korea right now, no one's picking Runaway to win those. I didn't even give them like an upset chance against the likes of WAC and Falcons.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's really fair because again, they just look like they are a cut above. Looks like though, everybody's got their settings, their gear taken care of. We are ready to get into this game 5. Another one here for Runaway.
Okay. We'll see if Finale's warmed up. There's been plenty of time. But it shouldn't surprise anyone what we're going to see here compositionally. Circuit is just circuits. You're running the circuit comp.
I don't think anybody's going to really try to recreate the wheel on this one. Expecting to see a lot of stock standard compositions as we do get into this map 5. As far as who's going to come out on top, we have no real idea. Profit on this Widowmaker. Can he take over much like we saw before? Proud. He's going to be coming out the gate with this pick and even, oh boy.
Why not?
Fans echoing all of our sentiments here as Pokerface do have a quick pause. It's like maybe something to be checked on here with Finale.
I wasn't ready to go on a map anyway, so I'm glad.
Oh boy.
More time. More time pause.
We just gotta keep building up the tension, you know? Finally get a map 5. This one's deciding which team's gonna be in that 4th place position. Who's in pole position to avoid the LCQ. We can't just rush into it.
It's called world building and stakes.
It's called pacing.
Get on board.
Yeah. We're trying to make today into a Martin Scorsese. I mean, granted, we're already well past his run times.
Yeah, we're well past the Irishman.
Yeah. Maybe okay. We're getting towards Tarantino's Hateful Eight director's cut at this point.
Oh yeah. If you thought it wasn't long enough before, watch the 4-parter on Netflix.
And I have, and it was gorgeous. I love it.
It's actually one of my favorite films. Yeah,
I would have sat and watched the whole thing in theaters, to be honest.
Yeah, I think theaters need to bring back intermissions, though. Well, there's something great about it to leave the darkness and come back in.
That's the thing that was great when I saw because we'll get into we got 30 seconds. We'll talk about the game in a moment. But I got to see Hateful Eight on its 70mm roadshow. And
nice.
Had the full orchestral introduction plus the intermission and everything like that. It was an absolutely fantastic experience. So I, for one, would be more than happy to have more of those. But now, with 10 seconds remaining, focus up here as not much to talk about regarding the comps. The big difference is just going to be that Finale looking to come out the gates here with this Sojourn. Zest going to be back onto the Genji. So that much more pressure can be applied to Proud.
And it's where the defense wants to hold here. I think they took a pot shot, but you'd imagine they back up around this bend, use the natural cover. Yeah, unless you're running like a May something, you don't really hold that close.
Jump shot attempt and success. Prophet able to find it. Be proud, taken down. Looking for a little bit more projected barrier. Going to get cleared up, as is that immortality field. Prophet eating quite a bit of damage, has to tuck back. He's asking for some heals here from his supports, and now, oh, Mag maybe getting into a bad position, but no, immortality field still off CD. Invested there by Lee Jae-gon. They bail him out. Alive. Still on the Peppy.
Yeah, it's good play there from Mag to press your advantage. Once you take down the Widow, the fights are generally over. You don't want to let the other team leave. So closing off the stairway, pressing advantage.
Nope. Back on the attempt here is Proud. Suspecting the jump shots there, but Prophet still wins it out.
Oh, good.
He was ready. He was trained on it, but a little bit slower to react. Maybe the secret for Runaway, if they want to become a top team, is just force Widow every map for Prophet.
I mean, it's becoming the thing of legends right now. Already the first circuit we saw from Prophet was amazing. If you could have a chapter 2 to that, then people are just going to start calling this Prophet's map.
Certainly has been this whole time, and okay, Prophet does get taken out, sniped there by Finale, but not before he's able to find Simple, so one less healer in the mix here. Trying for Vigilante to try to get a bit of a lead towards this Transcendence. Able to move up a little bit further there as Flux out here from Mag. Able to find an elimination, though. They're still going to be alive in Finale. Now, a second kill. Lee Jae-gon going to be taken down. A lot more space opened up here as Finale gets himself over onto the stairwell. That does allow him to avoid the line of sight here from Prophet a bit more. Zest, however, is in. Finds one. Still comes in. That's going to be the enemy Sojourn gone. Cart now going to be contested, but Amp Metric still going to be a bit of a concern here, so it's going to be Transcendence out from Vigilante, escorting them forward and keeping this cart locked into position. That's just spamming away, trying to farm up, trying to get this kill onto Peppy. Immortality Field buys him a little bit more time, and eventually he'll go down to his own M1s. Kill there, Simple now dead on the back end. Good stagger seeking here from the side of Runaway as Proud will eventually fall. He's already invested that infra site. Now Prophet has a huge advantage in the Widow fight. Well, hello, Finale. Goodbye, Finale.
What a stagger.
I mean, look, if he insta headshot Lee Jae-gon, that was going to be a back cap.
Yeah, but he didn't. I didn't even see how Finale got themselves in that position, so that was a bit of a surprise to me. But now, as it stands, 1 minute left. Last fight for the offense. Have to win this.
5 seconds. I mean, if they die very quickly, then maybe one more attempt after that. Jump shot coming through. Deflection going to be burnt. So let's just keep himself safe. Blade still at the ready. They would love to try to get the Transcendence out first so that Blade can really find impact. Around for the moment. Tag down low. Flux coming through. Happy looking for the pickup, but there's Prophet with yet another one. Finale taken down. Immortality Field. The stun mid-air. Happy taken so very low. Off on the sides. Transcendence used. Simple. Trying to keep him safe, but Proud playing off the back of that accretion is able to find the kill. Blade into the back lines. Proud turns back, finds the shot. Zest eliminated. And starting to fumble a bit here for Runaway. 4.5 meters left to go on this push. Proud desperately seeking a target. HP bar here desperately low on Mag. Transcendence, however, now available. They send that to Flux to drop them down. Proud finds one. Lee Jae-gon going to be taken out. The Immortality Field cleared out. And it's going to be Prophet returning, finding the headshot. Peppy going to be gone. Proud finds another one, answering back, but there's the cleanup. Vigilante will find the final 3, and he ends it with a foot to the face of Iris. A full hold, 1.04 meters away from that checkpoint where Poker Face, the Runaway, managed to do it again.
Crowd going wild. Finale almost brought that, excuse me, Proud almost brought that one through. To be able to kill the Genji there was enormous for Poker Face, but they're not able to capitalize and move quickly enough to take their fight advantage, to get around the points. And then, since they took so long, Prophet's able to come back in. The Widow defense is always going to be superior. You're already on high ground. There's really good spots for the Widow to come back in, and you see it in the kill feed there. Peppy goes down, and then Vigilante with the cleanup.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why I just favor the compositional differences here for Runaway, because having that Genji, especially as they get ready to go on the attack, it's that much more disruption. It's somebody who can easily get on top of the Widowmaker. always a threat, of course, of that deflect headshot coming through. Feels like it's just a bit more lethal.
I'd agree. I'm not certain where the Sojourn fits in this composition or why, but it seems to be something that PokerFace definitely wanted to run. They brought in Finale just for this map. I just don't see what the advantage is. I completely agree that the Genji is so good at just making Widow's life worse. Even if you don't get kills, Widow's life is worse when there's a Genji on the field. Maybe PokerFace is relying on the fact that Finale can hit a couple of shots. But
a little bit of a botch there on the jump shot. For a second, I thought Vigilante was actually going to be running that Moira, but back over onto the Zenyatta. Well, now with defensive setups, lineups, can he find value? Gets the chest shot there, but not find the kill. Prophet's still alive for now.
Moira's good in the piano meta.
Oh, the re-peek. Finale trying to get himself behind the statue. Prophet starting to feel it again. Sees the enemy Widow picking him out.
That second shot.
He is still challenging here. He's half HP and he's still going for these peaks. Narrow misses. Here's the Whittle away at these HP bars. The cart now already wrapping around the horseshoe, as you like to call it. Barrier gone. Dangerous there for Iris. So far, still going to be alive. Spot out. Proud getting tagged. Crouch spamming. Dancing. He pops back up. Drop down off the top of statue. Prophet waiting back there. Shots start flying. Jump shot in, and Proud will be able to get him mid-grapple as well. What a shot from him. That's a very critical time bought here for the side of PokerFace. As it now maybe start to try to round the corner a little bit more, especially if Proud can find something here with this shot. Those are the Genji's going to be off on the flank. And now Ant Matrix going to be sent in. Vigilante finds another kill. I'm going to be taken down by Finale with that disruptive shot, able to find Lee Jae-gon. And Vigilante will fall as Pepe's just bouncing in. Those M1s comes up with a kill, dive in from Zest just to see what kind of charge he can get towards that blade. Like 10% away.
Windows up for both sides. The big difference coming up, I think, is going to be the Dragon Blade versus Finale if you can overclock. That's the difference of these compositions. I think Blade could really disrupt what Proud wants to do and should open up a window for Prophet to free fire.
Finale now dancing around the back of the statue. Some pressure being applied there by Zest. As the Accretion sent to try to intercept. Zest's going to be taken low. Immortality field cleared up, and he gets the dash out safety. Nice flux there from Pepe. Mag now 9% away from one of his own. Okay, sight for sight. A standoff here. As deflection going to be used, and Prophet able to find Finale. That overclock might not come into play, but Proud able to find one. Prophet going to be taken down. For sight getting ready to expire here. Is Pepe going to get stunned up? The Immortality field force from Iris to try to keep him alive, and they're just going to be steadily backpedaling. Transcendence used off the back of the Flux. Vigilante now committing to his. The blade pulled. Waiting. Trance expires, and into the back line goes Zest, finding both supports. Does get struck down, however. Proud able to find two, finds three. Vigilante going to be gone. Pepe here still occupying the cart. Mag tucked away, taken down. Now into the open is Prophet. Just like that, 50 seconds remaining. All the ultimates committed to this one, aside from those amp matrices that are getting ready to come online from both sides. PokerFace, they're in with a shout. They might just be able to get this fuller hold.
Proud picking up a three-piece there. Absolutely saved PokerFace. That was insanity. They should have lost to the Blade. They didn't. Proud got all of the kills that they needed. And there's going to be double windows here. That favors the defense. You don't want to push into a window.
Why not? And even if it is a really extended OT, Pepe significantly closer towards another Flux to try to force them off the cart. Up over the top, Finale going to be tagged low, but heals come through. Amp Matrix now out. Jigon using his, but Proud part of the headshot. Mag going to be taken out. Mortality field keep the rest of the players alive in the back lines, but the HP bars are so damn low, and Pepe's able to find Vigilante, and I think they might have just done this. 5 seconds remaining. The tick down coming through. Mag desperately trying to swap over onto the ball, but it won't matter. No one can get there. It was a damn good start here for Runaway. They get the defense. It looks like it's in their hands, but a fuller hold comes through, and PokerFace will be able to best Runaway 3-2.
Just bask in it. PokerFace, this upstart team, I mean, not upstart, but the best of the rest is kind of what I've been calling them. There's some really top teams, and then there's some bottom teams, and Poker Face right firmly in the middle. But this result is a huge boon to them going forward. To be able to go blow for blow with a Runaway team which has admittedly been struggling a little bit. But this is probably one of the biggest wins of these guys' career right now. And to do it in the way they did, and Proud.
Yeah.
If he doesn't hit those 3 shots, then that's over, and Runaway wins this. So just all throughout the entire series, Proud crushed. And you look at, like, they clearly had ideas of who was going to come in. They brought in 2 new players for map 5. Like, that's the confidence they have in their squad. So amazing stuff for Poker Face.
I mean, you mentioned Proud right there as the fan signs are out. Said sexy Proud, cutie Proud between the 2 players. And I don't think it's... I mean, stop the count.
For the record, and Seth is too nice to say this, we both voted for Proud. Jasmine will be player of the match.
Yes.
Fine. Totally fine. I mean, look, the votes come in before.
The votes were decided
map 5
a while ago, but we did go for Proud. You know what? Jasmine, in his own rights, though, decent performances when we saw him coming through.
Right.
You know, comes out, plays Zarisa, and overall, things were decently strong for him. A couple of struggles. I mean, you know, but I think for the most part, not bad.
Yeah. No, Poker Face overall as a team, it's this Poker Face team is where the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. I think that's the phrase. I think I botched it, but either way, when you put all the squad together, it's formidable, and they're difficult to beat. Like I said, there's no easy outs, and yeah, I mean this match has gone on really long, and we've had a lot of pauses, so maybe we forgot how good Jasmine was in the first match or on the first map. So. Fair enough. Jasmine actually did tank diff on a couple of maps.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna peel back the curtain a little bit more. I'm
furiously.
I am not happy right now. This is highway robbery from Proud. I've been told Proud got tied. He got tied in votes. It was 2 for Jasmine, 2 for Proud. You and I were somehow we're the only ones who voted for Proud. I have firm, stern words that will be exchanged with the Korean casters the next time that I see them. Either way, I won't detract Jasmine. I'll let him manage the moment spotlight, and I will let Quest do the translations.
Thank you very much, Achilles. And while Achilles and Hex might not be happy with the POTM votes, the man on the stage would be very happy with their win today over Runaway. Of course, the man of the hour being Jasmine. So please introduce yourself. And I am the tank for Poker Face, Jasmine.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 시드 결정전행 직행 티켓을 따냈었습니다.
This was a Poker Face.
것이었는데요.
With this victory, they won the seed decider match, or they qualified themselves for the seed decider. So how do you feel about today's victory? So Runaway played really well, so that's why I think we went to map 5. But I think our team played well, so that's and we were able to win at the end.
팀원분들 그리고 또 팬분들까지 정말 심장이 쫄깃쫄깃하셨을 것 같습니다. 오늘 좀 전략적으로 서로의 조합을 받아치고 또 받아내는 그런 모습이 많이
So there was a lot of team comms countering. So can you tell us about the game plan? We predicted that Runaway would form their team comms around Winston. So, but they pulled out Orisa, so we just mirrored them. And then they switched over again, so we pulled out Sigma.
이 와중에 또 자스민 선수의 디바와 오리사 플레이 오늘의
We have to talk about your Diva and Orisa play.
팀의 허점을 비집고 들어가서 바로 이
Obviously exploiting their weaknesses and charging straight in the middle.
진열을 흔드는 플레이를 보여주셨는데
breaking up
오늘의 자신의 플레이 어땠나요?
breaking them up with their spears. So how do you rate your own gameplay?
3대 0으로 이길 수 있었던 것 같은데.
I think we had a chance to win 3-0, but because we went to map 5, I think I would say 5 out of 10.
그렇다면
And
팀원분들은
I don't think I
오늘
played
플레이에
well.
대해서 어떻게 좀 말씀하셨었나요?
So what did your teammates say?
잘했다고 해주긴 했는데 뭔가 4세트가 제일 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
They did compliment me. They did compliment me on my
그냥
gameplay,
뭔가
but
조금
I
더할수
think map 4
있었는데
was very disappointing on my end
그렇지만 이제
because I
팀원분들을
think I could have
너무너무
played
잘
a little bit
믿고
better.
서로 의지하는 모습이 돋보였습니다. 마지막 5세트 때 정말 쫄깃한 결과가 나왔는데
And of course,
또
map
그때
5 being the nail
팀원분들을
biter.
응원을 이렇게 하고 있었나요?
대기실에서 다 소리
And
질렀어요.
when you were subbed out, were you
맞습니다.
cheering
제가
for your
뒤에서
teammates?
인터뷰를
And
기다리면서 이제 선수분들의
everyone
목소리를
in the waiting
듣는데
room was
엄청난
screaming.
함성 소리가 들려오더라고요. 그래서 저는 누가 이겼어 했는데 딱 포커페이스가 이겨서 정말 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 자, 이렇게 팀원분들끼리도 이렇게 으쌰으쌰하는 분위기가 펼쳐졌는데 이럴 때 오늘 집에 가서 어떤 이렇게 말을 나누실
So
예정인가요? 팀원분들과?
what do you think you'll be talking about with your teammates when you go back home?
이제 실수한 거 볼 게 많다 생각해서
I think that
그냥 맛있는 거
while we
먹고
did win, we're gonna enjoy some food, of course, and talk about
승리를
what kind of
아직까지
mistakes that we made
배고프게
and how we
열망하고
can improve them.
있다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데 자 오늘 이렇게 오랜만에 또 탱커 POTM이 나왔어요.
Of course,
그런 만큼
Tank
팬분들도
receiving
우리
the POTM
자스민 선수에
vote
대해
here
좀
today.
궁금하실 것 같은데 우리 아까 POTM 포즈 뭐였죠?
And what was your POTM pose?
자 엄지척에서 좀 진화된 POTM 포즈를
Can you
보여주시면 좋을
show
것 같아요.
a step up from that pose,
뭐 해야 될지 모르겠어요.
like an
자,
evolved
저
form of
팬분들
the
어떤 걸
thumbs up
원하시는지 한번
that you
들어볼까요?
give from the POTM pose?
보라트 원하신답니다. 자 보라트 보여주세요.
The cheek hearts coming in per fan
네,
request, of
이렇게 자스민
course.
선수의 보라트까지 만나봤습니다. 정말 오늘 승리 포커페이스에게도 너무 값지지만 팬분들은 더더더 값지고도 눈물 나는
of course,
그런 응원을
fans
보여주셨는데 자 팬분들께
Eagerly cheering on for Poker Face. So, would you like to say anything to them?
감사하고
So, thank you
내일도
very much for
FTG 랑
supporting
경기
us.
있으니까
And
많은
we
응원
still have a match
부탁드리겠습니다.
against FTG tomorrow, so please
감사합니다.
continue to support us
네,
until the
내일
end.
경기에 대한 응원까지 이렇게 부탁드린다라고 얘기를 들어봤습니다.
And that is
지금까지
it for the
포커페이스의
POTM interview.
자스민 선수와
And to
이야기
close us
나눠봤습니다.
off for the
승민
day,
다시 한번
I'm going to throw it back to Achilles and Hex.
All right, thank you
네,
guys.
인터뷰
Thank you very much there
감사합니다.
for the translations. Congratulations to Jasmine there on that player of the match, as well as to all of the people over on Avril's co-stream who put channel points on Jasmine being the player of the match, because I think that their payout ratio was probably pretty significant. But what a day of matches it has been. I mean, honestly, we weren't sure who was going to be able to win this one as we went into Circuit Royale. And, you know, I think we got a decent idea when we were halfway through that map, and then Poker Face shattered those hopes and dreams, that reality we were living in, like pulling off the Fuller hold.
I'm all for Tanks winning player of the match in most scenarios. Not a big fan of Tank erasure, but Jasmine didn't get a 3-piece to save the series. Just saying. So Poker Face 3-2 on Runaway, super exciting. I think WAC vs Falcons. It seems like a year ago now, but like,
yeah.
Wow, 3-1, crazy. The first match, I think we all kind of thought it would be that way, but I think now if we look at the standings, Poker Face in serious, or Runaway in serious jeopardy of not making top 4. Like
Yeah,
Yeti could come back through this.
They end up going down, and like you said, Yeti still needs to be played. So an opportunity there for them to try to overtake, and you know, basically just needs a clean win to be able to make it happen. So Runaway very much in jeopardy. I think at this point, pretty much are going to be resigned to have to play in that LCQ almost no matter what.
And then you think about it.
Try to jump up.
And you look at Runaway right now, how they're playing now. I could easily see them losing to other teams that are in that 5 through 8. I can see them losing to SPG. I can see Genesis maybe putting it together for a couple of maps and have Decay carry a couple of matches. The Runaway is in serious danger. I mean, it is Ralph Wiggum levels of haha, I'm in danger right now.
It's very close. I mean, you already mentioned Genesis, and you know they played against Runaway, and that was the other map 5 that they played, so it was still super close. And you know, Provid, yeah, he was dominating on circuit, much like we just saw from him for the most part there, but it was still close despite Genesis' struggles and their score lines. So yeah, I think that this is going to be risky business across the board there for Runaway. Look at the updates here. It's going to be still Heesung out in front.
Yeah. Well, how about this WAC team, though? Undefeated. just crushing. Even facing off against the opposition they faced against tonight, didn't necessarily ever feel in doubt. Like, this WAC team is, well, they're crazy good, and it's really hard for me to see a world in which they end up losing to any of these other teams.
I think pretty much every player at some point, aside from maybe one, has gotten nominations. I think I saw 4 players on there, so I'm not sure who exactly is missing out. Wrong, but yeah, I mean, it's a stacked roster, and they continue to have stacked performances. We'll take a look at the matchups, though, for tomorrow, as we have Falcons versus SPG off the rip. I mean, Falcons now suffering their first loss, had only really led a couple maps previously. Prissa kind of on the up and up. Who knows? Maybe they can catch Falcons on a bit of a bad day. Aiden, in particular, has been looking phenomenal when it comes down to his Sojourn performances. So excited to see how he's going to be stacking up against Falcons. Then we get FTG versus Poker Face. So another big challenge here. Poker Face going to be feeling a bit more invigorated after this victory over Runaway. We'll see how they face against FTG. And then we get Yeti versus Vec. And, you know, Yeti having Vec as their last opponent, given the position that they're in, they are actually in such a solid place to be able to just leapfrog over Runaway, over Poker Face, and just steal away that 4th place position.
No easy outs in this tournament for sure. Falcons could overlook SPG, and SPG has really brought their game every single opponent they played. So Falcons needs a get-right moment after a loss today. FTG versus Poker Face, as you mentioned, like Poker Face could feel like they've got the juice now, but FTG, that's such a strong roster. And Yeti with everything to play for. And VC, again, not an easy out. There's no team that you can just overlook and not take super seriously. And here's the LCQ bracket.
So still some things to be confirmed, so we can't quite paint all of the full picture here, because a lot of the rankings can still change. So after tomorrow, we will be able to get a full look at what that LCQ bracket, as well as the seeding games, are going to be here for Korea. And I'm very curious as far as to, you know, how far some of these teams can climb and how far some of them can fall. Because right now, it's pretty possible for just about anybody to have some some swap arounds there in that 5th through 8th.
Shenaniganery or something like that. Yeah. The opponent selection is huge. I think there's going to be a team that everyone looks at and it's like, well, clearly, we're going to beat this team. So that's what teams are playing for in that first place. I'm not certain that WAC has it all but locked up, but it seems very close that they have it locked up. And then obviously 2nd seed, first round bye. You have to play less games. Always good to play less games.
Pretty sure WAC do have it on lock though, because they're
8-0.
Yeah, the only team that has gone 8-0, because FTG lost the Falcons, and Falcons obviously lost to them. So yeah, first place is pretty much already confirmed there. So it's everything else that we need to figure out. We know who the last place team is, we know who the first place team is. Everything in between is still a little bit of a mess. So it's time, we got the outline drawn, it's time to start coloring in the lines.
Yes, and stay within the lines, hopefully. What an interesting night. I mean, I think even if everything else went according to plan, this Runaway team is carrying the narrative of this region. Like, what are we looking at? Are they good? Are they bad? I don't know, but it's also Runaway who brings with them such a rich history and a rich a fan base too. So what a bonkers kind of squad this is to lock. And you know, it's thank God for Runaway. That's a team that brings us to map 5s. Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah. They deliver on the rare things that we usually don't see out here in the region, and it's always entertaining. You got to give them that as well, even with the shortcomings, with some of the issues. It's always damn fun. But that's going to do it from us here tonight. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We, of course, are going to be back tomorrow to finish out this round. Robin, myself, and Hector guiding you guys to that action. So make sure you tune in. Same place, same time, and we will see you then.